Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1952, 1952. Translator, 549690339. If the fact that Jiang Fei had defeated Wang Daofeng in one move had shocked Yin Tingfei, allowing him to know that the person in front of him was an expert of the same level as him. Then Jiang Fei's identity had completely stunned him. At that moment, Yin Tengfei was very glad that he did not fight with Jiang Fei, because if he did, regardless of whether he won or lost, the Yin family would be the one to suffer. If Yin Tengfei lost, it would be embarrassing at the very least. At the very worst, he might not even be able to keep his life. That would be a huge blow to the Yin family. This possibility was almost negligible. Even if Jiang Fei did not have much mental strength left, even if he could not use the core of his will, he was still a true immortal level expert who was omnipotent in the five elements. It was not difficult to beat up Yin Tengfei. However, Yin Tengfei did not know Jiang Fei's strength. Therefore, in his guesses, he still had a 50% chance of winning. However, the question was, even if he won, would this matter be over? He had beaten up someone from the valiant Martial Hall. How could this be? He had touched Ji Chunhong's disciple. How could this matter be settled so easily? When the valiant Martial Hall was enraged and Ji Chunhong went berserk, not to mention Yin Tengfei, the entire Yin family would probably be wiped out. Therefore, when Yin Tengfei thought about it, he felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, this master of the Yin family, a true immortal level expert, was scared out of his wits. Thank God, at this moment, Yin Tengfei was calling out his name in his heart. He was glad that he did not act rashly just now. The only person who could smooth things over was Yin Fei. No matter what, Yin Tengfei was still a true immortal level expert. He had to lower his face and admit defeat to Jiang Fei. This was a little too difficult. Therefore, it was much easier to talk to Yin Fei now that Yin Fei had appeared. It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. He did not suffer any losses anyway. Moreover, for the sake of his disciple, there was no need for him to fall out with the Yin family. Yes. Yin Tengfei quickly went down the slope. As soon as the two sides talked, the clouds dispersed on this day. Jiang Fei did not want to have any conflict with the Yin family. On the other hand, Yin Tengfei was eager to get into the martial meritocracy palace's good books. Therefore, both sides were happy. Only Yin Kuan felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the girl he had been pursuing had run away with someone else. Moreover, he could not afford to offend the guy who had stolen the girl. More importantly, the two of them were in love. From the beginning to the end, he had thought too highly of himself. However, at this time, everyone, including Yin Tengfei, was not in the mood to care about Yin Kuan's thoughts. At this moment, Yin Tengfei was extremely passionate towards Jiang Fei. After all, there were not many opportunities for him to build a relationship with the Hall of Martial Meritocrats. This was especially true for a family like the Yin family. Although they were extremely rich, the experts in their family were few and far between. Usually they were bullied a lot. Those sects that had a little bit of prestige would dare to come to their family to collect donations. However, the problem was that the Yin family lacked experts. Would they dare to not give them? However, now was the time to turn the tables. If they could form a relationship with the Martial Valiant Hall, not to mention these second or third-rate small sects, even the top sects would have to think twice when they met the Yin family. For this reason, Yin Tengfei did not mind spending money on the Martial Valiant Hall. Anyway, these sects have been extorting money from the Yin family all year round. Yin Tengfei would rather spend all this money on the Martial Valiant Hall to find a super backer for himself. Jiang Fei was well aware of Yin Tengfei's intentions. However, the problem was that he did not have the time to chat with Yin Tengfei now. Master Yin, I still have something to do here. Although Jiang Fei could see that Yin Tengfei still had a lot to say, he was not in the mood to stay any longer. Yin Tengfei appeared to be a little embarrassed. He did not know if Jiang Fei really had something to do, or if he was unwilling to talk to him. "Grandfather, my master does have something to do." At this time, Yin Tengfei quickly explained. "Oh, oh, oh. Since Mr. Jiang has something to do, then I will not ask you to stay any longer." After Mr. Yin Tengfei saw that his grandson had said the same thing, therefore, he calmed down. As long as Jiang Fei was not prejudiced against him, everything would be fine. Since someone else had matters to attend to, he could not stop him anymore. As for the matter of the valiant Marshall Hall, he had plenty of opportunities to talk about it. After all, he had the relationship with Yin Fei. Jiang Fei said, and turned to look at Yin Fei. "Disciple, is everything ready?" "Master, I'm already ready," Yin Fei replied. Jiang Fei nodded and led Bella straight to the backyard. At this moment, Yin Kuan suddenly said, "Master Yin, there's no need. This trip is fraught with danger." Bella's meaning was very clear. Yin Kuan's strength was too weak. He was only at the initial stage of the tribulation. He was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. However, it was a pity that Bella had clearly neglected a man's pride. With her words, Yin Kuan was even more determined to go. Seeing that Jiang Fei and Bella were in a difficult situation, Yin Tengfei opened his mouth. He came here to help Jiang Fei out of the situation. He did not want Yin Kuan to go with him. Jiang Fei and Bella's conversation earlier was not deliberately hidden, so Yin Tengfei heard it clearly. Therefore, he knew that Jiang Fei was going to save them. If the other party dared to kidnap someone close to a true immortal, how weak could they be? Therefore, how could he let Yin Kuan go with him? Actually, it was not only Yin Kuan. Yin Tengfei did not want to let Yin Fei go with him. However, Yin Fei was the other party's disciple. If his master had something to do, his disciple would hide far away. Was this acceptable? "Grandfather," Yin Kuan wanted to say something more, but he did not dare to go against his grandfather's authority. In the end, he could only stand aside. Jiang Fei brought Bella to the backyard very quickly. At this time, Manager Zhang had already prepared everything. More than 20 smart and capable young men were ready. These people were carrying all sorts of applications. It was obvious that they were accompanying the young masters to have fun. "Okay," Jiang Fei said after taking a deep breath. "Okay." Yin Fei waved his hand, and the group of people headed toward the teleportation formation. Although these 20 or so people were servants, they were still somewhat capable. Although they could not be counted on in the war, they could at least ride their flying swords. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others quickly arrived at the teleportation formation on planet Mars. Chapter 1953, 1953. Translator, 549690339. When they arrived at the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei and Bella had changed their appearance slightly. The factories in Jiang Fei's ring could easily create a bunch of human skin masks. Bella no longer needed to disguise her aura. Her current strength was only around the form synthesis stage. She would not attract anyone's attention at all. In order to conceal his aura, Jiang Fei had used his origin power to completely transform himself into a water attribute. This was because Jiang Fei had never displayed the power of the water attribute in front of outsiders, including Emo Li Shang. Therefore, such a disguise should be able to hide from the myriad beasts mountain and the dragon race. In a teleportation portal on planet Mars, Jiang Fei and Bella mingled with Yin Fei's team. They did not attract anyone's attention. Very soon, Yin Fei had negotiated with the teleportation portal's guard. As Jiang Fei had already told him that he was going to the Year Star, everything went smoothly. Although the cost of using the teleportation formation was very high and Jiang Fei and the rest were moving together in a large group, it was not a big deal to a tycoon like the Yin family. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei and the rest were teleported to the Year Star. Inside the teleportation circle, Jiang Fei and Bella were extremely careful. The two of them blended into the crowd and tried their best not to attract attention. The guard of the teleportation circle was also a busybody. When he saw that Yin Fei was leading such a large group of people to use the teleportation circle, he must be a rich person. There would be a lot of money to reward them. Yin Fei was born to be a rich man. He had seen many people who flattered him. Therefore, he gave a few spirit stones to them. After getting rid of the guards, Yin Fei did not want to stay in the teleportation portal for long. After all, Jiang Fei's goal was to sneak into the Year Star. If he stayed in the teleportation portal for a long time, there might be some problems. After coming out of the teleportation portal, Yin Fei did not ask the team to speed up immediately. Instead, he slowly walked around the mountains and rivers. He looked very relaxed. Jiang Fei thought to himself, although this disciple of his was a profligate, he was very meticulous. If he left the teleportation portal as soon as he left, he would definitely attract attention. Now that he was walking so slowly, he felt more at ease. The group traveled all the way. Although Jiang Fei was anxious, he did not dare to speed up and leave. After all, there were many people around the teleportation circle. If he was targeted, Mo Lisang might be prepared. After walking for half a day, although Jiang Fei and the others were not fast, they were still riding on their swords. Therefore, they were already hundreds of kilometers away from the teleportation circle. All right, Yin Fei. Bring them back after 2 more days. I'm leaving now, Jiang Fei said to Yin Fei. Master, I'll go with you, Yin Fei said. Although your strength has increased, you are still unable to withstand the aftershocks of the battle in front of my enemies. This matter is too dangerous for you, Jiang Fei said. He knew that Yin Fei was being kind. However, he had already sneaked into Time Star. Now, he could not let Yin Fei accompany him in the risk. Yin Fei did not insist. He was born into a rich family. It would be nonsense to say that he was not afraid of death. Moreover, now that he had the opportunity to compete for the position of the family head, how could he risk his life so easily? Jiang Fei nodded. Then he took Bella, Yin Fei, and the others and left. Bella asked, "Find a place to stay first," Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. The situation was very clear now. Mo Lisang had deliberately let Bella leave so that he could lure Jiang Fei over. Therefore, the Black Demon Pool must be a dangerous place. However, Jiang Fei had to come to save her. However, in order to increase his chances of winning, Jiang Fei had to be fully prepared. Moreover, there was another reason why Jiang Fei wanted to find a place to stay. Bella's injuries needed to be treated. Currently, Bella's condition could only be a burden. Even if Jiang Fei placed her at the side, he would not be able to rest assured. After all, Bella's condition was too bad. She was only at the form synthesis stage. It was impossible for her to survive in the 5 directions. Previously, if she had not coincidentally met Yin Kun, a beautiful girl at the form synthesis stage would be traveling alone, it was inevitable that she would be attacked by others. As this place was not too far away from the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei did not heal Bella immediately. Instead, he brought her along and sped all the way to a deep mountain that was far away from the teleportation portal. Jiang Fei waved his sword and carved out a spacious cave on the mountain wall. Bella nodded. She knew that her body needed to be healed. In her current condition, not only could she not help Jiang Fei, but she was also a burden. At that moment, Bella's injuries were simple and troublesome. Bella had the life core. This thing was more useful than any healing medicine. However, the remnant of Mo Lishang's energy was still in Bella's body. That was why her injuries could not be healed. Mo Lishang's energy was the most difficult part to heal Bella. Otherwise, with the Yin family's financial resources, how could they not find a doctor to treat her? However, what kind of strength was Mo Lishang? He was the 4th elder of the Myriad Beasts Mountain and the leader of the 9-headed python family. Her strength was only above Jiang Fei's teacher, Ji Chunhong. She was not inferior to Ji Chunhong. Therefore, finding someone to remove the remaining energy from Mo Lishang was not something that an ordinary person could do. Even the Yin family was helpless against it. However, this was not a big deal to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could use his spiritual power to stir the energy strings and fundamentally change the nature of the remaining energy. He could turn them into Jiang Fei's energy. Then, he could take them for his own use. Therefore, this kind of injury was very easy for Jiang Fei. This was not the first time Jiang Fei had used this kind of method to transform energy. Back when he was in the Wang family, he had used this method to treat the third lady. Therefore, Jiang Fei could be said to be very familiar with treating Bella this time. After letting Bella lie down quietly and heal herself, Jiang Fei began to circulate his qi. He opened his violet eyes and used his spiritual power to probe into Bella's body. After that, the energy that belonged to Mo Lishang gradually transformed under Jiang Fei's control. Finally, it turned into Jiang Fei's energy and was taken away. After the abnormal energy left her body, the life core in Bella's body began to function. In less than half an hour, Bella's face became ruddy again. Moreover, her strength had almost completely recovered. Bella nodded at Jiang Fei. She knew that she could help Jiang Fei again. "All right, take a rest first," Jiang Fei said. Chapter 1954, 1954. Translator, 549690339. After Bella had almost fully recovered, Jiang Fei chatted with her for a while. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Fei knew that it was time for him to set off. "Bella, take a rest first. I'm going to the Black Demon Pool to take a look," Jiang Fei said to Bella. "Okay." Although Bella wanted to go with Jiang Fei, she knew in her heart that if she went to the Black Demon Pool rashly, not only would she not be able to help Jiang Fei, she would also be a burden. Jiang Fei smiled and patted Bella's head. Then, he turned around and rode his sword. As he flew, Jiang Fei flew in the direction of the Black Demon Pool. The Black Demon Pool was located near the age mark. It was formed because of the age mark. After the extremely cold air in the age mark flowed on the surface of the ground, it condensed again. That was how the Black Demon Pool was formed. Jiang Fei landed about 100 miles away from the Black Demon Pool. As he knew that Mo Lishang had deliberately lured him here, Jiang Fei knew that there must be an inescapable net set up here. Therefore, he did not dare to fly directly over. After landing, Jiang Fei adjusted his own attributes to the water attribute. He also made the frequency of the energy fluctuations as consistent as possible with the surrounding spiritual energy. At this moment, Jiang Fei was like a chameleon. He integrated himself with the surrounding environment, thus reducing the possibility of being discovered by the enemy. With a faint, almost unnoticeable sound, Jiang Fei dashed through the weeds. The tip of his feet only tapped lightly on the grass leaves, and he quickly rushed forward. After more than an hour, Jiang Fei finally approached the Black Demon Pool. This place was still dozens of miles away from the core of the Black Demon Pool. At this time, Jiang Fei slowed down. Every step he took, he was 120,000 times more careful. Jiang Fei moved forward cautiously. At the same time, in order to avoid being detected by an expert, he had sealed his active divine sense. He only relied on the 6 senses of an expert to sense the external world passively. Suddenly, Jiang Fei heard a faint sound coming from not far away. In an instant, Jiang Fei stopped in his tracks and became invisible in the grass that was as tall as a person. Hiss, 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 hiss. A strange sound came from not far away. It sounded like 2 people talking to each other from a distance. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei did not understand what language it was. Normally, when Jiang Fei used his divine sense, he could completely understand the other party's words from the other party's spiritual fluctuation. However, now, in order not to expose himself, he did not dare to use his divine sense. This caused him to be unable to understand the language that he had never heard before. Jiang Fei thought of an item that he had not used for a long time in the spatial ring. Jiang Fei took out an item from the spatial ring and put it on his head. It was the multi-purpose goggles that Tyrion had given him previously. In an instant, Jiang Fei's vision became clear. His infrared vision directly exposed the 2 guys in the distance. The weeds and bushes could no longer obstruct his vision. Jiang Fei could see the combat strength of the 2 guys at a glance. Both of them were around 22 million. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect the Black Demon Pool to be so terrifying. Other than the big boss, Missouri Lishang, there were actually so many experts. At the same time, the automatic translation function of the goggles began to work. This thing translated by analyzing the opponent's brain waves, so it was quite accurate. Do you think a kid will come? I don't know. Although the clan leader has let a guy go, it's unknown whether she can bring the news to us or not. Yeah, the brothers who were guarding the teleportation portal did not send any news back. I think the clan leader is making a big fuss over a small matter. The clan leader has her own considerations. We just have to do as she says. That's true. Let's continue to patrol. If we let that kid sneak in and we don't find him, it would be a huge loss of face. The two guys talked as they walked into the distance. Jiang Fei, who was hiding in the dark, began to think. Clan leader? Jiang Fei analyzed based on the information he had obtained. Jiang Fei had some understanding of Mo Lishang's race. He knew that she was an ancient species of a nine-headed giant python clan. Therefore, there was no need to ask. The true immortal level experts who were patrolling here were all members of the nine-headed giant python clan. Hiss! Jiang Fei was so worried that he was gnashing his teeth. Originally, Mo Lishang alone was enough to worry him. Jiang Fei could not even meet Mo Lishang face to face. However, now that there was a group of nine-headed pythons patrolling the area, Jiang Fei's operation would be even more difficult. However, the only good news for Jiang Fei was that the existence of the goggles could provide him with great convenience. This thing used technological means. The natives of the 5 directions who knew nothing about technological means would not be able to detect this thing. Therefore, using this thing, Jiang Fei could detect the enemy in advance and then hide. Jiang Fei absolutely could not expose his tracks now. Once he attracted the attention of the enemy, none of the 9-headed pythons would be easy to deal with. Once they entangled Jiang Fei would not be able to get rid of them in a state where he had no spiritual power in the 10th dimension. It was impossible to get rid of these guys in an instant. Once Mo Lishang arrived, everything would be over. Since there is a group of patrolling here, there should not be anyone else around. It should be safer to follow them. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The 9-headed pythons were an ancient xenogeneic. There should not be too many of them. Therefore, they were scattered behind the black demon pool. It was unlikely that a few groups of people would gather together. After making a decision, Jiang Fei followed the 2 guys in front of him from afar. He walked forward carefully. As expected, Jiang Fei followed behind the 2 guys without any obstacles. Although there were traps in the black demon pool, the 2 patrolling guys would not step on them. Therefore, Jiang Fei followed them and avoided these annoying things. After walking for about half an hour, Jiang Fei began to notice that something was wrong. Through his goggles, he could clearly see that there were not only true immortal-level 9-headed giant pythons around the black demon pool. There were also many Mahayana stage and even void interpretation stage 9-headed giant pythons. Chapter 1955. Translator 549690339. How could this be? Even if Mo Lishang wanted to surround me, she would only bring the adult 9-headed pythons here. Jiang Fei was puzzled. As he got closer to the core of the black demon pool, he realized that there were more and more young pythons here. In fact, Jiang Fei did not know that the black demon pool was the territory of the 9-headed pythons. Although Mo Lishang was currently stationed in the Mountain of Beasts, the 9-headed pythons had never left the Time Star. After all, they were water-type, super ferocious beasts. The black demon pool near the Time Scar was the best place for them to train. Therefore, Jiang Fei had no idea that he had entered the nest of the 9-headed pythons. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Jiang Fei's goggles field of vision because there was an abnormal energy node not far in front of him. Jiang Fei was very familiar with the function of the goggles. Therefore, when the red light flashed, he knew that he had encountered a barrier. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although the barrier was not very strong, and the goggles provided Jiang Fei with energy nodes, it was not difficult for Jiang Fei to remove the barrier. Once the barrier failed, it would alert the enemy. If that happened, Jiang Fei would be exposed. After realizing that the road ahead was blocked, Jiang Fei could only give up on following the two patrolling nine-headed pythons and look for another route. However, Jiang Fei was now less than 2 to 3 miles away from the surface of the Black Demon Pool. This could be said to be the core of the nine-headed pythons. In front of Jiang Fei, there were enchantments everywhere. The densely packed enchantments only overlapped with each other. There was no gap at all. It was almost impossible for Jiang Fei to sneak in. Jiang Fei frowned. Up until now, he had not found the place where Huo Qingcheng and the others were imprisoned. However, there were many people gathered in front of him. There was no way for him to sneak in. At that moment, Jiang Fei's ears twitched. He heard faint footsteps behind him. Jiang Fei immediately hid behind a big rock. Then, he held his breath and hid himself. Through the translator of the goggles, Jiang Fei heard a female voice. "Sister, didn't you hear what they said? You're going to be married to the old monkey from the Myriad Beast Mountain." A young male voice said. The female voice from before said, "That's right, but you can't go against the elder's wishes." The male voice said. The female voice asked worriedly, "Don't worry, your parents are so strong." At that moment, Jiang Fei could feel the guilty conscience of the male voice's owner from the translation of the goggles. After all, the translator translated based on brainwave activity. Therefore, it also had some lie detection ability. Although it could not work on those who were mentally stable, this kid was clearly not an adult yet. Therefore, it was not to the point where he could lie without a rough draft. In fact, that was indeed the case. The boy was obviously comforting the girl so that she could elope with him without worry. If the girl's parents were really that strong, how could the elders force her to marry someone else? The girl was also a little girl who had not experienced much in the world. Therefore, although the boy's lie was clumsy, she still believed it. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. He never thought that he would encounter such a situation. The ferocious Beast Clan actually had such a forced political marriage. "Let's go quickly," the boy urged. The girl nodded and followed the boy out of the Black Demon Pool. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and decided to follow the two of them. Since the two of them had come out of the Black Demon Pool, they might know where Huo Qingcheng and the others were locked up. At that moment, the Black Demon Pool was heavily guarded. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to grab a tongue in the Black Demon Pool and ask for information without exposing himself. However, the two little fellows had come to him. To Jiang Fei, this was a gift from the heavens. After that, Jiang Fei followed the two little fellows all the way out of the Black Demon Pool. With Jiang Fei's strength, even the adult true immortal level nine-headed python would not be able to discover him. These two little fellows were only at the form synthesis stage and void interpretation stage. It was even more impossible for them to discover Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei quickly realized that things were not as simple as he thought. The two little fellows who had eloped were really too inexperienced. They thought that they were doing things secretly, but they did not expect to have already alerted others. Just when the two little guys had just escaped to the outer perimeter of the Black Demon Pool, a figure rushed over from afar. Jiang Fei observed through the goggles and found that this person's combat power was around 19 million. He was considered to be in the tribulation stage. Although he was not yet an adult among the nine-headed pythons, he was still a child. "Where are you two going?" The person quickly caught up to the two little guys. The little girl panicked. "Oof, it's the middle of the night." The young man's voice was very cold. The boy blocked the girl behind him. "Hurry up and follow me back." The young man's voice became even colder. Especially when he was facing the boy, Jiang Fei could even vaguely feel a little killing intent. Go back. Go back for what? Let my sister marry that old monkey?" The boy was also throwing caution to the wind at this time, so he asked in a stern voice. "It's the Elder Council's decision to marry whoever." The young man swung his hand and slapped the boy, sending him flying more than 10 feet away. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The girl pounced on the boy and could not stop her tears. "Xiangling, come back with me," the young man said coldly. "Xiangling, you can't go back with him." The boy stood up with difficulty. Although he had just been slapped, the gap between the two was too big. His strength was only at the insightful void stage. However, the young man was at the crossing calamity stage. With the huge gap, even this slap was enough to make the boy lose more than half of his fighting strength. Chapter 1956. Translator 549690339. The young man said coldly. No. Xiang Ling held the boy's hand and begged as she slowly retreated. The two of them quickly retreated to the front of Jiang Fei's invisible giant rock. Perhaps subconsciously, Xiang Ling and the boy felt that there was a rock behind them. This would make them feel more secure. However, this kind of psychological comfort was obviously not effective because the young man's strength was much higher than the two of them. Mei! The boy pushed Xiangling hard, trying to let her escape, but he almost fell down after losing his support. No! Xiangling screamed, and then held the boy again. Xiangling, you go back with me obediently now. The young man threatened. Oof! The boy shouted. He didn't know where his strength came from, but he suddenly straightened his body and gathered all the strength in his body. It looked like he was going to fight to the death with the other party. No, no. At this moment, Xiangling was on the verge of breaking down. She was a young girl who had never experienced the world. She had never thought that she would encounter such a situation. When she was about to part with her beloved boy, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he hid behind the giant rock. He had initially wanted to follow the two little guys away from the Black Demon Pool and capture them to interrogate them for information. He did not expect to see such a show. Regardless, Jiang Fei still felt sympathy for the two little guys. After all, Jiang Fei was a person who had received modern education. Deep down, he did not approve of an arranged marriage that was only for profit. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them was really deep. When faced with a powerful enemy, the two of them would rather die than separate. This was also quite touching to Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was no longer the hot-blooded young man who had just come out of the ivory tower. His passion for fighting injustice and meddling in other people's business had been worn away by his many years of experience. Therefore, Jiang Fei would not take the risk to save them just because he was touched and sympathized with them. After all, this was still the Black Demon Pool. Once he attracted the attention of others, Jiang Fei would be able to escape. His arrival at Year Star would also be exposed. By then, Mo Li Sang would definitely be on guard. I don't have time to waste with you guys. As the young man spoke, he closed in on him step by step. The boy pushed Xiangling and rushed forward. At the same time, he punched the young man's chest. The young man sneered. Then, with a casual strike, he sent the boy flying back. The boy crashed heavily into the huge rock and collapsed to the ground. He leaned against the huge rock and managed to sit up, but he had already lost the ability to move. Xiangling was not prepared just now, so she was pushed away by the weak boy. After she reacted, she pounced again and blocked in front of the boy. Fourth brother, Xiangling said to the young man sternly. Okay, I won't kill him. The young man said. Although he was annoyed with the boy, his goal was to get Xiangling to go back with him. If Xiangling committed suicide, he could not answer to his grandfather. At that time, the Elder Council would have to choose a girl to marry that man. However, the nine-headed Python clan was not very prosperous. It was not easy to find a girl who looked sweet and had no power or influence in the family. Okay. At this time, Xiangling had no other choice. In order to let the boy live, she could only compromise. Xiangling, no, it's okay if I die. At this time, the boy was so anxious that he was about to vomit blood. However, he was much younger than the other party. His strength was far inferior to the other party, so he could not resist at all. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he wanted to help these two people, he could not even protect himself at the moment. How could he spare the energy to help others? No. Xiangling looked at the boy with great reluctance. Then, she said to the young man, Fourth brother, you have to keep your word. If he dies, I won't live either. The young man smiled. Okay. Xiangling finally gritted her teeth and said. The young man smiled slightly, then pointed in the direction of the Black Demon Pool. At this time, Xiangling had no other choice. She could only walk towards the direction of the Black Demon Pool. However, at this time, Xiangling's eyes were dull. Clearly, She had lost confidence in the future. Only then did a trace of emotion flash through her eyes. The young man snorted coldly at the boy and followed behind Xiangling. However, Xiangling did not notice that when the young man left, there was a drop of black liquid between his fingers. The black liquid quietly landed on the ground. It did not move towards the boy until the young man and Xiangling were completely far away. As it moved, the black liquid turned into a black beetle and climbed onto the boy's body along his legs. The boy revealed a bitter smile. It seemed that the fellow did not intend to let him go. This bloodthirsty demonic worm was a poisonous beast raised by the nine-headed python clan. Although the boy was still underage and had not been taught this skill for the time being, it did not prevent him from recognizing this poisonous beast. It was also very cruel. It could silently burrow into the enemy's body and then devour the enemy's flesh and blood. In the end, it would devour the enemy completely. It could be said that it was the best product for ambushing and destroying corpses. With a soft sound, the bloodthirsty demonic worm bit through the boy's skin and crawled into the boy's body. Then, it began to devour his flesh and blood. Immediately, a piercing pain spread through every nerve in the boy's mind. Because the bloodthirsty demonic insect secreted a poison, the boy could not even let out a painful cry. A muffled groan was already his limit. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although it was not convenient for him to save the two young couples from the young man's hands. Since the young man had left, he could not let this kid die again. Jiang Fei would have nowhere to scratch his tongue. Chapter 1957. 1957. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei decided to save the boy. However, he was still in the area of the black demon pool, so it was not convenient for him to heal the boy on the spot. Therefore, he wanted to put the boy into the 10th dimension and bring him away. However, Jiang Fei waved his hand. Nothing happened. It was only then that Jiang Fei remembered that the power of the nucleus of Will had not been restored. He could not use the power of the 10th dimension yet. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Then he quickly came to the front of the giant rock. He grabbed the boy under his arm and bent down. His feet were like oil as he quickly ran away from the black demon pool. In a few blinks of an eye, Jiang Fei had already left the giant rock thousands of meters away with his amazing leg strength. After that, Jiang Fei did not dare to stay for a moment. He brought the boy and ran away as fast as he could. At that moment, the nine-headed python clan in the black demon pool did not notice Jiang Fei's arrival. Even the young man thought that the boy must have been destroyed by the bloodthirsty, demonic insects. Xiangling had eloped with the boy. He had captured Xiangling while the boy had escaped. The elder council believed the young man's words. Firstly, the boy was the great elder's grandson. Secondly, the boy's parents had both died. There was no one to stand up for him. Therefore, the matter had passed just like that. Since Xiangling had returned, they had an explanation for the old monkey. As for the boy's life and death, no one cared. When Jiang Fei was far away from the black demon pool, he released his Chungying sword. Then, he rode his sword and sped away from the black demon pool. After more than half an hour, Jiang Fei returned to Bella's invisible cave. Bella immediately came out of the cave after sensing Jiang Fei's aura. Jiang Fei nodded. Bella asked curiously. Jiang Fei threw the boy on the ground after entering the cave. Bella could also see that the boy was not in a good condition. At this moment, the little boy's face was completely drained of blood. Moreover, his face was extremely twisted. It was obvious that the intense pain had tortured him to the point that he was about to go crazy. This little guy seems to have been drugged with some kind of poisonous bug. Please help me out later, Jiang Fei said to Bella. Bella asked, this kid has suffered quite a lot. Even if I get rid of the poisonous bug later, he should be able to survive. Therefore, I want you to transfer some life force to him. Don't let this kid die, Jiang Fei said. Bella nodded. With the life core, it was not a big deal for her to release some life force. It would not affect her. Eye of the Violet. As Jiang Fei shouted, his eyes instantly turned into a pair of purple petals. Under the Eye of the Violet, Jiang Fei quickly found the poisonous bug. At this time, the bloodthirsty demonic bug was still gobbling up the boy's flesh and blood. The boy's internal organs were already riddled with holes. If it was not for the strong vitality of the ancient mutants supporting him, the boy would have died long ago. After finding the poisonous bug, things were simple for Jiang Fei. Although his current spiritual power was weak, it was not enough for him to wipe out the bloodthirsty demonic bug from the energy level. It was still easy for Jiang Fei to kill the poisonous bug released by a tribulation transcender. Jiang Fei formed a sword with his fingers. Then, a stream of ice power condensed into a sharp blade between him. Jiang Fei's speed was extremely fast. He tore open the boy's skin at lightning speed. Then he tore open the skin and instantly stabbed the ice blade into the poisonous bug's body. The poisonous insect that was attacked instantly dissolved into a stream of black water. The most powerful part of this thing was this place. Once it was attacked, it would turn into black water and quickly split into multiple poisonous insects. This would cause even more damage to the host. However, Jiang Fei's ice blade froze the poisonous insect the moment it came into contact with it. This made it impossible for the poisonous insect to liquefy in time. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not expect the poisonous bug to have such a skill. After all, he had never seen this move before. Fortunately, it was the ice blade that he used. This was really troublesome. As the poisonous bug had already been frozen by the ice blade, the next thing was simple. Jiang Fei took out the poisonous bug and condensed fire-type spiritual power in his left palm. Blazing flames rose up. The frozen poisonous bug was instantly reduced to ashes under the flames. After all, its owner was only in the tribulation stage. Therefore, the poisonous bug was unable to resist the true immortal level flames. "Bella, it's up to you now," Jiang Fei said to Bella after dealing with the poisonous bug. Bella nodded. Then, she squatted beside the boy and began to transfer life force to him. At that moment, the boy's body had already been gnawed by the poisonous insects. If it was not for Bella's life force, the boy would not have been able to survive this ordeal. In order to strengthen the healing effect, Jiang Fei did not hesitate to spend a vermilion fruit. After he opened the boy's mouth, the vermilion fruit melted in his mouth. The holy healing medicine began to take effect in the boy's body as well. Together with Bella's life force, Jiang Fei began to repair the boy's body, which was riddled with thousands of holes. After about half an hour, the boy's wounds had basically healed. Moreover, his face had also recovered some color. Jiang Fei stopped Bella, who was continuing to transfer energy. Although he wanted to save the boy, he only wanted to interrogate him for information. There was no need to let the boy recover to his peak condition. Moreover, Jiang Fei was unwilling to let Bella consume too much energy for the boy. After another half an hour or so, the boy finally woke up. "Sister." The boy opened his mouth and shouted. Clearly, he had just woken up and was still immersed in the scene from before. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. "You?" The boy looked at Jiang Fei and Jiang Fei with a confused look. "My name is Jiang Fei." Jiang Fei laughed. As he had no intention of letting the boy leave, he did not lie to him. The boy had obviously heard of the name Jiang Fei. "That's right," Jiang Fei asked with a smile. The boy was silent for a moment. Jiang Fei did not disturb him. After about 15 minutes, the boy suddenly raised his head and looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. He said, "I can tell you everything, but I have a condition." Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although the boy did not seem to be in a position to negotiate with him, this sounded like a business deal. The first thing he said was that he was either a weakling or a traitor, judging from the boy's previous performance. Jiang Fei did not believe that he was a weakling. Therefore, Jiang Fei was relieved that the boy wanted to make a deal. Chapter 1958, 1958. Translator, 549690339. I know that your goal is to enter the Black Demon Pool and save the people there. Moreover, I can provide you with everything you want to know. Not only that, I can also lead the way for you. The boy said. Jiang Fei naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What I need from you is very simple. As long as you save May while you're saving her. That's enough, the boy said. It seems like you really love that girl, Jiang Fei sighed. If he really did, as the boy said, he would almost certainly die if he lured the pursuers away. Moreover, this kind of treason could not even leave a complete corpse after his death. This life of mine was originally picked up by you, so returning it to you can be considered as repaying a debt of gratitude, the boy said with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the boy had already become indifferent to life and death. He was an orphan himself. His parents had died long ago, and he was already unloved in the nine-headed python clan. It was not easy for him to finally have Xiang Ling and the two of them. The two of them had even arranged for a private marriage. In the end, the Elders Guild had decided to marry the powerless Xiang Ling to an old monkey from the Thousand Beast Mountain because of some benefits. Initially, the boy had thought that he would be able to escape from all of this with Xiang Ling. However, he did not expect that Xiang Ling would still be captured. He had almost been killed by the great elder's grandson. As such, the boy did not feel any sense of belonging to the nine-headed python clan. Instead, his heart was filled with hatred. In his opinion, helping Jiang Fei was not a shameful act of treason. On the contrary, the act of being able to defeat the nine-headed python clan made him feel a sense of pleasure that he had never felt before. All right, Jiang Fei nodded. The reason why he agreed to the boy's condition so quickly was partly because Jiang Fei wanted to obtain information about the Black Demon Pool. On the other hand, he also had sympathy for the young couple. The boy nodded. Jiang Fei still did not know the boy's name. He only heard Xiang Ling call the boy brother. The young man only called him trash and trash. Therefore, he did not know the boy's name at all. It doesn't matter what my name was in the past. The boy's eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke. Jiang Fei sighed. He did not know what the boy had gone through. However, the fact that he could give himself such a name meant that the nine-headed python clan had broken his heart. Otherwise, no one would have dared to claim that they had destroyed their own race. After that, Butcher Mang began to explain the situation of the Black Demon Pool to Jiang Fei. Through Butcher Mang's explanation, Jiang Fei learned some basic information. It turned out that Mo Li Shang, who had lived in a mountain of beasts for a long time, had suddenly returned to the Black Demon Pool a few days ago. When she returned, she had brought a few humans with her. After that, these humans were imprisoned in a catacombs on the shore of the Black Demon Pool. Not only were the catacombs surrounded by traps, there were also a large number of expert guards. If one wanted to sneak into the catacombs to save the humans, it would be equivalent to climbing to the heavens on foot. After Jiang Fei heard it, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only that, the clan leader herself will also patrol the catacombs. Although it's not regular, she will go there several times a day. This shows how important these humans are to her, Butcher Mang added. Jiang Fei's heart sank. He did not expect Mo Li Shang to be so cautious. Jiang Fei asked. Said Butcher Mang. Oh, Jiang Fei's eyes immediately lit up. There is a secret tunnel next to the catacombs where they are being held, said Butcher Mang. Actually, that secret tunnel was dug by him and Xiangling when they were young. Because he was an orphan, Tu Meng was bullied by his peers when he was young. No one played with him, and they even beat and scolded him. In order to avoid these leaders, little Tu Meng secretly dug a hole and hid himself inside. Later, after he got to know Xiangling, that place became a place for them to play. In order to have more new ideas, Tu Meng went to expand this hole every night so that Xiangling would have a fresh feeling when she came to play the next day. After a long time, this secret tunnel was dug. It had once become the place where Butcher Mang and Xiangling met. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If he could bypass the strict guards and traps on the ground, his success rate of saving people would undoubtedly be much higher. Butcher Mang note that. Following that, Jiang Fei obtained another important piece of information for Butcher Mang. That was the 100-day deadline that the dragon race gave Mo Li Shang. Moreover, Mo Li Shang seemed to be treating Hu Qingsheng and the others quite well. He did not make things difficult for them. Moreover, because of her care, the guards of the nine-headed python race did not make things difficult for Hu Qingsheng and the others. After learning about this, Jiang Fei was slightly relieved. Moreover, there were still more than 80 days before the 100-day deadline. It could be said that there was still plenty of time. If that's the case, hubby, don't be in a hurry to save them, Bella advised from his side. Jiang Fei nodded. His current condition was not good. His spiritual power had yet to recover, and he could not use the 10th dimension. If he encountered a sudden situation, not only would he not be able to save Hu Qingsheng and the others, he might even lose his life. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Jiang Fei decided not to rush to save them. He had to recover his body first. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei did not go out anymore. He spent the entire day meditating in the cave, quietly waiting for his spiritual power and the nucleus of will to recover. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Jiang Fei's spiritual power had finally recovered completely. However, the core of his will had not been fully charged yet. Although the 10th dimension could be opened, it was still unable to be fully activated. At this moment, the person who was more anxious than Jiang Fei was Mo Lishang. Moreover, the entire 9-headed Python clan would be abandoned by the Dragon Clan. From then on, they would no longer be the Dragon Clan's vassals. This humiliation was something that Mo Lishang, the clan leader, would never want to bear. "What's wrong?" Mo Lishang asked one of his clansmen. "There's no news from the teleportation portal." The clansman's answer made Mo Lishang frown. Could it be that Jiang Fei was too afraid to come and save her? Or could it be that Bella did not find Jiang Fei and could not send the news to him? Chapter 1959, 1959. Translator, 549690339. After a few more days, the energy in Jiang Fei's nucleus of will was almost fully recovered. Although there was still about half of the time left until the 100-day deadline, Jiang Fei could not wait any longer. Although Jiang Fei had obtained information from the Python Slayer and knew that there was still plenty of time, and Mo Lishang treated Hu Qingsheng and the others quite well, Jiang Fei's heart had been growing more and more anxious over the past few days. Although Mo Lishang and the 9-headed Python clan did not make things difficult for Hu Qingsheng and the others, they were still in prison. Their lives and safety could not be guaranteed. Who knew when Mo Lishang would become impatient? Would he have to kill someone to vent his anger? Therefore, once the will core was restored, Jiang Fei could not wait any longer. "Bella, wait for me here tonight," Jiang Fei said to Bella. "Yes." Bella nodded. She did not ask to go through with Jiang Fei because she knew that she would only become a burden to Jiang Fei. It was better for her to stay here and prepare to receive Jiang Fei. They would immediately escape from this troublesome place. Jiang Fei said to Butchermang, "No problem." Butchermang had completely recovered by now. "Don't worry." Jiang Fei nodded. Time passed by slowly. As the sun was setting and the sky was gradually turning dark, Jiang Fei and Butchermang got up and flew towards the Black Demon Pool. After approaching the Black Demon Pool, Jiang Fei landed again like the last time. Then, he went into stealth mode with Python Slayer and the other two in the bushes. They groped their way towards the core of the Black Demon Pool. With Python Slayer leading the way, Jiang Fei could move much more easily. Because of Python Slayer's guidance, the two of them easily avoided countless checkpoints and traps. Speaking of which, Snake Slayer had gone through a lot of trouble to elope with Xiangling. He knew the terrain of the Black Demon Pool and the patrol route of the guards like the back of his hand. That day, he and Xiangling might have really succeeded. When the sky was completely dark, the two of them reached a place about 5 miles away from the surface of the Black Demon Pool. Said Tu Meng as he pointed at a pile of rocks. Jiang Fei could not help but nod. The location of the rocks was extremely tricky. It could be said that they were right under the patrol team's nose, but it was also their blind spot. Since Tu Meng was able to find such a place, he had no idea how long he had been observing the patrol team. While the patrol team was passing by, Jiang Fei and Butchermang arrived at the entrance. Jiang Fei held his breath and focused his mind. He used his mind power to probe into the secret passage. After confirming that there was no danger in the secret passage, he followed Butchermang into the secret passage. After that, The entrance of the secret passage was restored to its original state by Butcher Mang. This kid was no less cautious than Jiang Fei. After traveling through the winding secret passage, Jiang Fei did not know how far he had walked until Butcher Mang opened his mouth and said, "The position above us is the Xiangling family. After we save them, you go up and bring Xiangling down. I will go out from here to distract the enemy." Jiang Fei asked because Butcher Mang would definitely die if he went. Butcher Mang not that sevio sili. Jiang Fei sighed. However, he did not have a better idea. Even if there was help from the secret passage, she would definitely alert Mo Lishang after she rescued Hui Qingsheng and the others. He would not have a chance to escape. After Jiang Fei memorized the location of the Xiangling family, Butcher Mang led him forward again. Soon, the two of them arrived at the end of the secret passage. "I only dug until here," Butcher Mang said. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded. Digging a tunnel was originally a very simple thing for Jiang Fei. For example, he could use the earth-type spiritual energy to easily reshape the properties of the soil and dig a perfect tunnel, or he could use his sword aura to dig a tunnel directly. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the nine-headed Python clan, Jiang Fei did not dare to use his spiritual energy. If that was the case, the fluctuation of spiritual energy would be too obvious, and it would easily attract the enemy. Even so, it was not difficult for Jiang Fei to dig a tunnel. Soon, he created a small laser excavator in the factory in the interspatial ring. This kind of thing was the product of Planet Namex technology. When digging, it was silent. Moreover, the power of the technology would not produce any fluctuation of spiritual energy. Therefore, it would not alert the guards on the ground. With a soft sound, the excavator started operating. A red laser beam shot straight ahead. Then, the earth and rubble were instantly destroyed by the high-energy laser beam. There was no trace left behind. There was no sound at all. So powerful! Butcher Mang, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. At this time, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to teach Butcher Mang about technology. With the help of the laser excavator, Jiang Fei and the others moved very quickly. In about 3 minutes, they were able to dig a distance of more than 3 feet. Jiang Fei and the others arrived near the catacombs. "A little further ahead is the catacombs," said Butcher Mang. Jiang Fei nodded. He put away the excavator. Because there was only a layer of soil less than 3 feet away from the catacombs, Jiang Fei could already feel the aura of Jiang Zhong and the others. Jiang Fei gave a signal to the python. The next thing he needed to do was to move quickly. After saving the people, Jiang Fei and the others had to leave before Mo Lisang caught up to them. Otherwise, once Mo Lisang arrived, none of them would be able to escape. Jiang Fei blasted open the layer of soil with his palm and leaped out. At that moment, the 2 nine-headed python experts who were responsible for guarding the catacombs were shocked. "Who are you?" The 2 men shouted as a signal to the guards on the ground. At the same time, they charged toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei immediately used the earth and fire attribute fusion skill, Lava Nova. This skill had a natural restraining effect on the water attribute, 9-headed giant pythons. Although the 2 guards were also true immortals, they were just giant pythons that had just matured. There was still a considerable gap between their strength and Jiang Fei's. In one move, they were repelled by Jiang Fei. Moreover, they were slightly injured. At the same time, Jiang Fei also saw Jiang Zhong and Lu Bingyuan who were locked up. "Where are Qingcheng and Blood Mistress?" Jiang Fei asked Jiang Zhong. "I don't know. 2 days ago, Black Widow took them away," Jiang Zhong said with a bitter smile. Chapter 1960-1960. Translator, 549690339. What do you mean? Jiang Fei was shocked. He had already taken a huge risk coming to the Black Demon Pool to save the people. If he could not take all of them at once, he would not have a second chance after alerting Mo Lishang. Jiang Zhong and Lu Bingyuan had already been put down by the python. Jiang Fei grabbed one of the injured guards and asked, "Tell me, where did the rest of them go?" "Kid, you're dead meat." The guard threatened without fear. Jiang Fei swung his hand and threw the guard against the wall. The huge impact made him faint on the spot. "Let's go quickly," said Tu Meng. Jiang Fei sighed. Now, he could only save Jiang Zhong and Lu Bingyuan first. Otherwise, when Mo Li Shang arrived, none of them would be able to escape. As for Hui Qingqing and Blood Mistress, Jiang Fei could only think of another way. Therefore, under Tu Meng's lead, the four of them went back into the secret passage. Then, Jiang Fei waved his hand and blew up the entrance. At that moment, 4 to 5 figures descended from the sky. These were the guards who were guarding the entrance on the ground. They had just received the message from the catacombs, so they immediately rushed down to help. However, because Jiang Fei and the others were extremely fast, when these people came down, Jiang Fei just happened to collapse the entrance. Although one of the guards had fainted, the other one was still awake. A small leader made a prompt decision. As the guards did not need to hide their spiritual energy fluctuations like Jiang Fei, they dug out the hole that had collapsed after a few blows. "You stay here and wait for the clan leader." The small leader left one of the guards to wait for Mo Li Shang while he led his men down the secret passage. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already arrived at the underground of Xiang Ling's house. As he had already alerted the guards, there was no need for Jiang Fei to hide his aura anymore. He raised his hand and swung his sword, blasting the ground open. "Xiangling, Xiangling, Butcher man sao det Lao Li. Who is it?" Unfortunately, Xiangling did not respond to Butcher Mang's shout. Instead, a middle-aged couple came before Jiang Fei and the others with swords in their hands. Butcher Mang asked, "It's actually you, you evil creature. Don't harm our Xiangling anymore." Xiangling's mother shouted sternly, "Child, it's impossible for you and Xiangling to be together." Xiangling's father sighed, but he clearly still remembered some old feelings, thus, he didn't make a move to arrest Tu Meng, this wanted criminal. At this time, how could Tu Meng be satisfied without seeing Xiangling? "Child, you should leave quickly," Xiangling's father advised. Butcher Mang's attitude was very firm. "You won't be able to see her. She has already been taken to the great elder's house," Xiangling's father said, helplessly. "What?" Butcher Mang suddenly felt as if he had been doused with ice water. He was completely stunned. "Let's go first. I'll come back again." Jiang Fei pulled Butcher Mang's arm and wanted to take him away. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the air. "Jiang Fei, since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." When Jiang Fei heard this voice, he could not help but shudder because Mo Li Shang had arrived. Jiang Fei sighed. By then, Mo Li Shang had already arrived. It was already too late for him to leave. Hence, he decided to let go of his worries. Humans were usually like this. At the beginning, no matter how afraid they were, when death was approaching, the other party's knife would be aimed at the top of their head. Then, they would not be so afraid anymore. It did not matter if you told him to throw his life away. It did not matter if you told him to face death calmly. Since things had already come to this, it was useless to be afraid anymore. Beauty, since he could not run away anymore. Jiang Fei changed back to his previous cheeky expression. "Yes, we meet again," Mo Li Shang said coldly. She initially thought that once she reached the dragon race, she would be able to successfully transform into a dragon. However, she did not expect Jiang Fei to escape and cause the Dragon Queen to issue an order. If she could not capture Jiang Fei, the dragon race would even remove the 9-headed python race from the list of their vassals, not to mention transforming into a dragon. Jiang Fei said with a bitter smile, "I don't care if you were forced to do that or not. Anyway, I was ordered to capture you," Mo Li Shang said with a cold smile. Jiang Fei sighed and said to Mo Li Shang, "Since you want to capture me, can you release these people?" "Of course," Mo Li Shang said. Jiang Fei sighed. Since Mo Li Shang was here, he could not run away even if he wanted to. It would be better to let her release these people. As for the dragon race, even if it was a dragon's den or a tiger's den, Jiang Fei would have to go through it. "Very good. Montak Li Shang Lao Kit. Since it's in your hands, I won't be able to escape. You should let them go first," Jiang Fei said. "That won't do. You're too scheming." Montauk Li Shang laughed coldly. Then, he ordered the people around him, help him first. Seal his spiritual force. Immediately, a 9-headed giant python clan expert accepted the order and pounced on Jiang Fei. Seeing that a 9-headed giant python clan true immortal expert was about to kidnap him, Jiang Fei was also a person with a temper. He raised his hand and shot out a lava nova, causing the person to stumble. Emily Shang's face darkened as he said, I, Jiang Fei, will follow you if I say so. Do you want me to be tied up? Jiang Fei said angrily. As a true immortal level master, if he were to let someone tie him up so easily, would Jiang Fei lose his face? Montauk Li Sangzait. Jiang Fei had done her a favor. It would not make sense for him to be humiliated like this. Therefore, she gave up on the idea of tying Jiang Fei up. Therefore, she said, all right then, as long as you follow me to the dragon race, I will release them immediately after I return. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. After all, he had no choice but to agree now. Facing an expert like Mo Li Sang, it would be difficult for him to protect himself, let alone escape with Jiang Zhong and the others. Chapter 1961. Translator 549690339. Just as Jiang Fei promised Mo Li Shang that he would follow her to the dragon race, things suddenly took a turn for the better. A young female voice sounded. Jiang Fei was instantly overjoyed. Jiang Fei shouted happily. A ray of light descended from the sky. Natasha came to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei asked. Natasha pouted. It was not easy for her to explain to Jiang Fei that she was not online. As soon as she was online, she had locked onto Jiang Fei's location and immediately rushed over. Jiang Fei nodded. He also knew that Natasha's identity was special. Moreover, now was not the time to be calculative. Natasha asked. She kidnapped Hua Qingcheng and Blood Mistress, Jiang Fei said. What? Natasha was furious when she heard that. The kidnapping of Blood Mistress was nothing to her. However, Hua Qingcheng and she were good friends. The two of them had been having a lot of fun recently. Therefore, when she heard that Hua Qingcheng was kidnapped, the little girl immediately became angry. Bitch! Natasha shouted. Girl! Mo Li Shang's expression was very ugly. Ever since she had debuted, who dared to point at her nose and scold her like that? If it was not for Jiang Fei's sake, she would have long killed Natasha, this little girl who was only in the crossing calamity stage. Although Jiang Fei knew that Natasha was a player and had many magical treasures on her, her strength was only in the crossing calamity stage. Jiang Fei was not very confident. Although Natasha was a player and did not fear death, Jiang Fei did not want this girl to die in vain. It's okay, handsome brother. Don't worry, Natasha said proudly. Junior, she could not suppress her anger. As a commander of a ferocious beast who had lived for thousands of years, being pointed at and scolded by a little girl was enough to make Mo Li Shang's lungs explode. In a fit of rage, Mo Li Shang waved his hand and a sword beam swept over. The target was Natasha. It was unknown whether Natasha was shocked or fearless. The little girl did not even move. Following a clear sound, Mo Li Shang's sword beam crashed into a golden barrier and shattered. What? Montauk Li Shang was shocked. Although her attack was just a casual attack, it was definitely not something that a little girl in the tribulation stage could withstand. Jiang Fei sighed. Mo Li Shang did not recognize this thing. He was no stranger to it. It was almost a standard item for players. It was an absolute defense shield. Other than the limited number of times it could be used, it could perfectly defend against any attack from NPC. In other words, this kind of shield was an absolute defense for NPC players like Jiang Fei. Unless all the attacks were destroyed, they would not be able to harm the players inside. Seeing that Natasha had blocked his attack, Mo Li Shang swung his sword with all his might. The result was still the same. The sword aura disappeared after hitting the shield. For an absolute defense-type item, the attack power was meaningless. How is this possible? Mo Li Shang was completely dumbfounded. If she knew the characteristics of this item, she would be able to attack thousands of times in a second. This kind of shield could be broken in an instant. However, because she did not understand it, Mo Lisang only increased the attack power. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Stinky woman, haven't you eaten? Natasha had also become bad after hanging out with Jiang Fei for a long time. At this moment, Mo Lisang was almost driven mad by anger. The more Natasha said that, the more she could not think rationally. Therefore, she immediately used her ultimate move, which was also the bloodline martial skill of a nine-headed python clan, Python's Devour. With an angry roar, the shadow of a nine-headed python appeared behind Mo Lisang. The nine-headed python roared and pounced toward Natasha. The 9 python heads bit toward Natasha at the same time. However, after 9 rays of golden light, the shadow of the python disappeared. Natasha was still safe and sound. Jiang Fei sighed. Mo Lisang was really muddled with anger. If she could calm down and think, she would be able to break Natasha's shield very quickly. However, the current Mo Lisang could be described as having a heart attack filled with anger. She had almost lost her mind. How could she have a mood to think? Therefore, the python's bite not only consumed more than half of her strength, but it was completely useless. The consumption of just 9 layers of shield was nothing to Natasha. However, it had exhausted Mo Lisang greatly. Stinky woman, do you have any other moves? Natasha shouted proudly. Uff! Montauk Lisang panted heavily. On one hand, it was because the python's bite had consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, it was also because he was angered by Natasha. Actually, as an assassin, Mo Lisang should not have lost his mind so easily. However, no one noticed that the ring on Natasha's finger was emitting a dark red glow. This ring wasn't simple. It was also an important treasure. Its effect was to confuse the mind of the enemy. If it was used on a player, it would cause the player to lose control of the carrier for 5 seconds. It would make it easier for them to lose their mind, be easily angered, and be easily persuaded or bewitched. It was precisely because of this ring that Mo Lisang was so easily angered by Natasha, to the point that he was so angry that he did not even think before he acted, and only wanted to kill Natasha to vent his anger. Just as Mo Lisang was only concerned about panting and ignoring Natasha, this little girl made her move. Of course, she did not directly rush over to throw her life away. Knowing that she could not fight Mo Lisang head-on, she took out a pearl from her body and threw it at Mo Lisang. The pearl grew in the wind after it left her hand and instantly became the size of a basketball. Its color also changed from 7-colored to black-colored. What is it? At this moment, Mo Lisang also noticed the dark pearl that was thrown at him. Just as Mo Lisang was about to raise his sword to block the attack of the dark orb, the orb suddenly stopped a dozen meters in front of her. Following that, the dark orb began to flicker. Dark energy bullets rained down on Mo Lisang like a storm. Chapter 1962. Translator 549690339. Seeing the countless dark energy projectiles smashing towards him, Mo Lisang hurriedly waved his treasured sword. Instantly, a large net formed by sword energy blocked in front of her. At this moment, the long sword in Mo Lisang's hand was brandished in an impenetrable manner. The energy projectiles struck the sword net one after another, but to no avail. They were completely unable to harm Mo Lisang in the slightest. However, these dark energy bullets seemed to be endless. They kept flying out of the pearl and then smashed towards Mo Lisang. What kind of magic treasure is this? Montauk Lisang was shocked. Although Natasha's strength was average, this treasure was too powerful. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will definitely lose. Although Mo Lisang's sword technique was superb, there would always be a time when he was careless. A dark energy bullet passed through Mo Lisang's sword net and hit her shoulder. Mo Lisang let out a muffled groan. Although this attack did not heavily injure her, it also made her left arm not so nimble. At this moment, Mo Lishang also realized that if he did not destroy this pearl, its attacks would probably be endless. Therefore, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. Thinking up to this point, Mo Lishang suddenly slashed out a sword beam. At the same time, he waved his left hand, forming a light barrier in front of him. That gave Mo Lishang the time to counterattack. Mo Lishang's sword slashed onto the dark pearl, and immediately, the pearl was chopped into pieces. On this side, when Natasha saw that the dark pearl was destroyed, she immediately took out another magic treasure. The button-sized magic treasure grew in the wind and instantly grew to the size of a millstone. It flew to the top of Mo Lishang's head at lightning speed. Mo Lishang stared intently at it, only to see a golden wheat bucket the size of a millstone hovering above his head. Right at this moment, the golden wheat bucket began to rumble with the wind as it smashed down towards Mo Lishang. Mo Lishang let out a loud shout as she raised her sword and chopped down. In her eyes, as the patriarch of the nine-headed python clan, she possessed the battle prowess of a supreme, true immortal. That would be a very shameful thing. With a crisp sound of collision, the golden wheat bucket was sent flying more than 10 meters high. With a muffled groan, the mighty super true immortal Mo Lishang actually had a trickle of blood oozing out from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Mo Lishang was extremely shocked at this moment, because she saw that Natasha, who was controlling the magic treasure remotely, was actually unharmed. It should be known that when magic treasures attacked, if the magic treasure was heavily injured, then the owner would also be implicated. But Natasha, who was controlling the magic treasure remotely, was actually unharmed. This caused Mo Lishang to be extremely puzzled in his heart. On this side, Natasha was also being unreasonable. After the golden wheat bucket was sent flying, she actually took out another magic treasure. After this magic treasure was activated, it instantly transformed into 2 golden dragons and pounced towards Mo Lishang. Damn it, just who is this girl? At this moment, Mo Lishang was about to go crazy. Although the strength of this girl in front of him was nothing much, her magic treasure was too powerful. It was actually something that even an expert of his level was unable to deal with. Although he was shocked by Natasha's identity, the 2 dragons were already in front of him. Mo Lishang could not ignore it. Therefore, she forcefully took a breath and raised her sword. She slashed out 2 swords in a row and attacked the 2 golden dragons. The golden dragon roared angrily. Montauk Lishang trembled. At this moment, Jiang Fei was also shocked. Although he knew that Natasha was very powerful and could not be measured by the average crossing calamity stage expert, today he saw that Natasha was actually so strong, she actually suppressed Mo Lishang to beat him up. Jiang Fei was also greatly surprised. Natasha smiled, but she did not continue the conversation. Jiang Fei thought to himself. He was not like Mo Lishang, who did not know about Natasha's identity at all. However, a player had so many heaven-defying items on her. Wasn't this too much of a disruption to the game balance? Therefore, Jiang Fei was certain that Natasha's identity was definitely extraordinary. She was either a super rich person who could buy a large number of limited-level items, or she had something to do with the development team. However, no matter what, at least Natasha and Jiang Fei had a good relationship. With her help, Jiang Fei would have a much easier time. Just as Jiang Fei's thoughts were running wild, the battle between Natasha and Mo Lishang was about to be decided. Although Mo Lishang was a super true immortal, his combat strength was ranked among the top in the entire 5 directions. However, in front of Natasha, a player who had all kinds of cheating equipment, she gradually began to lose her strength. When Natasha took out the 6th magic treasure, Mo Lishang really could not hold on any longer. Although she was strong, her strength was limited. Even if she was covered in iron, how many nails could she hit? As a mouthful of blood was spat out, Mo Lishang was defeated. She used her sword to support herself on the ground. Hot sweat dripped from her nose and temples. There were traces of blood on the corner of her mouth. Due to her exhaustion, her calves were trembling slightly. Natasha shouted proudly. Mo Li sang. Release Qing Cheng and Blood Mistress now. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Although he was already certain of victory, Hu Qingcheng and Blood Mistress were still injured by Mo Li Sang. Montauk Li Sang laughed bitterly. She had never thought that she would end up in such a situation. Initially, she thought that dealing with Jiang Fei would be as easy as picking up a piece of cake. She did not expect to meet such a small demon. All the treasures in his body were heaven-defying. It was impossible for anyone to defeat her. Stinky woman, the handsome man is talking to you, Natasha shouted. Montag Li Sang Zeit. At this moment, the depression in her heart could not be mentioned. Moreover, this was not only because she had lost the battle. More importantly, Hu Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress were no longer in the Black Demon Pool. Both of them were escorted to the Dragon Clan. As such, Mo Li Sang could not hand over the person. Who knew if Jiang Fei would destroy the nine-headed python race in a fit of rage? If that was the case, she, Mo Li Sang, would really become a sinner of the nine-headed python race. As Jiang Fei spoke, he reached out his hand and grabbed a nine-headed python that had just matured. This little fellow had just transcended the tribulation not long ago. Although he had already become a true immortal, he was stunned by Jiang Fei's spiritual power impalement in just one exchange. Therefore, he was captured on the spot. Chapter 1963, 1963. Translator 549690339. Although Jiang Fei did not like to use innocent people to threaten others, he was too eager to save Hu Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress. Moreover, it was Mo Li Sang who had started the kidnapping and threatening. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not be blamed for not following the rules. Mo Li Sang was also feeling bitter. She was about to tell Jiang Fei that the two people were no longer in the Black Demon Pool. However, Jiang Fei was also anxious. He thought that she was playing some kind of trick. Therefore, in order to establish his authority, Jiang Fei flipped his hand and smacked the unlucky nine-headed python into meat paste on the spot. Mo Li Shang was anxious when she saw that. Although the nine-headed python race was not as small as the dragon race, they did not have many people. Even if one of them died, her heart would ache, not to mention Jiang Fei had killed one of them without even blinking. Jiang Fei shouted angrily. Then, he captured another nine-headed python. For a moment, the entire Black Demon Pool fell silent. The nine-headed python race members around looked at each other. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. After all, the clan leader had been defeated. They had no way of resisting at this moment. Clan leader? Of course, the nine-headed python's clan didn't lack hot-blooded people. But at this moment, the nine-headed python's clan's first elder stood out. First elder, they've already bullied us to our doorstep. Someone said in grief and indignation. Shut up. The great elder's face darkened. He was still a powerful official. The clan members looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to speak anymore. Mr. Jiang, I know why you're here. However, Hu Qingsheng and Blood Mistress are no longer in our Black Demon Pool, the great elder said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei frowned. Yes, Mo Li Sang finally found the opportunity to speak. You've delivered them to the dragon race? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he flipped his right palm down abruptly without warning. It was a pity that this unlucky fellow had also turned into meat paste. Mo Li Shang's eyes widened. She did not understand why Jiang Fei wanted to kill again. Mr. Jiang, let's talk things through. They have never sinned against you. The great elder also advised. Yes, they have never sinned against me. Jiang Fei pointed at Jiang Zhong and Lu Bingyuan. At this moment, his anger was already a little out of control, especially after learning that Hu Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress had been sent to the dragon race. Jiang Fei's eyes turned red. Although he did not know why the dragon race was hostile to him, Jiang Fei knew that the dragon race's territory was like a dragon's den and a tiger's den to him. However, for the sake of Hu Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress, he had to go. The great elder was a little speechless. After all, these people were captured by Mo Li Sang. While Mo Li Sang and the great elder were still in a daze, Jiang Fei captured another unlucky nine-headed python. At this time, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had already recovered. Although he was still not a match for a top-tier powerhouse like Mo Li Shang, it was still not a problem for him to deal with an ordinary true immortal-level giant beast. Jiang Fei. At this time, Mo Li Shang's eyes were red. Seeing her clansmen being killed one by one, her heart was half filled with hatred and half filled with guilt. At that moment, Mo Li Shang resented the dragon race. If it was not for them, she would not have kidnapped Jiang Fei's friends. Montauk Li Shang also resented Jiang Fei. She resented him for being vicious and killing her clansmen. At the same time, Mo Li Shang resented herself. If it was not for her extravagant hope of becoming a dragon, she would not have let the nine-headed python race fall into such a state. Enough? Do you think that's enough? Jiang Fei sneered. Then what do you want me to do? At this moment, Mo Li Shang was about to go crazy. If Jiang Fei massacred the entire nine-headed python race, because of this, she would really become the center of the race. What do I want? I want you to let Qing Sheng and Blood Mistress go. Jiang Fei roared angrily. Mo Li Shang was speechless from being questioned. If Qing Sheng and Blood Mistress were still in the Black Demon Pool, it would be easy for them to let them go. However, the two of them had already been sent to the dragon race. This was not something that she could decide. You can't be right? Then stop talking nonsense. Today, I will slaughter the Black Demon Pool. Jiang Fei was going all out. In order to save Qing Sheng and Blood Mistress, he had to go to the dragon race. However, before that, he had to make the nine-headed python race pay the price. At that moment, Tu Meng was also panicking. Although he had previously said that he wanted to exterminate the nine-headed python race and even named himself Tu Meng, he really did not think that things had developed to such a stage. Facing the fact that his race was about to be exterminated, he felt very uncomfortable. Don't worry, Jiang Fei said to Tu Meng. Python Slayer wanted to say something more, but Jiang Fei had already turned his head away. After all, he was only a small fry. Jiang Fei would not change his original intentions for him. At this moment, Mo Li Shang suddenly shouted loudly. Jiang Fei asked coldly. Mo Li Shang asked with a dull look in her eyes. Speaking of which, deep in her heart, she was still working for the nine-headed python clan. She wanted the nine-headed python clan to have a strong leader so that she could fight for a higher position in the Thousand Beast Mountain. She wanted to protect the position of the Dragon Clan's retainer and also for the honor of the nine-headed python clan. Now that the nine-headed python clan was about to be destroyed because of her mistake, Mo Li Shang felt abnormally guilty in his heart. Hence, if she could use her life to exchange for the survival of the nine-headed python clan, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Lord Clan Leader, please don't. You should run away quickly. Many of the clan members cried for Mo Li Shang. At this moment, with Mo Li Shang's strength, she would definitely be able to escape unscathed. Although Natasha had many treasures and was also very powerful, her own strength was not enough. If Mo Li Shang wanted to leave, she would not be able to stop him at all. However, it was difficult to say for the other nine-headed pythons. Although a powerful fellow like the Great Elder could escape, most of the tribesmen would not be able to escape from Jiang Fei's terrifying spiritual attack. Chapter 1964. Translator 549690339. Although many of his clansmen were trying to persuade Mo Li Shang to escape, as a clan leader with a strong sense of honor, how could Mo Li Shang abandon his clansmen and escape by himself at this time? Jiang Fei, tell me. Mo Li Shang looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked, I still say the same thing. If you can let Qing Sheng and the Blood Mistress go, I won't make things difficult for the nine-headed python clan anymore. Jiang Fei said, I can't do that. Why don't you change your condition? Take my life, or I'll be your slave for the rest of my life. At that moment, Mo Li Shang's eyes were glazed over. She was only focused on saving her own race. She could even give up her life and freedom. Jiang Fei was also a little hesitant. After all, Jiang Fei was not a bloodthirsty person. The reason why he killed the nine-headed python race was because he was forced to do so. Hua Qingqing and Blood Mistress had been sent to the dragon race. Their lives were uncertain. If Jiang Fei went to the dragon race to save them, he would also have a slim chance of survival. Under such circumstances, Jiang Fei was not a saint. He needed to vent. Therefore, the nine-headed python race, who was the main culprit, was naturally unlucky. However, there was a saying that one could only kill with one's head on the ground. Now, Mo Lisang had already shown such an attitude. If Jiang Fei continued to kill the nine-headed python race, it would not be in line with his character. How about this? You come with me to the dragon race to save them. If Hua Qingqing and Blood Mistress are saved, the grudge between us will be written off. If this trip to the dragon race does not go smoothly, I'm sorry. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said, "No problem." Mo Lisang agreed on the spot. Then she turned around and said to the Great Elder and the others, "Elders Guild, listen up. I, Mo Lisang, will relinquish the position of the 132nd leader of the nine-headed python clan today. The new leader will be chosen by the Elders Guild." Leader. Mo Lishang's words stunned everyone. The nine-headed python clan members, including the Great Elder, could not help but cry. Mo Lishang's motive was very simple. She wanted to distance herself from the nine-headed python clan. This time, when she went with Jiang Fei to the dragon clan to save people, it would be tantamount to making an enemy out of the green-eyed white dragon clan. There was no guarantee that the dragon clan would not vent their anger on the nine-headed python clan. Therefore, Mo Lisang wanted to draw a line between herself and her clansmen before she set off. There's no need for you all to say any more. As Mo Lisang spoke, he pulled out a bloody scale from under his neck. The scale was flung out by Mo Lishang. As fresh blood splattered everywhere, her aura instantly became dispirited. She had dropped from the level of a top-notch expert to the same level as Blood Mistress. Inverse scales. This kind of thing wasn't only found in the Dragon Clan. The nine-headed Python clan also had it. Moreover, this thing was the lifeline of the nine-headed Python clan. Mo Lishang had been stripped of the bloodline power of the nine-headed Python clan. Not only could she no longer use those bloodline martial techniques, but even that powerful clan's innate talent had also disappeared. At this moment, Mo Lishang was using this kind of resolute method to prove to everyone that he no longer had any connection with the nine-headed Python clan. He hoped that the Dragon Clan wouldn't vent their anger on his clansmen because of his actions. Mo Lishang, who had abandoned his reverse scale, forced out 3 drops of his blood essence and a wisp of his true soul. The wisp of his true soul instantly merged with the 3 drops of blood essence. Then, the 3 drops of blood essence flew to Jiang Fei. The blood essence entered the space between Jiang Fei's brows and formed 3 plum blossom-shaped marks. Lu Bingyuan, who was standing beside Jiang Fei, was not very strong, but he knew what was good for him. Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he could sense that he had formed a connection with Mo Lishang, he still did not know much about this blood contract. This is an extremely cruel contract. Lu Bingyuan was also shocked by Mo Lishang's determination. An expert of Mo Lishang's level would actually say that he would be crippled just because he was powerful. Moreover, he would become someone else's slave in the most lowly form. Jiang Fei asked, "As long as you have a single thought, she will have to do it. Otherwise, she will suffer the pain of thousands of arrows piercing through her heart." Lu Bingyuan said. Jiang Fei was also shocked. He did not expect Mo Lisang to be so ruthless to him. Not only that, she cannot even have the thought of rebelling against Master in her heart. Otherwise, she will also suffer the pain of thousands of arrows piercing through her heart. Lu Bingyuan said. Jiang Fei sighed. Initially, he only wanted to pull Mo Lisang to the dragon race to save her. This way, he would have more powerful combat power. He also wanted to give her a chance to redeem herself. Other than that, this contract cannot be cancelled. Lu Bingyuan continued to say. Jiang Fei shook his head. Mo Lisang asked with an indifferent expression. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. At this point, he really could not kill the nine-headed python race anymore. Seeing that Mo Lishang had made such a huge sacrifice, the nine-headed python clan members were all in tears. Seeing that things had come to this, Jiang Fei did not have the mood to stay in the black demon pool anymore. At this moment, someone called out to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was stunned. Said Butcher Mang. Oh. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that he had promised Butcher Mang to help him save Xiang Ling. He had almost forgotten about the sudden incident. Jiang Fei turned around and asked the Great Elder. The Great Elder was a smart person. When he saw Tu Mang beside Jiang Fei, he immediately understood what Jiang Fei meant. Now, Mo Lisang had paid such a huge price in exchange for the safety of the entire nine-headed python clan. Naturally, he would not let this end just because of a girl. Very soon, Xiang Ling was brought over by someone. Tu Mang sao det in et sim den. Then, he rushed towards Xiang Ling and stretched out his arms, wanting to hug the girl in his arms. Aji, why are you doing this? Not only did Xiang Ling not hug Tu Mang, she took a few steps back instead. Tu Mang wanted to explain something. After all, he did not want to see things turn out this way. You don't have to explain, brother. It's impossible for us. Now that our clan has reached this stage, and our clan leader is gone, I must marry that old monkey in exchange for the protection of the myriad beast mountain. Xiang Ling said as she turned and ran away with tears in her eyes, leaving only a determined figure for the python. Chapter 1965. Translator 549690339. Tu Mang stood rooted to the ground, completely stunned. He did not understand why Xiang Ling did not follow him. In order to save Xiang Ling, he was willing to sacrifice his life. It was not easy for him to get to this point. Xiang Ling actually took the initiative to marry that old monkey. Actually, the reason why Tu Mang did not understand Xiang Ling was very simple. He was an orphan and left without any worries. But what about Xiang Ling? If she left with Tu Mang, what would happen to her parents? Now that the entire nine-headed python clan was in crisis, all the clansmen were under tremendous psychological pressure during this huge change. Under such pressure, people would often find a way to vent their emotions, and Xiang Ling's parents were obviously the best choice. First of all, Xiang Ling's parents were average in strength and had no power or influence. Otherwise, the Elder Council would not have chosen Xiang Ling. Without power or influence, she had no ability. This was clearly a necessary condition for them to vent their anger, because bullying them would not attract any retaliation. Secondly, who was the reason for the nine-headed python clan's downfall? The answer was undoubtedly Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei's strength was something the nine-headed python clan could not retaliate against. Otherwise, their clan leader would not have paid such a huge price. And who had lured Jiang Fei here? Python Slayer. However, this kid must have left the nine-headed python clan with Jiang Fei after that. Was there anyone else who would be targeted for revenge other than Xiang Ling's parents? Therefore, for the sake of her parents, why would Xiang Ling dare to leave with Python Slayer? But would it be fine as long as she did not leave? The clansmen would also bully her parents to vent their emotions. Only she would marry that old monkey in exchange for the protection of the myriad beasts mountain. In that case, Xiang Ling would become the new guardian god of the nine-headed python clan. Only then would her parents not be bullied. These things were things that the orphan Tu Mang could not understand. However, as a woman, Xiang Ling could not avoid them. Let's go, Jiang Fei said to Butcher Mang. Xiang Ling was not willing to go with Butcher Mang, so he could not force her. Moreover, this time, he did not succeed in saving her. Jiang Fei still had to go to the dragon race to fight for his life. At that moment, he was not in a good mood. Naturally, he could not care about Butcher Mang anymore. Butcher Mang looked at Xiang Ling's back and then looked at Jiang Fei, who was preparing to leave. In the end, he stomped his feet and left with Jiang Fei. There was nothing he could do. These angry clansmen would definitely tear him to pieces. Besides Butcher Mang, there was also Mo Lishang, who had signed the Death Servant's blood contract. When Jiang Fei and the others returned to Bella's invisible cave, Bella was also shocked. "Where's Qing Cheng?" Bella looked at Jiang Zhong and Lu Bingyuan and asked. Jiang Fei sighed. At this time, Mo Lishang also walked into the cave. Black Widow? Bella asked in surprise. Sigh. Jiang Fei shook his head and told Bella about his experience in the Black Demon Pool. Bella asked. Jiang Fei scratched his head hard. Now, if he wanted to save Hui Qingcheng and Blood Mistress, he could only go to the dragon's territory. However, the problem was that the dragon's danger was unpredictable. Even if his spiritual power had recovered and he could use the 10th dimension again, Jiang Fei was not confident that he could escape unscathed. Natasha asked from the side, Your sister Qingcheng is trapped in a very dangerous place. Jiang Fei said. Natasha asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the blue-eyed white dragon race was very powerful, Natasha was a variable. After all, before the battle with Mo Li Sang, Jiang Fei had never thought that this girl would be able to defeat a powerhouse like Mo Li Sang. Of course, handsome. Of course, I'm willing to help you. Moreover, I have such a good relationship with Sister Qingqing. Natasha patted her small chest and said, All right, Jiang Fei said as he clenched his fist. Bella asked worriedly. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he called Jiang Zhong over and said, I will send you and Bella back to the main universe later. That way, if I can successfully save her, I can escape from the 5 directions. Jiang Zhong nodded. Bella also said to Jiang Fei, facing a powerful expert like the dragon race, they would naturally not force themselves to stay and become Jiang Fei's burden. Tu Meng, I'm going to a place where I will most likely die. I'm afraid that I don't have time to care about you anymore. There are some spirit stones here. You should take care of yourself for the rest of the time. Jiang Fei said as he handed a bag of spirit stones to Tu Meng. Butcher Meng took the spirit stones with a dull look in his eyes. Then, he turned around and left. Xiang Ling leaving him was a huge blow to him. Moreover, he was not related to Jiang Fei. Naturally, he had no reason to stay here any longer. After Butcher Meng left, Jiang Fei directly opened the 9 rotating astrolabe and sent Bella and Jiang Zhong back to the main universe. He also asked Bella to pass on a series of plans to Aurelia. He asked her to lead the fleet to develop on Skodastar in peace. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei gave Lu Bingyuan a communicator and a large amount of spirit stones. He asked Lu Bingyuan to find an opportunity to sneak into the town star and contact the 4 major families and the Moon Goddess sect if Jiang Fei could successfully rescue the dragon race. The 4 major families and the Moon Goddess sect's plan to attack the main universe would also begin at the same time. After Lu Bingyuan left, only Mo Li Sang and Natasha were left by Jiang Fei's side. Let's rest for a while, Jiang Fei said. Montak Li Sang nodded. She was not in a position to go against Jiang Fei's wishes at the moment. That's great. I have a quest to find the dragon race. Unfortunately, there have been no clues. Natasha cried out happily. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this time, Jiang Fei had almost recovered to his best condition. The energy of the nucleus of will was almost fully charged. The 10th dimension could also be fully activated. Moreover, during these 3 days, Jiang Fei had also completed an important thing, which was the bone marrow transplant. At this time, Jiang Fei had already transplanted 2 Xian's bone marrow and completed a major blood exchange. At this time, Jiang Fei's body already had the purest dragon race bloodline. The dragon race bloodline martial skills were no longer an obstacle to him. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 1966, 1966. Translator, 549690339. With the support of Planet Namex Biochemical Technology, Jiang Fei did not encounter any problems in the process of the bone marrow transplant. Their biochemical technology was the best in the current universe. After completing the bone marrow transplant, Jiang Fei's blood was gradually replaced by dragon's blood. However, because the human body needed time to renew its blood, Jiang Fei was temporarily unable to unleash the full power of the dragon bloodline martial skill. When all the blood in his body was converted into dragon's blood, Jiang Fei's combat strength would also be renewed. During this period of time, Jiang Fei's strength would steadily increase. After all, the dragon's blood's energy carrying capacity and explosive power far exceeded that of the human bloodline. Therefore, as the proportion of dragon's blood in Jiang Fei's body increased, his strength would also gradually increase. When his entire body was filled with dragon's blood, Jiang Fei would almost have the strength of an ordinary adult blue-eyed white dragon. Jiang Fei said to himself on the third day, if he wanted to wait for the blood to be completely renewed, it would take 120 to 140 days. However, the dragon race clearly would not give Jiang Fei this time. Moreover, even if the blood was completely refreshed into dragon blood and Jiang Fei had the power of a normal blue-eyed white dragon, he would not be a match for the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen. Therefore, there was no need for Jiang Fei to wait any longer. Jiang Fei said to Natasha, as for Mo Lishang, she did not have the right to choose. Natasha cheered. She had wanted to go for a long time. After that, Jiang Fei packed up briefly. Then, he took Natasha and Mo Lishang and left Your Star. As they did not need to go to other planets, Jiang Fei and the others did not go to the teleportation circle. They just flew into the outer space. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei and the others finally entered the outer space and flew toward the hidden satellite. Jiang Fei turned around and asked, Montak Lisang nodded. Jiang Fei said to Mo Lishang. After all, the Dragon Queen had asked her to capture him. Therefore, she must have a way to send him in. Mo Lishang nodded again. Then, she took out a small pearl. Under Mo Lishang's stimulation, the small and delicate bead emitted a bright light. At the same time, a strange energy fluctuation radiated out. After a wave of energy fluctuation, the portal appeared. At the same time, a figure flashed out from within. The dragon who came out clearly knew Mo Lishang. Mo Lishang said, it was obvious that the dragon race member did not know Jiang Fei. Mo Lishang replied very respectfully. The dragon race guard asked. Mo Lishang was a little speechless for a moment. She did not know how to introduce Natasha. The dragon race member did not wait for Mo Lishang's reply. He shook his head. In his opinion, a little girl who was only in the tribulation stage was not worth paying attention to. The dragon turned around and entered the portal. Then, Mo Lishang brought Jiang Fei and Natasha into the portal as well. Natasha's eyes were filled with curiosity after entering the portal. The dragon rolled his eyes at Mo Lishang. Although Mo Lishang agreed. How could she take care of Natasha? Not to mention that she was currently Jiang Fei's servant. Even if she was before, she could not do anything to Natasha. The dragon said, and then turned around and left. Just like before, Mo Lishang, as a servant of the green-eyed white dragon clan, was never allowed to enter the core area of the dragon clan. Handsome, what do we do? Natasha asked. Jiang Fei waved his hand. They were now in the dragon clan's territory. There were as many strong people as the clouds in this place. There were countless enemies who could kill him in one hit. If they attacked forcefully, the success rate would be negligible. Moreover, even if Natasha had the player halo and had countless treasures on her, she could protect Jiang Fei and the others and kill their way in. However, they did not know where Hui Qingcheng and Blood Mistress were. It would be useless for Jiang Fei and the others to kill their way in. Natasha nodded in disappointment. After about 10 minutes, the guard from before turned around and returned. There were also a few people beside him. Jiang Fei, where's my father? One of the people was an acquaintance of Jiang Fei. It was none other than Qin Hao. Jiang Fei did not know what to say. Speaking of which, he had a good personal relationship with Qin Hao. However, the problem was that Qin Hao's father had been killed by Jiang Fei. Now, he was only left with a spiritual consciousness. Qin Hao, let's talk about your personal matters later. Before Jiang Fei could answer Qin Hao, another dragon interrupted their conversation. Qin Hao was clearly under the jurisdiction of this person. Therefore, although he was eager to get information about his father, he could only follow the orders of the leader. The leader said to Mo Lishang, how could Mo Lishang leave at this time? Without Jiang Fei's order, she would not be able to leave even if she wanted to. You want to see the Dragon Queen? The leader sneered disdainfully at first. Then, he said to Mo Li Sang with great disdain, "Who do you think you are? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you really think that you are that great? Is the Dragon Queen someone that you can see just because you want to?" Hearing this, Jiang Fei could not help but feel sorry for Mo Li Sang. She had worked so hard for the dragon race and ended up like this. However, in the eyes of the dragon race, she was even worse than a dog. "You too." The little leader waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. On the other side, Mo Li Sang could tolerate it, but Natasha was not used to it. The little girl immediately took out the dark pearl from her bosom. The leader glared at her. The dragons had eaten many people in the ancient times. Now that they had lived in seclusion for a long time, they had even forgotten the taste of human flesh. "You still want to eat me?" Natasha was really angry this time. She swung her hand and threw the dark pearl over. The dark orb started to operate, and countless dark energy bombs were thrown at the small leader of the dragon clan. Even Qin Hao was involved. "You dare to attack me?" Although these dark energy bombs were not enough to hurt the small leader of the dragon clan, the behavior that he thought was disrespectful to his superiors completely infuriated him. Chapter 1967. 1967. Translator. 549690339. The enraged dragon leader roared and drew his weapon. His weapon was not a normal flying sword, but a pair of water-splitting ame thorns. The dragon leader flashed past the dark pearl and arrived in front of Natasha. Then, he pointed the ame thorn in his left hand at Natasha's heart. Natasha didn't have time to react because she was too fast. Fortunately, as a player, she always carried an absolutely defensive item with her. With a crisp sound, the ame spike hit the golden shield, but failed. At this time, Natasha finally reacted. She hurriedly took out a small wheat straw and threw it at the dragon leader. The golden wheat bucket immediately turned into the size of a millstone and flew toward the dragon leader. Although the dragon leader had never seen such a magic treasure before, he could sense a dangerous aura from it. Therefore, the dragon leader did not dare to take the attack head-on. Instead, he dodged the golden wheat bucket's attack. However, the golden wheat bucket seemed to have an automatic tracking function. After the leader of the dragon clan dodged it, it drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew toward the leader of the dragon clan again. After dodging it 5 or 6 times, the leader of the dragon clan finally gave up on dodging. He channeled his spiritual power into his right hand and suddenly threw the water-splitting ame spike in his hand. The water-splitting ame spike flew out like lightning and hit the golden wheat bucket. For a moment, the two sides were in a stalemate. Good treasure. The leader of the dragon clan was overjoyed. The little girl opposite him was only at the crossing calamity stage, but her magic treasure was comparable to his own weapon. This meant that her magic treasure was extremely powerful. How could the leader of the dragon clan not be tempted? "You want the treasure?" Natasha opened her almond-shaped eyes and took out 2 more treasures from her body. Swoosh! One of them turned into 2 golden dragons, and the other magic treasure was a golden ring. After the golden ring was taken out, it immediately became the size of a basin, and then went toward the ame spike of the leader of the dragon clan. How is this possible? This situation was beyond his understanding. It was impossible for the dragon clan leader to control 4 magic treasures at the same time. It was hard for him to accept this situation. While the leader of the dragon clan was still in a daze, Natasha's golden ring caught his ame thorn. The leader of the dragon clan found that he had lost contact with an EMEI thorn. After all, this was his natal magic weapon that he had cultivated with his life. Logically speaking, unless someone died or the magic weapon was destroyed, it was impossible for him to lose contact with it. First of all, the leader of the dragon clan was obviously not dead. Otherwise, he would not have been confused. However, it was obvious that the ame spike was not damaged either, because once the life-bound magical artifact was destroyed, the master would also be injured. However, the leader of the dragon clan was not injured at all. At this moment, the leader of the dragon clan could be said to be confused. "Didn't you want to rob me?" Natasha shouted and took back the golden ring. Somehow, the Yemei thorn that was planted in the golden ring disappeared. No matter how stupid the dragon leader was, he knew that Natasha had stolen his weapon. However, before he could lose his temper, the remaining 3 magic weapons of Natasha attacked him at the same time. Countless dark energy bombs shot toward the leader of the dragon clan. Although the strength of these energy bombs was not enough to seriously injure him, he could not ignore them. Otherwise, he would not be able to handle them if he accumulated them too many times. Compared to the dark energy bombs, the golden wheat dipper and the 2 golden dragons were even more deadly. The power of these 2 treasures was extraordinary. Even as a small leader of the blue-eyed white dragon clan, he did not dare to take them head-on with his body. In desperation, the leader of the dragon clan threw out another water-splitting ame spike to deal with the attack of the golden wheat dipper. Then, he let out a long howl and transformed into his real body, using the appearance of the green-eyed white dragon to fight against the golden 2 dragons. Natasha laughed charmingly, then threw out the golden ring again. As expected, the second ame spike of the dragon clan leader was also taken away by Natasha, which made him even more exasperated. Montak Lisang, you are rebelling. The dragon clan leader roared. He was fighting against the golden twin dragons. Although his attributes were stronger than his human form after transforming into a dragon, it was still not a wise choice to use his physical body to fight against magic treasures. After a few head-on confrontations, the dragon clan leader was beaten black and blue by the golden twin dragons. Although the golden twin dragons also took a lot of attacks, they were still magic treasures after all. Their combat power still did not decrease. Qin Hao, who was at the side, wanted to help, but he was still underage and his combat power was not very strong. Just the energy bullets fired by the Darkness Pearl had already suppressed him to a corner. He had no strength to do anything else. However, although the 2 of them were trapped, the dragon race member who had been guarding the door from the beginning would not stand idly by. Evil creature, how dare you behave atrociously in front of the dragon race? The dragon roared. He wanted to attack Natasha and Jiang Fei, but he was blocked by the golden wheat bucket. Because of the previous experience, the dragon did not dare to release any magical weapons. He could only rely on his physical body to block. He could not break through the golden wheat bucket's blockade, let alone get close to Natasha and Jiang Fei. Natasha still had the energy to joke with Jiang Fei. This made the few dragons present feel very sad. After all, each of them was stronger than Natasha. However, they were suppressed by such a little girl with a magic treasure. This was really infuriating. The battle between 1 man and 3 dragons did not last long. Victory and defeat began to appear gradually. The first to be defeated was the dragon who had been guarding the gate. He was just an ordinary azure-eyed white dragon. Although his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary true immortal, he was only about the same as Mo Li Shang. He had been caught by the golden wheat duels. Chapter 1968. Translator 549690339. The dragon race guard was not finished after being held by Natasha's golden wheat bucket. After all, Natasha's treasures were not ordinary items. If it was only held, it would be too easy for the enemy. The moment the dragon race guard was held, a miserable howl was heard. The shrill howl made Jiang Fei's back feel numb. The golden wheat bucket soared into the sky. There was only a pool of blood on the ground. The dragon guard had disappeared without a trace. He died just like that? Jiang Fei said with his eyes wide open. Natasha said with a matter-of-fact expression. At this moment, the person who was most shocked was definitely Mo Li Shang. After all, she had fought with this golden wheat bucket before. However, Natasha only used the golden wheat bucket to hit her that day and did not hold her down. Otherwise, Mo Li Shang would not have been able to escape this fate. As the saying went, fear was the scariest thing. At this moment, Mo Li Shang's cold sweat had already drenched his clothes. The little leader cried out in grief. Clearly, this dragon who had died in battle had a close friendship with him. However, No matter how much grief and indignation he felt, this little leader knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Not only did he lose the life of his friend, but he was also unable to protect himself now. Not only was the leader covered in wounds, but his physical strength was also rapidly decreasing. From the beginning, he had the upper hand. Now, he could only defend himself and could not fight back. Damn it. Fortunately, Natasha is a special case. Jiang Fei sighed. Fortunately, Natasha had a good relationship with him. If he were to face such an enemy, he would not be able to gain anything at all. While he was amazed at Natasha's powerful combat strength, Jiang Fei was even more suspicious of her identity. To be able to obtain so many super magical equipment, Natasha was probably not just a tycoon. Eamon was also a super tycoon among players. He could buy a large amount of fleets for himself, but Jiang Fei had never seen him take out such powerful magical equipment. From this, it could be seen that these magical equipment could not be bought with money. Therefore, Natasha must have a special relationship with the development team. Coupled with the many notifications from Virion, Jiang Fei was now more and more convinced that when he was facing the Gamma Dimension, Natasha was his real lucky star. Just as Jiang Fei was daydreaming, the small dragon leader gradually could not hold on any longer. Just when he was about to run out of energy, a golden dragon flashed in front of him to distract him. Another golden dragon took advantage of the situation and used its sharp claws to tear a 2-meter-long gash on his abdomen. It was also because this kid was in the form of a green-eyed white dragon. Otherwise, this gash would have been fatal. However, even though this guy was more than 3 meters long, the 2-meter-long gash still caused him serious injuries, especially since this gash was under his fragile abdomen. If he had not dodged in time, his internal organs would have been brought out. The heavy injury made the small dragon leader let out a wail. Then, his body fell to the ground. Just as the 2 golden dragons were about to follow up, the small dragon leader's life was taken away. An angry roar came from the sky. "Who are you?" As the angry roar was heard, a silver light descended from the sky. Before the voice could fade away, the figure had already appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Natasha turned around and asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said with a frown. As he had always been wearing goggles, he could clearly see the combat strength of the person who had just arrived. 57 million combat strength. What kind of concept was that? Jiang Fei had previously observed the combat strength of Mo Li Sang when he was at his peak. As the leader of the 9-headed python race, Mo Li Sang, one of the top experts in the Mountain of Beasts, only had a combat strength of slightly more than 30 million. The dragon guard that Natasha had killed before was about the same. Both of them had a combat power of slightly over 30 million. The small leader of the dragon clan only had a combat power of about 35 million. His combat power had actually exceeded 50 million. This was clearly a level higher than that. To be honest, this was the strongest person that Jiang Fei had investigated after using the super goggles. Previously, Jiang Fei's goggles had limited detection ability. It was impossible to detect a powerhouse of this level. There are no more super experts to observe. After all, in the outer universe, the only hidden expert that Jiang Fei knew was Tyrion. In addition, there was the giant steel scorpion, a giant beast of the universe. However, these 2 guys were elusive. Even if Jiang Fei wanted to see them, he might not have a chance. "Handsome brother, don't worry." Natasha laughed. Jiang Fei was a little skeptical. However, he had no other choice now, including Jiang Fei himself. Among the 3 of them, the only one who could fight was Natasha. Among the 3 of them, Jiang Fei was clearly the weakest. Although he had the 10th dimension to protect his life, the actual combat effect of this thing was average, especially when he was facing an enemy that was much stronger than him. The price Jiang Fei had to pay to keep the enemy in was too high. Although Mo Li Shang was very strong, she was only at the strength of a normal blue-eyed white dragon at her peak. Her combat power was only slightly above 30 million. Now, because she had removed her reverse scale and lost her bloodline power, her strength was greatly reduced. Her combat power was similar to Blood Mistress. only around 25 million. Although she was still a powerful, true immortal, she was only cannon fodder when she faced the enemies of the dragon race. Only the most inconspicuous Natasha was the absolute main force among the three of them. Although this little girl was only in the tribulation stage, and her combat power was only around 19 million on paper, this little girl had a lot of magical equipment. Just now, one of the dragon race's experts was killed, and one was crippled in a 1-on-3 fight. Chen Hao was also exhausted. The reason why he could survive was because Natasha did not pay attention to him. However, the dark energy bombs were enough to distract him. If Natasha had used other magical equipment to attack him, he would have been dead by now. Who are you? Why are you coming to our dragon clan to be presumptuous? He had a medium build and a square face. He looked honest and honest. However, his strength had been reminding Jiang Fei and the others not to underestimate him. Reporting to the Great Elder, this fellow is the leader of the nine-headed Python clan. Without waiting for Jiang Fei and the others to speak, the leader of the dragon clan pointed at Emoli Shang and said, Chapter 1969. Translator 549690339 Dragon Queen. The Great Elder asked curiously. As for Emoli Shang, he did not care at all. After all, Emoli Shang was only the leader of the nine-headed Python clan. He was only a servant of the dragon clan. Moreover, Emoli Shang's strength had been greatly reduced, so it was even less worth paying attention to. The Dragon Queen wants to capture Jiang Fei. The little leader pointed at Jiang Fei and said. The Great Elder observed Jiang Fei carefully. Very soon, he frowned. The Great Elder turned around and asked, Yes, it is said that he is the descendant of an Ing dragon. He has 1/100th of a dragon's bloodline, the small leader explained. 1/100th of 1,000. The Great Elder laughed coldly. At this time, Jiang Fei had already completed the blood exchange. His bloodline was as pure as a real blue-eyed white dragon. As the Great Elder spoke, he took a few steps forward. The leader quickly reminded him, Great Elder, be careful. Although that girl's strength is not high, she has many magical items. Moreover, her power is endless. I know what to do. The Great Elder nodded and continued to walk towards Jiang Fei and the others. When the Great Elder came to a place not far away from Jiang Fei and the others, Natasha was the first to speak. Old man, are you here to help them? The Great Elder laughed. Oof. The little girl said, unwilling to be outdone. Little girl, I won't argue with you. Asked Jiang Fei to come over and talk. The Great Elder shook his head and said to Natasha. Natasha turned around and looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. The purpose of his visit this time was to save people, not to cause trouble. Therefore, he had to find out where Hui Qingsheng and the others were. Otherwise, it would not be possible to attack them head-on. Jiang Fei walked to the front of the formation in a few steps and bowed respectfully to the Great Elder. Greetings, Senior. Jiang Fei smiled and said. The Great Elder asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Why did you bring people to the dragon race to behave atrociously? Although the Great Elder was criticizing Jiang Fei, his word implied that he agreed with his identity as a dragon. Senior, you may not know this, but I did not come here voluntarily. Jiang Fei said. The Great Elder asked. After all, the Dragon Queen's identity was special. Even he could not easily blame her. That's right. Jiang Fei then told the story of how he was assassinated in the Dragon Clan, and how he was kidnapped by the Dragon Queen after he escaped. He did not care if the Grand Elder knew the truth or was kept in the dark. He had to tell the truth. If the Grand Elder was kept in the dark, he might be able to help Jiang Fei. If he was in cahoots with the Dragon Queen, Jiang Fei would be able to get some information out of him. The Grand Elder flung his sleeves and cursed in his heart. That was right. The Great Elder was indeed kept in the dark. Moreover, he was also cursing the Dragon Queen in his heart. However, he did not think that there was anything wrong with the Dragon Queen kidnapping someone. Instead, he felt that the Dragon Queen was incompetent to deal with an ordinary true immortal level master. She actually caused the other party to come knocking on his door and even lost a dragon. Speaking of which, The Great Elder was also an old dragon who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. His thoughts were even more outdated, and he looked down on other races. Jiang Fei was just a bastard child left behind by a dragon. Although he had the dragon bloodline, how much affection could he have for such a wild child? Now that this wild child had killed his own child, the Great Elder had already sentenced Jiang Fei to death in his heart. Although the Great Elder had already sentenced Jiang Fei to death in his heart, he still did not show it on the surface. My purpose is very simple. That is to ask the Dragon Queen to release my friend, Jiang Fei said. I will talk to the Dragon Queen about this. The Great Elder nodded. Jiang Fei bowed deeply to the Great Elder. At this time, he did not know that the Great Elder already had the intention to kill him. Then, come with me. I will bring you to the Dragon Queen to reason with her, the Great Elder said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei hesitated. Although he did not feel the Great Elder's killing intent, Jiang Fei was no longer the young man who had just left the ivory tower. How could he trust others so easily? Although he did not feel the hostility from the Great Elder at the moment, they had killed a member of the dragon race after all. Then, Jiang Fei was really very naive. Handsome, let's go, Natasha said as she stood beside Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. Seeing that Jiang Fei was so worried, Natasha took out something that looked like a Rubik's Cube and handed it to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked curiously. This is the Hercules Rubik's Cube, Natasha said with a smile. Jiang Fei asked curiously. He knew that if Natasha gave this thing to him, it must have an important purpose. It can create a subspace to separate you and your companions from the main world. This way, the enemy's attacks will not be able to hit you. Moreover, because it is only a subspace, you can still use the current spatial attributes. Natasha explained. Jiang Fei nodded. This Hercules cube was equivalent to a short period of invincibility. It allowed the enemy to see you, but could not attack you. However, it was extremely convenient to use it to escape. Previously, Jiang Fei could also escape through the 9 revolving astrolabe. However, there was a delay in the opening of that thing. Moreover, it was a teleportation portal. In times of danger, not only could he not escape in time, but he could also bring the enemy into the main universe. Therefore, Jiang Fei had not dared to use it easily. Now that he had the Hercules cube, Jiang Fei did not have to worry anymore. He could completely use the cube's ability to create a subspace and place himself and his companions into it. Then, he could activate the 9 revolving astrolabe in the subspace. That way, they would have enough time to escape and close the teleportation portal of the 9 revolving astrolabe. In that case, the enemy would not be able to chase after the teleportation portal. After learning how to use the Hercules Rubik's Cube from Natasha, Jiang Fei finally agreed to the Great Elder's suggestion. All right, Jiang Fei said to the Great Elder. If things are really as you say, I will help you uphold justice, the Great Elder said with a righteous tone. Chapter 1970. Translator 549690339. Just as Jiang Fei and the other 2 were about to follow the Great Elder into the dragon territory, the Great Elder suddenly turned around and said, The 2 of you, forget it. Let's do it together. The Great Elder initially did not intend to let Mo Lisang and Natasha enter the core of the dragon territory. The reason for Mo Lishang's side was very simple. In the eyes of the dragon race, the 9-headed python race was just a dog. Moreover, they were not pet dogs, but watchdog dogs. Since ancient times, there was no reason for a watchdog dog to enter a house. As for Natasha, although this girl was not strong, she was a variable. At this time, the Great Elder already knew that Natasha had a lot of treasures on her. Moreover, she was extremely powerful. If she was allowed to enter, it might cause some trouble. However, just as the Great Elder was about to stop the 2 people from entering the Dragon Clan's territory, he was afraid that Jiang Fei would suspect that there was a trap and would not dare to enter the Dragon Clan's territory. Therefore, he changed his mind at the last minute. With the Great Elder leading the way, no one dared to stop them. Jiang Fei and the rest followed behind the Great Elder and entered the Dragon Clan's territory. After landing on the small satellite, Jiang Fei and the rest went straight to the Dragon Palace. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace, the Great Elder stopped in his tracks. Jiang Fei, although I brought you here to confront the Dragon Queen, this is the Dragon Palace after all. There are some rules that have to be followed. I will go in first and say something. The Great Elder turned around and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Since things had already come to this, there was no need for him to be calculative. This place was already the core of the dragon race. It would be the same even if he did not let the Great Elder leave. The Great Elder nodded and turned around to enter the Dragon Palace. Although Jiang Fei did not say anything on the surface, he was on high alert in his heart. Got it. Natasha was very confident. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he held the Hercules cube tightly in his hand. After the Grand Elder entered the Dragon Palace, he did not stop. He went straight to the bedroom at the back. A servant stood in front of the Grand Elder at the door of the bedroom. No matter how high his status was, this was the bedroom. Naturally, he could not just barge in. The Great Elder said. The servant turned around and went in to report. Not long after, accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen personally came out to welcome them. Although the Dragon Emperor's position in the Dragon Clan was supreme, the Great Elder's status was equally lofty. Moreover, with the Great Elder's strength, he should also be respected by the Dragon Emperor. Second uncle, why didn't you tell me you were coming? The Dragon Emperor smiled and bowed to the Great Elder. After all, he was a junior. The Great Elder rolled his eyes at the Dragon Emperor. It could be seen that the relationship between the two was very close. The Dragon Emperor asked with a smile. Yes. The Great Elder asked. Yes. The Dragon Emperor did not hide anything. The Great Elder asked. The Dragon Emperor said. Prophecy. The Great Elder was stunned. The dragon race had a long history, so naturally, there was more than one prophecy. The Dragon Queen reminded. Supreme inheritance? Oh. The first elder was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately thought of something. That's right. The Dragon Emperor nodded. The first elder asked. Yes. The Dragon Emperor didn't hide anything from the first elder. Even his own plans were revealed. Your idea is not bad. The Grand Elder asked. From the beginning to the end, he had never considered Jiang Fei. Instead, he was concerned about the Dragon Emperor's safety. After all, if the Dragon Emperor failed to obtain the supreme inheritance, he would also die in the trial. I want to give it a try. If I win the bet, naturally, everyone will be happy. Even if I lose the bet, it does not matter. The only thing that I will lose is my own life. He can also lead the dragon race to glory. The Dragon Emperor smiled. Then he added, Second uncle, look, this kid's strength is not even comparable to a cub of my race. How can I lose to him? Child, you must not underestimate your opponent. The Great Elder warned. His words were all about the Dragon Emperor. As for Jiang Fei's life and death, he did not care at all. If Jiang Fei did not have a supreme inheritance, he would have gone out and taken Jiang Fei's head. After all, the fact that Jiang Fei led his people to kill the dragon race was already a heinous crime in his heart. Second uncle, don't worry. I'm ready, said the Dragon Emperor. Clearly, he did not care about Jiang Fei, because even if Jiang Fei had the strength of an ordinary dragon, what could he do? Could he still beat him? Asked the Great Elder. That kid has been captured by the nine-headed Python clan. We can start what he's brought here. But it's strange. Why has it been so long? The Dragon Queen interrupted. Oof. The Great Elder snorted and told them what had happened. Sigh. That child is pitiful too. The Dragon Emperor sighed. Although the dragon race had a small population now, every single one of them was very precious. However, once Jiang Fei entered the trial, no matter what the outcome was, the dragon race would eventually overcome the crisis. When that time came, prosperity would be just around the corner. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You guys go and prepare, said the Great Elder. The Dragon Emperor nodded and said to the Great Elder, Thank you for your trouble, second uncle. Then I will bring him in. The Great Elder nodded. Then he turned around and walked out of the bedroom. He went straight to the door of the palace to pick up Jiang Fei and the others. After the Great Elder left, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen began to get busy. They had to prepare for Jiang Fei's arrival. On the other side, Jiang Fei and the others waited for about an incense stick's time after the Great Elder entered the Dragon Emperor's palace. Then, they saw the Great Elder coming out of the Dragon Emperor's palace with a smile. Jiang Fei asked, "The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen have agreed to confront you. Don't worry," the Grand Elder promised confidently. There was no trace of treachery on his face. However, this sanctimonious guy had already set up a trap with the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen. He was just waiting for Jiang Fei to sneak in. Chapter 1971. 1971. Translator 549690339. This was not the first time Jiang Fei had come to the Dragon Palace. Speaking of which, he had lived here for a period of time. Therefore, he was quite familiar with this place. He knew that the Great Elder was leading them to the main hall. It did not take long for Jiang Fei and the others to arrive outside the main hall. This time, the Great Elder did not let anyone inform them. He directly led Jiang Fei and the others to the main hall. Jiang Fei reminded them in a low voice. Natasha and Mo Lishang nodded at the same time. When Jiang Fei and the others walked up to the main hall, he found that the main hall was already filled with people. These dragon warriors were all wearing armor. The entire main hall was filled with a murderous aura. There was no sign of the Dragon Queen. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. "Your Majesty, Jiang Fei has brought you here," the Great Elder said to the Dragon Emperor. Although the two of them were uncle and nephew in private, in such an occasion, the two of them still had to address each other as Emperor and Minister. The Dragon Emperor nodded and said to Jiang Fei, "Little Fei, the Dragon Queen and I have brought you here, haven't we? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why did you bring people to the dragon race to kill?" Jiang Fei could not help but laugh coldly when the Dragon Emperor's evil person complained first. Then, he said to the Dragon Emperor, "Your Majesty, there's a saying that a wise man does not speak in riddles. Don't you know why I left and why I came?" The Dragon Emperor continued to play dumb. "Your Majesty, let's get straight to the point. Where are Qingsheng and Blood Mistress?" Jiang Fei looked straight at the Dragon Emperor and said, "The two of them. I think the Dragon Queen has invited them as guests," the Dragon Emperor said with a smile. "Guests?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor did not deny that the two of them were in the dragon race. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have been able to continue. At this moment, the Dragon Queen walked up to the palace. Behind her were Qingsheng and Blood Mistress. Although the two girls looked okay, their expressions were a little dull. It was obvious that they had been affected by a mental spell. "Qingsheng," Jiang Fei shouted. However, Qingsheng acted as if she had not heard him. "Little Fei, don't be anxious. Because they missed you, their thoughts turned into illness. It's good that you're here," the Dragon Queen said, as if it was true. Jiang Fei cursed. Qingsheng and the Blood Queen's performance was too obvious. As long as they were not blind, everyone could see what was going on. "Jiang Fei, don't be rude. If you have any objections, just say it. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen are here anyway," the Great Elder said as he held Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. When he saw that the Great Elder ignored the symptoms of Qingsheng and Blood Mistress, he already knew that they were in cahoots. However, their brazen shamelessness was really beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. Fei, I'm really not lying to you. They are really sick for missing each other," the Dragon Queen said as she waved her hand. Qingsheng and Blood Mistress walked toward Jiang Fei with numb expressions. "What's going on? What does she mean?" Jiang Fei was shocked. He knew that the Dragon Queen must be up to something. However, he did not know what the Dragon Queen was up to. However, seeing Qingsheng and Blood Mistress walking toward him, Jiang Fei could not avoid them. Could he? Finally, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and said to Natasha, "Natasha, be careful." Natasha nodded. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and wanted to use his spiritual power to remove the restrictions on Qingsheng and Blood Mistress. After all, in terms of spiritual power, Jiang Fei had received guidance from a famous teacher, the great thief Tyrion was best at spiritual power. Moreover, after Jiang Fei obtained the nucleus of will, he had gained a lot of understanding. Therefore, he had some confidence in removing the restrictions on Hua Qingsheng and Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei's spiritual power pierced into Blood Mistress consciousness. Soon, Jiang Fei found something unusual. Blood Mistress consciousness was sealed by a spiritual membrane. After discovering the spiritual membrane, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was like a sharp knife. It instantly tore the membrane. Jiang Fei, Blood Mistress' stunned expression immediately returned to normal. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he used the same method to tear apart Hua Qingqing's spiritual seal. Hua Qingqing's mind returned to normal. When she saw Jiang Fei, the grievance and fear in her heart suddenly burst out. The soft side of the illusionary snake queen suddenly burst out. Then, she threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms. Okay, I'm here to save you. Jiang Fei hugged Hua Qingqing and comforted her. At that moment, Jiang Fei's attention was on Hua Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress. He did not notice that the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen actually looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Fei's spiritual power repeatedly scanned Hua Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress. After confirming that there was nothing unusual about the two of them, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fei, I'm so scared, Hua Qingsheng said as she snuggled into Jiang Fei's embrace. Although she had already shown her true feelings to Jiang Fei, she was not the only girl around Jiang Fei. Girls like Bella were far more important to Jiang Fei than her. Hua Qingsheng did not have many opportunities to do so. Therefore, while there was no one to snatch her away, she almost wanted to squeeze herself into Jiang Fei's body. It's okay. Jiang Fei held Hua Qingqing's hand and comforted her. However, he did not notice that there was a ring on Hua Qingqing's ring finger. The moment Jiang Fei's finger touched the ring emitted a bright light. In an instant, Jiang Fei was stunned on the spot. What's going on? Blood Princess and the others immediately noticed the abnormality. However, at that moment, the Great Elder took the initiative to attack. Evil creature. The Great Elder roared angrily and attacked Natasha, who was beside him. At the same time, the Dragon Emperor rushed to Jiang Fei's side like lightning. His speed was so fast that Mo Li Sang and Blood Mistress did not have time to react. The Dragon Emperor broke his middle finger. Then, he did not take the ring off Hua Qingqing's hand. Instead, he directly wiped his own blood on the ring. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor was also stunned. Where is this? The moment Jiang Fei touched the ring, he felt his vision go black. When he regained consciousness, he had already arrived at a strange place. Chapter 1972, 1972. Translator, 549690339. The scene before Jiang Fei's eyes was an ancient battlefield that had not yet been cleared. There were broken flags everywhere. There were broken weapons and halberds everywhere. There were wisps of smoke, which made it look particularly bleak. However, there was not a single corpse in the battlefield. This made Jiang Fei feel very strange. From the fact that the smoke had not yet been extinguished, the war here should have just ended. It would not have been completed so quickly. Just as Jiang Fei was stunned, a spatial fluctuation flashed far away from him. A powerful aura appeared in the middle of the ancient battlefield. Jiang Fei almost immediately locked onto the identity of the person who had come. F*CK. Why is he here? This thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Jiang Fei. The Dragon Emperor smiled as he walked up to Jiang Fei. Now that Jiang Fei had entered the trial grounds, the trial would begin. His plan would proceed smoothly. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen had done all this just to get him to start the trial? What did the dragon race want from him? Why did they have to force him to start the trial? At that moment, Jiang Fei had too many questions in his mind. All right, stop talking nonsense, the Dragon Emperor said as he raised the scepter in his hand. Immediately, The pearl on his scepter emitted a dazzling light. In a flash, the Dragon Emperor arrived in front of Jiang Fei. He reached out and cut Jiang Fei's wrist. Jiang Fei's blood gushed out. Dark red blood sprayed onto the Dragon Emperor's scepter. The light became even more dazzling. "What are you doing?" Jiang Fei was shocked. However, he did not have the ability to fight back. Through the scanning function of the goggles, he could clearly see the Dragon Emperor's combat power value. 62 million. He was even more terrifying than the Great Elder. Facing an expert like the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Fei did not even have the chance to activate the 10th dimension to escape. When he had just reacted, the Dragon Emperor had already done what he wanted to do. After obtaining Jiang Fei's blood, the Dragon Emperor let go of Jiang Fei. Then, he held the scepter with both hands, as if he was performing some sort of ritual. "In my name." After a series of incantations, the Dragon Emperor shouted loudly. For a moment, the entire sky turned gray. Following that, a lightning flashed, and the scene before Jiang Fei's eyes changed again. When Jiang Fei's vision returned, he was already in a tropical rainforest. Jiang Fei was confused. Although the Dragon Emperor had just attacked him, it had only bled him a little. It did not really cause any damage to Jiang Fei because there was no energy left. Therefore, almost after the Dragon Emperor had taken the blood, Jiang Fei's wound automatically healed. Moreover, not only did the wound heal, but there was not even a scar left. At this time, the Dragon Emperor was still standing in the ancient battlefield. The ceremony just now was just to open the trial. His scepter and Jiang Fei's blood were the keys to open the trial. Now, Jiang Fei had already entered the trial. In a little while, he would also be able to enter the trial. When that time came, whether or not he could snatch Jiang Fei's supreme inheritance would depend on his luck. Jiang Fei, who had already entered the trial, was wandering aimlessly in the rainforest. Because he had also heard the Dragon Emperor's incantation just now, especially the last sentence. The Dragon Emperor had almost roared, so Jiang Fei heard it very clearly. Therefore, he had guessed that this place was most likely the trial. Jiang Fei frowned. He had no idea what the so-called trial was like. Although Mengzi had mentioned it before, it was just a passing thing. Because Mengzi had never seen this trial in person, she did not understand it at all. In fact, even the Dragon Emperor, who was waiting outside, did not know the details of the trial, let alone Mengzi. Was because he was much stronger than Jiang Fei. Just as Jiang Fei pushed aside a shrub and was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a roar. Then, a stinky smell came straight to Jiang Fei's face. "What is that?" Jiang Fei turned his head to look as he dodged. He saw a white-bearded tiger pouncing at him. The stinky smell came from the tiger's bloody mouth. If it was an ordinary tiger, then for a true immortal level expert like Jiang Fei, it would at most be dinner in a dish. That would be a different situation. F***CK. Jiang Fei could no longer care about his image. He rolled 18 times on the ground and dodged the tiger's attack. The tiger was almost as strong as Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei knew that he was no match for it. Therefore, he had no intention of continuing the fight. He turned around and ran away. Jiang Fei ran as fast as he could. The bushes in front of him were all destroyed by him. The tiger chased after Jiang Fei as if it would not stop until it ate Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not know how long he had been running. Just when Jiang Fei felt that he was running out of energy, the ferocious tiger suddenly leaped forward. It was about to pounce on Jiang Fei. Something strange happened on a big tree next to Jiang Fei. A small snake that was as thick as a finger leaped forward. However, when it pounced in front of the ferocious tiger, it had already turned into a giant python that was as thick as a water tank. The giant python opened its mouth and swallowed the ferocious tiger into its stomach. The tiger did not even have the strength to resist. Jiang Fei was so scared that his back was drenched in cold sweat. This trial ground was so terrifying that it was hard to imagine. Moreover, this place was filled with danger. No one knew what would come out of nowhere. It ate him in one bite. Although Jiang Fei knew from the beginning that this trial was very difficult, he did not expect that this place would be so abnormal. Now, let alone passing the trial. Even if Jiang Fei wanted to survive, he would have to rely on luck. However, this was not too bad for Jiang Fei. After all, the giant python seemed to have eaten its fill after devouring the tiger. Therefore, it did not seem to be interested in Jiang Fei at all. After a few turns, it hid in the bushes. It disappeared without a trace. Jiang Fei did not dare to run around anymore. This should be the territory of the giant python. Before it digested the tiger, at least it would not be interested in Jiang Fei. There was a possibility that it would encounter some powerful beast again. Chapter 1973. 1973. Translator 549690339. Just as Jiang Fei was hiding in the python's territory and did not dare to make a move, the Dragon Emperor also entered the trial ground. With his powerful strength, the Dragon Emperor was not like Jiang Fei, who was forced into a sorry state by the ferocious beasts. These guys were just appetizers. Therefore, once he entered the trial ground, the Dragon Emperor revealed his true form. He was like a green-eyed white dragon that ran amok in the trial ground. Therefore, all the ferocious beasts that dared to appear in front of him became food in his stomach. However, although the Dragon Emperor could run amok in the trial ground, the place where he appeared was far away from Jiang Fei. Therefore, he could not find Jiang Fei for a while. Jiang Fei frowned at this moment because he realized that his spiritual power could not reach out of his body in the trial ground. In other words, he was in the trial ground. Only eyes and ears were the best way to sense things. The spiritual sense of an expert was completely destroyed. This was the main reason why the Dragon Emperor could not find Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was extremely depressed. Originally, his strength was not considered strong in this trial ground. The only thing he could rely on was his spiritual power. Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Fei was no different from having his martial arts skills destroyed. Fortunately, the 10th dimension and the Hercules cube could still be used. This was also the only life-saving asset that Jiang Fei had now. Jiang Fei pondered. Although the place was safe for the time being, he could not stay here for long. Who knew how strong the python's digestion was? What if it was hungry again? Jiang Fei was thinking hard, trying to find a relatively safe way. He no longer wanted to complete the trial. His priority now was to survive in the trial. However, the giant python did not seem to be willing to give Jiang Fei time. He did not know whether it was because of its strong digestive ability or because the ferocious tiger was not enough to feed it. In any case, Jiang Fei was only safe for less than half an hour before the giant python returned. The giant python spat out its tongue, and a thick stench came from its mouth. Jiang Fei was not in the mood to think at this time. He turned over, got up from the ground, and ran forward. At that moment, Jiang Fei could really be described as being in a state of panic. As his spiritual power could not leave his body, his spiritual sense was crippled, and he could not sense his surroundings at all. He had no idea where he was safe. At that moment, all Jiang Fei could do was to stay as far away from the giant python as possible. As for the new danger, he could no longer care about it. Jiang Fei ran forward as fast as he could, while the giant python chased closely behind him. In between the chase and the escape, he had run for nearly 100 miles. Suddenly, Jiang Fei realized that the dense rainforest in front of him had disappeared. His vision suddenly became clear. What is that? From afar, Jiang Fei could see a pointed tip in the distance. Although it was far away, he could still confirm that it was the top of a building. There's a building. Jiang Fei was delighted. Although it was not necessarily a good thing to meet people here, it was still easier to interact with intelligent creatures than the ferocious beasts that wanted to eat him. Therefore, Jiang Fei sped up and rushed towards the building. As Jiang Fei got closer, he could see the entire building. It was a building that looked like a temple. However, due to the lack of maintenance, it was already in ruins. No one had been here for at least a few decades. Of course, it might have been a little longer because there were weeds everywhere inside and outside the temple. There was no sign of it being cleaned up. Jiang Fei was confused. However, it seemed like there was a voice calling him from the temple. I don't care. At that moment, the giant python behind Jiang Fei was getting closer and closer. He had no other choice. Jiang Fei casually blew away the weeds and shrubs at the entrance of the temple and rushed in. However, something unexpected happened. The giant python that had been chasing him all the way actually stopped outside the temple's door. Jiang Fei could clearly see that the python really wanted to eat him. However, it seemed to be afraid of something, so it did not dare to take even half a step into the temple. There must be something strange about this temple. Jiang Fei let out a long breath. However, he did not dare to enter the inner part of the temple. He only rested in the courtyard. Moreover, he was not far from the door. If there was really any danger, he could still escape in time. Jiang Fei sat down in the courtyard of the temple. The python left after guarding the entrance for more than half an hour. After all, it did not dare to enter the temple, and Jiang Fei did not look like he was going to come out anytime soon. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well go back and continue hunting for other prey. Anyway, in the eyes of the python, a little thing like Jiang Fei was not considered a high-quality food. Although Jiang Fei knew that there might be danger in the temple, there seemed to be a voice in his heart calling him to enter the temple. Anyway, there's the 10th dimension and the Hercules cube. Let's go in and take a look. Finally, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and stood up to walk towards the temple's main hall. After entering the dilapidated main hall, Jiang Fei found that this temple was different from the others. Other temples were built higher, but this temple was built underground. There might have been some shrines in the main hall. However, after being abandoned for a long time, it had long disappeared. There was only a black hole in the middle of the main hall. The voice in Jiang Fei's heart guided him down. Since he had already decided to enter the inner part of the temple, Jiang Fei naturally would not stop because of the darkness in the cave. He took out the lighting equipment from the spatial ring and walked into the inner part of the temple. Once he entered the underground, Jiang Fei found that the walls on both sides of the passage were filled with ancient murals. Moreover, these murals recorded the war between the dragon race and other races. Of course, the outcome was obvious. It was the dragon race that had obtained the final victory. In the ancient times, the dragon race's strength was unimaginable to other races. They had the power to kill the entire world. The princes and princesses of other races could become the dragon race's food. That era was the dragon race's heyday. These murals described that era. As Jiang Fei continued to delve deeper, the voice in his heart became clearer and clearer. Gulme, come to me. I will guide you to the distance. I will guide you to solve all your doubts. Chapter 1974. Translator 549690339. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei finally reached the end of the tunnel. At that moment, there was a tightly shut stone door in front of him. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, he had already reached this point. There was no turning back. Jiang Fei reached out and pushed the stone door. He found that the stone door was unusually heavy. Even with his body that had been tempered by the scorpion milk essence, he could not move it at all. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At the same time, he gathered the origin power in his hands. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Then he used his hands that were infused with spiritual power to push the stone door open. However, the stone door still did not move at all. Jiang Fei continued to try. He began to convert the origin power. He tried all 5 types of origin power one after another, but the stone door still did not respond at all. Jiang Fei frowned. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. This is the remains of the dragon race. When Jiang Fei thought of this, he began to mobilize the bloodline power in his body. His bloodline was not as thin as before. Although the blood in his body had not been completely renewed, it still had a very strong dragon race aura. Jiang Fei, who had used his bloodline power, tried to open the stone door again. F***CK. However, the result still disappointed Jiang Fei. The tightly shut stone door did not respond at all. Jiang Fei punched the stone door hard. Although the huge force did not shake the stone door, Jiang Fei's fist had grazed a little bit of the skin. Blood flowed along the fist and stained the stone door. Creak! The stone door that Jiang Fei had not been able to open with all his strength began to turn on its own. Jiang Fei suddenly realized. If he had known earlier, he would not have wasted so much effort. The dust-covered stone door finally opened completely. There was an empty hall inside. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he felt a huge suction force coming from the hall. This huge force was so strong that Jiang Fei had no ability to resist at all. He was instantly sucked in. Just as Jiang Fei was sucked in, a figure rushed over. The Dragon Emperor smiled. Because his divine sense was sealed, he had spent a lot of effort to find Jiang Fei. The Dragon Emperor had just reached the door when he felt the huge suction force. Although the Dragon Emperor's combat strength was more than 60 million, and he had the green-eyed white dragon's body, his physical strength was also amazing. However, when faced with this suction force, he did not have the ability to resist at all. The Dragon Emperor was also sucked into the information. Creak! The stone door closed again as if it had never been opened. Damn! Jiang Fei rubbed his eyes. He had just felt a huge force sucking him into the stone door. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was not in the hall that he had just seen. At that moment, Jiang Fei was surrounded by nothing. In the distance, there were still specks of starlight. It looked as if he was in the starry sky of the universe. When he turned around, Jiang Fei realized that there was a huge planet behind him. There was also a ring of light on the periphery of the planet. Where am I? Jiang Fei frowned. He had seen the outer space of the 5 directions, but this was clearly not the place. However, after coming here, Jiang Fei found that his mind power was no longer restricted. He could use his divine sense to check the situation around him again. However, there was nothing around him now, so there was nothing to check. Just as Jiang Fei was puzzled and at a loss, a violent energy fluctuation was transmitted. Following that, a figure appeared not far away from Jiang Fei. "Ha! I've been searching for you for a long time." The Dragon Emperor laughed loudly. His spiritual power was sent over, causing Jiang Fei to feel a sense of pressure. "Your Majesty, what do you want?" Jiang Fei asked. "What do I want?" The Dragon Emperor laughed loudly. Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he had guessed that the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen wanted to harm him, he did not know the reason. After all, he had no enmity with the dragon race. Jiang Fei would not have had any interaction with the Dragon Emperor. Forget it. The Dragon Emperor thought that victory was in his grasp. Therefore, he explained to Jiang Fei leisurely, "Do you know why Mengzi brought you back? Didn't you say that there was a trial? You said that I could become the leader of the dragon race after passing the trial." Jiang Fei guessed. However, if that was the case, it would be fine if Mengzi did not bring him along. Moreover, he had already escaped previously. Why would the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen force him to come back to participate in the trial? Of course not. I'm not very concerned about power. The Dragon Emperor smiled, then he continued. As for that girl Mengzi, she did bring you back to participate in the trial. However, that girl does not understand the whole story. The dragon race had a prophecy in ancient times. The prophecy said that you would enter the trial, and the final result would be that the dragon race would become glorious. Jiang Fei asked, "Because there is another episode in the prophecy. That is, I can snatch your supreme inheritance. As long as you and I enter the trial, only one person can walk out." The Dragon Emperor laughed. Jiang Fei sighed. The Dragon Emperor's meaning was very obvious. "Yes, I can give up when it comes to power. But when it comes to power, I'm sorry." The Dragon Emperor laughed. Jiang Fei sighed. "All right, don't resist," the Dragon Emperor said, with a condescending expression. The difference in strength between him and Jiang Fei was too great. He really could not figure out how he could lose to Jiang Fei. Even if Jiang Fei could not defeat the Dragon Emperor, he could not just sit there and do nothing. The Dragon Emperor laughed coldly and prepared to attack Jiang Fei. What should I do? Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. However, none of them could help him defeat the Dragon Emperor. The difference in strength between the two was too great. He was not like Natasha, who could take out a pile of treasures and throw them at the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1975. 1975. Translator 549690339. Just as Jiang Fei was worrying, The Dragon Emperor was getting impatient. He did not want to waste too much time on Jiang Fei. So he raised his hand and threw an energy bomb at Jiang Fei. Before the energy bomb arrived, Jiang Fei felt a destructive pressure. Although this was just a casual attack from the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Fei did not forget what level the Dragon Emperor was. His combat power was over 60 million. Jiang Fei could not defend against such a strong opponent, let alone a direct hit. Even if he was hit by the shock wave, Jiang Fei would be severely injured and almost die. Jiang Fei quickly used teleportation to dodge the Dragon Emperor's attack. The Dragon Emperor smiled. He really did not think that Jiang Fei could dodge his casual attack. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then he focused all his attention on the Dragon Emperor, ready to dodge the opponent's attack anytime. The Dragon Emperor smiled. At that moment, he was completely playing with Jiang Fei like a cat playing with a mouse. Swish! Swish! The Dragon Emperor threw 3 consecutive punches. The 3 energy bombs formed a triangle and attacked Jiang Fei. Swish! Swish! Jiang Fei's body flashed. He did not dare to block at all. He could only dodge to deal with it. The Dragon Emperor smiled. Although there was a huge difference in strength between him and Jiang Fei, this kind of casual attack required time to fly. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to dodge the attack. After a few rounds, the Dragon Emperor was tired of this kind of trick. The Dragon Emperor laughed loudly. Then his body instantly appeared behind Jiang Fei. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor did not rely on teleportation to complete his movement. He simply increased his speed to the maximum. When Jiang Fei saw the Dragon Emperor disappear, he knew that it was not good. He immediately teleported to dodge, but he was also half a step too slow. Although the Dragon Emperor's attack did not directly hit Jiang Fei, just a little wind from his palm was enough to make Jiang Fei feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Jiang Fei felt a sweetness in his throat. His vision turned black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not bad. The Dragon Emperor smiled. He did not pursue the victory. Jiang Fei was very uncomfortable. If he was on the ground, he would have been half kneeling and panting. However, he was in the void. He did not even have a chance to breathe. F***CK. What should I do? This can't go on. Jiang Fei was extremely anxious. He could not help but shout in his heart, I want power. I want power. Jiang Fei's endless battle intent was activated once again. In an instant, the dragon's blood in Jiang Fei's body was ignited. His strength instantly increased by a notch. Interesting. The Dragon Emperor smiled. Although Jiang Fei's strength had increased, it was only at the level of an ordinary blue-eyed white dragon. His combat power was about 25 million. It was roughly the same level as Blood Mistress. However, in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor, this bit of strength was nothing more than a lie. At that moment, Jiang Fei's eyes were bloodshot. He had really risked his life. However, even if Jiang Fei had unlimited battle intent, he would still need to fight continuously to gradually increase his combat power. Would the Dragon Emperor have the patience to fight thousands of rounds with him to increase his strength? Jiang Fei swung his fist and sent a fist toward the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was like a fly that swatted away Jiang Fei's attack. Damn it! When Jiang Fei saw that his attack was ineffective, he could not help but think in his heart. Although the Dragon Emperor's combat power was heaven-defying, the main cannon of the main ship was not to be trifled with. An antimatter main cannon that could destroy an entire planet with a single strike could only be equipped by a main ship. Although these super battleships were useless against super powerhouses, it was not because they were not powerful enough. It was because when the main cannon was charged, the top powerhouses had already run away. Moreover, the main cannon of the battleship had too long of a break in its attacks, or they would find a way to tear apart the battleship's shield and armor and enter the battleship to engage in melee combat with the enemy. Therefore, when the main battleship was fighting against top-tier experts, it was like an anti-aircraft cannon hitting a mosquito. Although the power was enough, it could not hit the enemy at all. Just as Jiang Fei thought of this, an antimatter main cannon with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Moreover, The main cannon had already been charged and had locked onto the Dragon Emperor. What the hell? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. What is this? The Dragon Emperor had never seen such a technological product before. At this moment, the antimatter main cannon fired. The Dragon Emperor could also feel the terrifying power contained in this attack. However, he did not use teleportation to dodge it. The Dragon Emperor's dignity made him fearless of any challenge. Therefore, he decided to face the attack head-on. With an angry roar, the Dragon Emperor transformed into his green-eyed white dragon form. Then, he spat out a dragon pearl. When the dragon pearl appeared, it was dazzling. It released a shield and blocked in front of the Dragon Emperor. At this time, the antimatter main cannon's energy beam had also arrived. The energy beam hit the shield released by the dragon pearl. The destructive shockwave made Jiang Fei, who was far away, tremble in fear. After about 20 seconds, the antimatter main cannon's attack had finished. All the energy had been poured out, and then it disappeared into thin air. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor had returned to his human form. His face was slightly pale. Clearly, the antimatter main cannon's attack that he had just received had put a lot of pressure on him. Jiang Fei was shocked. He had never seen a person who had taken on the antimatter main cannon head-on. This was a main ship's main cannon. Even a cosmic behemoth would lose a layer of skin if it was hit by it. However, after the Dragon Emperor took on the attack head-on, his face only turned slightly pale. From this, one could see how powerful the old man was. Jiang Fei said to the Dragon Emperor as he tried to stall for time. At the same time, he was trying to figure out what had just happened. What the hell is going on? I just thought about it casually and actually came up with an antimatter main cannon. Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. Then, he wanted to put it into practice to confirm whether his idea was correct. Jiang Fei thought to himself. With a roar, an adult steel giant scorpion really appeared under Jiang Fei's feet. F***CK. Where the hell is this? Can I really achieve anything I want? Jiang Fei was shocked. His heart was filled with ecstasy. This ability was really awesome. With this power, even if a bunch of Dragon Emperors came, Jiang Fei would not be afraid, let alone a single Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1976. Translator 549690339. What the hell? The Dragon Emperor was also shocked by the steel scorpion that Jiang Fei had summoned. Although the Dragon Emperor was over 30 meters long when he transformed into the green-eyed white dragon, compared to the steel scorpion that was over 1,000 kilometers long, the Dragon Emperor's size was nothing. However, the Dragon Emperor was not the only one who was shocked. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat because after he summoned the steel giant scorpion, he also checked the steel giant scorpion's combat power through his goggles. According to the data, the steel giant scorpion's combat power was around 58 million. Its strength could be said to be very shocking, but it was still a lot weaker than the Dragon Emperor. Moreover, the combat power data did not represent a person's full strength. For example, Jiang Fei had the 10th dimension as well as his combat power on the surface. This strength would definitely allow Jiang Fei to increase his level by a whole level. The Dragon Emperor and the Steel Scorpion were the same. As a cosmic beast, although the Steel Scorpion's energy level was extremely terrifying, its intelligence was not high. It definitely did not have any martial arts or martial arts skills. Therefore, it only relied on its instincts to attack. In actual combat, it might not even be able to defeat the Dragon Clan's Grand Elder, let alone the Dragon Emperor, who was even stronger than it. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart before this. He had always thought that the giant steel scorpion's strength was above the Dragon Emperor's. It was at least of the same level. However, he did not expect that after the actual test, the Dragon Emperor was actually stronger. Even so, Jiang Fei was not too worried because he had the ability to do whatever he wanted. One steel giant scorpions was not the Dragon Emperor's match. Could it be that 10 or 100 of them were not enough? Come on, Jiang Fei shouted. Immediately, 11 more steel giant scorpions appeared beside him. With a sharp whistle, The 12 steel giant scorpions formed into a formation and charged at the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor shouted. He could also feel the powerful aura from the 12 steel giant scorpions. Although he could clearly see the difference between the steel giant scorpions and the Dragon Emperor through Jiang Fei's goggles, he could still feel the difference between the steel giant scorpions and the Dragon Emperor. However, the Dragon Emperor could roughly understand it with his senses alone. Therefore, he believed that each of the steel giant scorpions in front of him could pose a threat to him. Facing an enemy that could pose a threat to him, the Dragon Emperor did not dare to be negligent. He immediately revealed his true form of the green-eyed white dragon and gathered his spiritual power to prepare to face the enemy. The red eyes of the giant steel scorpions shot out a dazzling light toward the Dragon Emperor. Because the size difference between the two sides was too big, the giant steel scorpions could not fight the Dragon Emperor in close combat. They could only fight through energy attacks. The Dragon Emperor spat out the Dragon Pearl and built a defensive shield in front of him. Beams of destructive light attacked the shield, forcing the Dragon Pearl to retreat. This is not good. The Dragon Emperor also deeply felt the power of the giant steel scorpion. Although the Dragon Emperor was much higher than the giant steel scorpion in terms of combat strength, in terms of pure energy intensity, the giant steel scorpion had the advantage in size. The Dragon Emperor was really at a disadvantage. However, after the Dragon Emperor realized his disadvantage, he began to be flexible. The Dragon Emperor was not so stupid. The Dragon Emperor accelerated and instantly put away the Dragon Pearl. The moment the shield disappeared, he arrived behind a giant steel scorpion. There was a saying that every inch was smaller than an inch. Although the Dragon Emperor's body could not be compared to the giant steel scorpion, his agility was much higher than the giant steel scorpion's. After getting close to the back of a giant steel scorpion, the Dragon Emperor raised his sharp claws and suddenly clawed at the back of the giant steel scorpion. Amidst a series of teeth-aching friction sounds, the Dragon Emperor's sharp claws rubbed against the back of the giant steel scorpion, creating a dazzling flame. The giant steel scorpion was in pain, and its tail hook-stabbed over fiercely. Relying on his advantage in agility, the Dragon Emperor dodged this attack perfectly. However, at this moment, a few red rays of destructive light shot over. It turned out that the other giant steel scorpions had arrived. Although the Dragon Emperor dodged a few rays of light, he was still hit by one of them. After all, the enemy's attacks were simply too many. There was a saying that it was difficult for a good man to fight against four hands, and a hungry tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was absolutely confident that he could easily kill one of the giant steel scorpions. However, there were too many of them. There were a total of 12 of them. Facing so many enemies, even the powerful Dragon Emperor was a little overwhelmed. "All of you are very powerful," the Dragon Emperor roared. Then, he finally began to use his martial arts. Moreover, he used the dragon race's bloodline martial arts right away. Suddenly, Jiang Fei felt the entire space tremble. This kind of terrifying energy resonance made him tremble involuntarily. This was not because Jiang Fei was timid. It was because the energy contained in this move was too terrifying. The Dragon Emperor spat out a platinum energy bomb. This energy bomb looked like it was only 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Compared to the giant steel scorpions, it was almost negligible. However, it caused the 12 giant steel scorpions to scream. The giant steel scorpions shrieked as they lined up in a straight line. Then, they gathered all their strength to raise their shields. The Dragon Emperor's ultimate skill easily passed through the first shield and pierced through the first giant steel scorpion. The giant steel scorpion that was pierced through quickly withered and turned into dust in the blink of an eye. So strong, Jiang Fei was shocked. Although the giant steel scorpions were superior to the Dragon Emperor in terms of pure energy storage, the difference in intelligence made them not know any martial arts skills at all. They only relied on their instincts to use energy. Therefore, although the shield that they erected was powerful, it was like a piece of paper when facing the Dragon Emperor's bloodline martial arts skills. The Dragon Emperor's attacks pierced through the shield in a row. After killing 6 giant steel scorpions, the shield was finally depleted. Even so, the 7th giant steel scorpion had almost lost its combat strength. Kulme. Jiang Fei saw that the Dragon Emperor's attacks had ended. He could not help but feel relieved. At the same time, Jiang Fei waved his hand. Nearly 20 giant steel scorpions were summoned and formed 2 groups of 12 attack formations. How is this possible? The Dragon Emperor was a little dumbfounded. To be honest, this attack had consumed a lot of his strength. If Jiang Fei could really summon such giant beasts indefinitely, the Dragon Emperor would not be able to handle it. Chapter 1977, 1977. Translator, 549-69-0339 no. I can't go on like this. The Dragon Emperor thought to himself. Initially, he had thought that with his own strength, it would be easy to deal with a weakling like Jiang Fei. However, he did not expect that he would be forced into such a sorry state by Jiang Fei. What puzzled the Dragon Emperor even more was that he did not know what method Jiang Fei had used to suddenly summon so many powerful helpers. Even the Dragon Emperor did not understand what was going on. Sigh. The Dragon Emperor sighed in his heart. The Dragon God's Imperial Guards were the most elite army of the dragon race. Every member was an elite of the dragon race. Their average combat strength was more than 40 million. Moreover, there were as many as 100 members. Naturally, the Dragon Emperor was not afraid of the 24 steel giant scorpions around Jiang Fei. Just as the Dragon Emperor thought of this, 100 green-eyed, white dragons appeared in front of him. Dragon God's Imperial Guards? The Dragon Emperor was a little dumbfounded for a moment. However, he quickly understood what was going on. It turns out that a single thought can achieve anything here. The Dragon Emperor thought to himself. At that moment, Jiang Fei had also seen the Dragon God's Imperial Guards. He also knew where these guys came from. F***CK. It seems that I'm not the only one who can do anything he wants. Jiang Fei's heart was as clear as a mirror. It seemed that in this strange space, anyone could do anything they wanted. Although he understood what was going on, the current situation was a little awkward. Just like how Jiang Fei could summon the giant steel scorpion endlessly, the Dragon Emperor could also summon the Dragon God's Imperial Guards endlessly. The battle between the two sides was hopeless. It was an endless battle of attrition. The two sides could consume and replenish at any time. There was no end to it. After an unknown period of time, the sky was already filled with dragon corpses and the remains of the giant steel scorpion. However, as Jiang Fei and the Dragon Emperor could replenish their forces at any time, the two sides were still locked in a stalemate. Since this is the trial ground, the designer definitely does not want it to be like this. Jiang Fei thought quickly. Jiang Fei, it's pointless for us to continue fighting like this. The Dragon Emperor was a little tired of this pointless consumption. What did the person who designed the trial create this space for? Jiang Fei thought to himself. He was not interested in the Dragon Emperor's invitation at all. A one-on-one fight with the Dragon Emperor? Unless his brain was fried. Although Jiang Fei did not think of the trial taker's purpose, he would occasionally give the Dragon Emperor a surprise during the battle of attrition. Go! As Jiang Fei shouted, 5 phase missiles went straight for the Dragon Emperor's camp. Phase missiles were different from normal missiles. This thing would immediately fly into subspace after it was launched. Therefore, it was almost impossible to intercept it until it was close to its target and ready to attack. Only then would it warp back into the main material space. Star-destroying missiles were even more terrifying. From the name, it was clear that this thing was used to destroy planets. Its power could be imagined. 5 star-destroying missiles were fired at the same time. The power of this explosion was almost enough to destroy a star. Boom! The Dragon Emperor did not even know what missiles were, not to mention the star-destroying missiles that were flying in the phase space. Therefore, he could only watch as the 5 star-destroying missiles were detonated in the middle of his Dragon God Guards. More than 100 green-eyed white dragons. And they were all elites among the green-eyed white dragons. Their strength exceeded 40 million. However, Such a group of extremely powerful experts were instantly vaporized by the explosion of the star-destroying missile gift pack. Although the Dragon God Guards were completely annihilated, the 5 star-destroying bombs did not hurt the Dragon Emperor in the slightest. This was because this old fellow had sensed the danger not long after the phase missiles were launched. So he had fled in advance. However, these green-eyed white dragons that were born because their dreams had come true lacked wisdom and did not foresee the danger at all. That was why they died here. Technological weapons were always so awkward when dealing with top-tier experts. Although its power could instantly wipe out these experts, those experts possessed powerful danger prediction abilities. Therefore, almost all of them were able to escape before danger arrived. While the Dragon Emperor who had escaped was shocked by the power of the explosion just now, he summoned another group of Dragon God Guards. Although it was a false alarm, the current battle situation was no different from before. Both sides were still trapped in an endless battle of attrition. Neither side could do anything to the other. During the continuous battle, Jiang Fei had almost used all the powerful weapons on the battleship. He had used star-destroying bullets, ion cannons, and even the radiance of purification from the main radiant battleship. Although he had destroyed the Dragon God's Imperial Guards countless times, the Dragon Emperor had always been able to escape in advance. Therefore, he had returned empty-handed. Compared to Jiang Fei's flashy side, the Dragon Emperor was much simpler. He would constantly summon the Dragon God's Imperial Guards. Once he had foreseen the danger, he would run away in advance and replenish the Dragon God's Imperial Guards. Although he did not achieve much, he did not lose much. However, he did not lose much. After Jiang Fei had tested all the powerful weapons on the warship, he began to think about this problem again. The battle between him and the Dragon Emperor would never end. Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. The previous successor was a super powerhouse of the dragon race. He should be able to defeat the Dragon Emperor. Jiang Fei was stunned. This time, after he imagined it, there was no reaction at all. What's going on? Didn't I get what I wanted? Jiang Fei immediately tried to add more steel giant scorpions. This time, he succeeded again. Jiang Fei guessed. No wonder that old fellow, the Dragon Emperor, could only summon these green-eyed, white dragon warriors. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. It was not that the Dragon Emperor did not want to change things. It was just that even if he wanted to duplicate Jiang Fei's summoned creatures, he could not do it because he did not know what they were. However, although he had some guesses, Jiang Fei was even more worried. Because in his knowledge, even the giant steel scorpion was not the Dragon Emperor's opponent. Then, there was no one or thing that could defeat the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1978, 1978. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei did not know how long he had been fighting with the Dragon Emperor. In any case, there was no concept of time in the void. The two of them were constantly summoning each other, trying to find an opportunity to give each other a fatal blow. As they fought, Jiang Fei realized that there was a problem. One of the 24 steel giant scorpions that he was controlling was suddenly missing. Moreover, when Jiang Fei wanted to replenish himself, there was no reaction at all. As the battle continued, the number of steel giant scorpions that Jiang Fei could control quickly increased to 22. As time passed, the number of steel giant scorpions that Jiang Fei could control continued to decrease. On the other side, the Dragon Emperor was also facing the same problem as Jiang Fei. The 100 Dragon God Imperial Guards under his command continued to decrease from 195, then to 90. The number continued to decrease. Moreover, this reduction was the upper limit. Once it fell, it could not be replenished. What was going on? Jiang Fei quickly calculated in his mind. If this ability to achieve what we want had disappeared, it would not be a good thing for him. Jiang Fei, our strange ability is about to disappear. The Dragon Emperor was quite happy previously because of this ability. Jiang Fei had actually fought him to a standstill. Occasionally, the strange things that Jiang Fei conjured could even cause him to be in a sorry state. However, if both of them lost this ability, 100 Jiang Fei would not be a match for him in a battle of pure strength. Jiang Fei thought as he conjured another antimatter main cannon. Then, he blasted the Dragon Emperor away. However, Jiang Fei was keenly aware that the power of the antimatter main cannon had been reduced. It was far less powerful than the first time he summoned it. After repeated experiments, Jiang Fei finally had a clue. It turned out that no matter what kind of move it was, as long as it was the first time he summoned it, its power would be the strongest. The power of this skill would gradually decrease. On the other hand, the Dragon Emperor's Dragon God's Guards and Jiang Fei's Steel Giant Scorpions were summoned the most frequently. Therefore, the speed of decay of these two skills was also the fastest. In the end, the Dragon Emperor could only summon 2 Dragon God's Guards. Jiang Fei could only summon 1 Steel Giant Scorpions. Based on the initial situation, Jiang Fei's 24 Steel Giant Scorpions against the Dragon Emperor's 100 Dragon God's Guards was about a ratio of 1 to 4. However, the Dragon Emperor could only rely on 2 Dragon God Guards to fight against Jiang Fei's Giant Steel Scorpions. This was mainly because the Star Destroyer and Antimatter main cannon that Jiang Fei occasionally summoned had caused a lot of damage to the Dragon God Guards. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor's replenishment of the guards was much faster than Jiang Fei's replenishment of the Giant Steel Scorpions. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor used this move more frequently. As a result, the weakening speed of this move was much faster than Jiang Fei's summoning of the Giant Steel Scorpions. Although the Dragon God's Guards were no longer strong enough to fight against the Giant Steel Scorpion, Jiang Fei and the Dragon Emperor were not on the same level. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor and the 2 Dragon God's Guard were much stronger than Jiang Fei and the Giant Steel Scorpion. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At this time, his Giant Steel Scorpion was already covered in wounds. The Dragon Emperor with the green eyes and white dragon posture was unusually fierce. He would have been unable to take it. Must I have seen this summoning thing with my own eyes? I've seen it in books. Jiang Fei was forced to find another way. The strongest beast he had seen with his own eyes was the Steel Giant Scorpion. However, this fellow was clearly unable to withstand the Dragon Emperor's attack. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only try his best. F***CK. Jiang Fei was desperate. He shouted and imagined the description of the hidden dragon pillar in his mind. As a golden light flashed, dust rose from the originally dark and empty space in the universe. Clouds filled the air. The space that was originally unable to transmit sound due to its vacuum-like state had also became noisy and annoying. What's that? For a time, including the Dragon Emperor and the 2 Dragon God Guards, the 3 people were trapped in the formation. They couldn't differentiate north from south. Suddenly, 5 golden lights flew over. After the Dragon Emperor sensed the danger, he suddenly pushed a Dragon God Guard beside him. Immediately, that guy pounced forward and was enveloped by the golden light. This kid was dragged away by the golden light. When the dust had dispersed, the Dragon God Guard's hands, legs, and neck were bound by the golden rings. His entire body was tied to a golden pillar in the shape of a triangle. He couldn't move at all. The moment the Dragon God Guard was restrained, the Steel Scorpion's hook attacked and pierced through his head on the spot. Another corpse appeared in the vast space of the universe. The Dragon Emperor's scalp was numb. If it was not for his quick reaction earlier, he would also be in trouble. It really works? Jiang Fei was also stunned by what he saw. Initially, he was just trying his luck. He did not expect that he could really summon the hidden dragon pillar. Moreover, the power was exactly the same as described in the book. Ha ha! Dragon Emperor! Jiang Fei suddenly raised his head and roared. If he only needed to accurately describe the attributes and functions of the treasure to make his dream come true, then Jiang Fei would not be afraid of the Dragon Emperor at all. Jiang Fei had read so many fantasy novels when he was in school. Just by reading a God Ascension romance, Jiang Fei was like a local. He had 100 ways to make the Dragon Emperor die. Oh no! The Dragon Emperor was shocked. He wanted to imitate Jiang Fei's magic treasure, but because he did not know much about it, he could not describe its attributes and functions in detail. This caused the Dragon Emperor's summoning to be unable to be completed. At that moment, even if the Dragon Emperor wanted to make a magic treasure himself, Jiang Fei's attacks were endless. He did not even have time to think. Kulme. Jiang Fei laughed loudly. Because repeated summoning would reduce the power of the magic treasure, Jiang Fei decided to use a new one every time. After all, one of the magic treasures in the Romance of Godhood was enough for him to use as he pleased. The immortal binding rope turned into a ray of golden light and flew straight towards the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor had learned his lesson from the Dragon Pillar earlier. He did not dare to take it head-on. He could only grab another Dragon God Guard to defend himself. Instantly, the Dragon God Guard was tied up tightly. Then he was burned to ashes by the destructive light shot from the giant steel scorpion's eyes. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor was left with only himself as the commander. He wanted to summon the Dragon God Imperial Guard again, but unfortunately, because he had cast too many spells, this skill was no longer effective. Chapter 1979, 1979. Translator 549690339. Seeing that the Dragon Emperor was at his wit's end, Jiang Fei let the giant steel scorpion attack furiously and compressed the Dragon Emperor's movement space. At the same time, he created another treasure in his heart. Jiang Fei shouted. A square object was summoned. Of course, the thing that Jiang Fei summoned could not really be a brick. This thing was the famous heaven-flipping seal in the Romance of the Gods. The seal expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of a wash basin. Then, it smashed toward the Dragon Emperor. The speed was so fast that even the Dragon Emperor could barely see a shadow. The Dragon Emperor, who was fighting against the giant steel scorpion, was caught off guard. By the time he saw the heaven-flipping seal, it was already too late. He had been hit by the magic treasure. As everyone knew, the heaven-flipping seal was used to smash people's heads. In the Romance of the Gods, the golden immortals who were hit by it would also end up with their brains blown out. With 60 million combat power and the powerful physical body of the green-eyed White Dragon clan, he was barely able to survive the heaven-flipping seal. However, he was still sent flying hundreds of feet away. There was a bloody hole on the top of his head. Bright red blood flowed down his face. The Dragon Emperor cried out in pain. He covered the top of his head with one hand and tried to use his spiritual power to heal the wound. However, the heaven-flipping seal was extremely strange. The wound that it had caused could not be healed immediately. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He was holding the sky seal with one hand. At that moment, he was confident that he would win. He was no longer as embarrassed as when he met the Dragon Emperor. Boy, what kind of demonic technique is this? The Dragon Emperor looked at Jiang Fei and was shocked. Speaking of which, the Dragon Emperor was really wronged. The 5 directions of heaven and earth was originally a cultivation world. Everyone could cultivate. Everyone could ride a sword and fly. Therefore, almost everything that they could think of could be done, and the Dragon Emperor's strength was at the top of the 5 directions, heaven and earth. Therefore, his ability represented the strongest achievement that the entire 5 directions, heaven and earth, could imagine. However, it was different on Earth. As early as a few thousand years ago, Earth had entered the age of chaos. Warriors had all become top-notch existences, and immortal cultivation was almost impossible. The literati are not just making it up. It is said that when the road to practice is blocked, that is when the imagination is released. And in this strange space, the competition is not about one's own strength, but about who has the richer imagination. The Dragon Emperor has all the strength, but because his thoughts are bound to the premise of being able to achieve, therefore, he could not simply summon a treasure like Jiang Fei. After being hit by the heaven-flipping seal, the Dragon Emperor naturally would not sit still and wait for his death. The only thing he could do now was to summon the entire blue-eyed White Dragon clan. This was the most powerful group of people he could think of. With a wave of spatial fluctuations, all members of the entire blue-eyed White Dragon clan, regardless of gender, age, or age, were replicated. However, based on the Dragon Emperor's understanding of his own clansmen, Their abilities were perfectly replicated. Call for help. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. After mastering the rules of this space, Jiang Fei was getting better and better. As Jiang Fei shouted, 10 experts appeared in front of Jiang Fei. These 10 people were none other than the 10 immortals of the Golden Turtle Island. Jiang Fei bowed slightly to the 10 people. Although these people did not have much intelligence, they were still from the mythical novels that Jiang Fei had worshipped when he was young. Therefore, Jiang Fei still treated them with great respect. After the 10 immortals of the Golden Turtle Island appeared, they immediately took out their magical equipment and set up the 10 ultimate formations in front of the Dragon Emperor and the others. How would the Dragon Emperor know what the 10 ultimate formation was? When he saw that Jiang Fei had only summoned 10 people, he immediately thought that Jiang Fei had underestimated the enemy and that he had found a loophole. Therefore, he immediately ordered his clansmen to attack. Therefore, hundreds of Dragon Clan members rushed forward together and charged into the 10 ultimate formation. For a moment, there were shouts of killing and the 10 ultimate formation was activated. This Heaven ultimate formation contained the innate state. The heaven, earth, and man were all gathered in the 3 banners. Once these 3 banners were activated, it would be difficult for the immortals to escape. However, the Dragon Clan members did not know any of this. As soon as they charged in, a few small dragons were blasted into dust by the heavenly lightning. However, there was a saying that strength comes with numbers. Although this 10 ultimate formation was abnormally fierce, after killing more than 10 small dragons, it was finally broken due to the exhaustion of spiritual power. Very soon, the dragon army charged into the second formation, the Earth Inferno formation. There was heavenly lightning on the top and earth fire on the bottom. After the Dragon Clan members entered, it could be said that there was no way in heaven and no way in earth. In an instant, more than 10 lives were killed. When it came to the third formation, the Wind Roar formation, the Dragon Emperor simply gave up testing. Anyway, these clansmen were all made up, so he might as well use human lives to fill in. Anyway, he had hundreds of clansmen. He would still be able to fight until the end. Very soon, the Ice Formation, Golden Light Formation, Blood Transformation Formation, Flame Formation, Falling Soul Formation, Red Water Formation, Red Sand Formation, and so on are broken one by one. However, the Dragon Emperor's clansmen had also lost less than 200 people. The Dragon Emperor laughed loudly. When he saw that his clansmen were almost right in front of Jiang Fei, he could not help but laugh out loud. Oh, Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he waved his hand, and 3 beautiful women appeared in front of him. These 3 beautiful women each held a magical item in their hands. They were none other than Lady 3 Clouds from the Romance of Godhood. Jiang Fei bowed deeply to Lady 3 Clouds. Lady 3 Clouds moved in unison and set down the great formation of the 9-bend Yellow River that had once taken down all the immortals in the godhood. The famous Chaos Gold Doe was suspended in the sky above the great formation. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor no longer cared about Jiang Fei's tricks. He could not understand anything anyway. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor waved his hand, and the remaining 300 or so dragon warriors charged forward. After entering the Juku Yellow River Formation, the dragons immediately felt their bodies sink. Their originally powerful spiritual power was only left with 20 to 30%. Moreover, in this formation, the sky was dark and sand was flying everywhere. It was easy for them to enter and difficult to leave. Each and every one of them scurried around like headless flies in the formation, unable to find their way out at all. The Dragon Emperor was greatly alarmed when he saw this. He hurriedly stopped the remaining dragons from charging into the formation, but it was already too late by then. San Shao controlled the Chaos Golden Dipper and pressed it down. Regardless of whether it was the Dragon Empress or the Dragon Clan's first elder, they did not have the time to resist before they were sucked into the Chaos Golden Dipper. However, their spiritual power was also sealed in the Chaos Gold Bucket. After that, San Shao acted as if he was dealing with the Chanasm Immortals. He threw all the dragons into the nine-bend Yellow River Formation. Only the Dragon Emperor was left outside the formation with his eyes wide open. Come on, if you have the ability, just like that shameless guy, Jiang Zia, invite the primordial Lord of Heaven over. Jiang Fei laughed loudly. What do you mean? The Dragon Emperor was confused. How would he know what the primordial Lord of Heaven was? Now, all the strongest helpers he could think of had been crippled. Other than fighting in person, the Dragon Emperor had nothing else to do. Chapter 1980. Translator 549690339. Just as the Dragon Emperor was in a daze, three heavens attacked again. The Chaos Gold Doe charged at the Dragon Emperor and crippled him. The Dragon Emperor shouted. He could feel the suction force from the Chaos Gold Doe. He knew that being sucked in would not end well. Therefore, he immediately gathered his spiritual energy and tried to escape from the Chaos Gold Doe's attack range. However, this fellow had been focused on the Chaos Gold Doe. He had completely forgotten about Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's strength was far inferior to the Dragon Emperor's, it was different now. Normally, the Dragon Emperor would stand still, and Jiang Fei would not be able to break through the Dragon Emperor's defense. Jiang Fei was holding the heaven-flipping seal in his hand. Jiang Fei shouted and cast the heaven-flipping seal in his hand. The sky-turning seal created a wind sound and instantly appeared in front of the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor was completely focused on the Chaos Gold battle, so he did not notice Jiang Fei's sneak attack. By the time he heard that the evil wind was not kind, it was already too late. The sky-turning seal landed on the Dragon Emperor's head. The old man's vision went black on the spot. Although the Dragon Emperor had also received a heaven-flipping seal previously, he had relied on his powerful strength and his green-eyed white dragon body to be abnormally strong, so he did not receive too much damage. However, this time was different. His vision went black after being smashed by the heaven-flipping seal. The Dragon Emperor's spiritual power dispersed. Once this spiritual power dispersed, he would no longer be able to resist the power of the Chaos Gold Doe. With a golden light, the Dragon Emperor was absorbed into the Chaos Gold Doe. What kind of power is this? The moment the Dragon Emperor was absorbed into the Chaos Gold Doe, he recovered. However, it was already too late for him to gather his spiritual power again. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor felt a strange power permeating his entire body. Although this power was not particularly strong, it was very strange. It was entangled with the Dragon Emperor's spiritual power, causing the Dragon Emperor to be unable to breathe. Even if he had all the power in his body, there was no way for him to use it. With a swing of Cloud's jade-like hand, the sealed Dragon Emperor was thrown into the Nine Twists Yellow River Formation. Jiang Fei was not like some villains who would not stop talking when victory was in their grasp. In the end, he was killed by the other party. Jiang Fei had a philosophy of taking advantage of a person's illness to kill him. Therefore, when he saw that the Dragon Emperor was restrained, he immediately built a new magic treasure for himself. A large gourd appeared in Jiang Fei's hand. There was a ray of light in the gourd. It was more than 3 feet tall. An object appeared on top of it. It was 7 inches long and had eyes and eyebrows. There were 2 rays of white light in its eyes. When the white light shone down, it enveloped the Dragon Emperor. He had also lost his 6 senses in the 9 zigzag Yellow River Formation. Therefore, he could not dodge at all. What is this? When the white light enveloped the Dragon Emperor, he felt a tingling sensation on his back. A fear that he had never felt before rose in his heart. Whoosh! The white light froze the Dragon Emperor's Niwen Palace. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor lost his mind. His entire body became dizzy. He could not tell left from right, nor could he argue. Jiang Fei chanted this spell that he was extremely familiar with. In Jiang Fei's eyes, it was extremely cool. As Jiang Fei chanted the spell, the baby turned around on the Dragon Emperor's head and saw the Dragon Emperor's head rolling on the ground. Logically speaking, even a nascent soul cultivator would be able to escape after their head was chopped off, let alone someone at the Dragon Emperor's level. A cultivator at the true immortal level and above would be able to escape their immortal soul even if their nascent soul was chopped off. However, the Dragon Emperor deserved it. He had encountered an unreasonable magic treasure like the Immortal Slayer flying knife. Before the Immortal Slayer flying knife killed someone, it would first freeze the opponent's Niwen Palace so that the nascent soul could not leave the body. The immortal soul was also fixed in the body. Therefore, when the head fell, the person's body and immortal soul were all killed. The moment the Dragon Emperor was killed, Jiang Fei opened the 10th dimension. At the same time that he put the Dragon Emperor's body into the 10th dimension, he also put the Dragon Emperor's soul into it. Without the protection of the nascent soul and immortal soul, the Dragon Emperor's soul was just a mass of spiritual power. It was no different from the souls that Jiang Fei had imprisoned in the 10th dimension. There, he could reunite with 7th Brother's soul. After dealing with the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Fei's mind relaxed. The moment he relaxed, the steel giant scorpion and 3 realms that Jiang Fei had summoned earlier disappeared as well. The dragon warriors that the Dragon Emperor had summoned also disappeared because of the death of the Dragon Emperor. Their minds are no longer active. The space that was filled with corpses suddenly became clean. Sigh, Jiang Fei thought greedily. However, he knew that it was impossible. However, Jiang Fei was already very satisfied that he could use these imaginary treasures to kill the Dragon Emperor and resolve his crisis. Jiang Fei looked around. After the Dragon Emperor died, he was the only one left in this place. Jiang Fei frowned. Because the space showed no signs of disintegrating, he was still trapped in this place. Jiang Fei looked around and found that there was not a single hair on this place. It was simply empty. Jiang Fei muttered to himself in confusion. After some time, Jiang Fei suddenly slapped his head and said, "Damn it, how could I be so blind?" At that moment, there was indeed no enemy in the universe. There was nothing else. However, there was a planet in the distance. Long before the Dragon Emperor entered this place, Jiang Fei had already discovered the huge planet with a halo. However, after the Dragon Emperor appeared, Jiang Fei had treated it as a simple background. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it. Now that there was nothing in the universe, this planet appeared to be particularly abrupt. Jiang Fei guessed as he flew towards the planet. However, this planet was extremely far away from Jiang Fei. It would take a long time for him to fly there by himself. Hey, Jiang Fei smacked his forehead and directly imagined shuttle. With the ability to achieve what he wanted, a high-speed shuttle appeared in front of Jiang Fei. After entering the cockpit, Jiang Fei started the engine and sped toward the planet. However, after Jiang Fei performed 2 phase warps, he realized that there was a problem. According to the shuttle's navigation system, the distance between him and the planet had not shortened at all. Chapter 1981. Translator 549690339. What's going on? I've been flying for so long. Jiang Fei frowned. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei checked the navigation system again. The distance shown on the navigation system was no different from when he had just activated the shuttle. Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he adjusted the speed of the shuttle. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fei finally confirmed a fact. The distance between him and the planet remained unchanged. Jiang Fei wondered. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Jiang Fei was a little skeptical. Then, he snapped his fingers, and the shuttle instantly turned into nothingness. Originally, these things were formed based on his thoughts. These summoned things would disappear. Come on! Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a heavy-duty frigate appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Cross-destroy starship. This type of ship was a functional warship of the Merchant Alliance. It did not have an advantage against starships of any level. Not only was its armor and shield weak, but its firepower was almost negligible. However, this type of ship was equipped with a large number of star-destroying missiles. These giant missiles were extremely powerful. However, their flying speed was extremely slow. In space combat, they could almost be intercepted. Therefore, the actual combat effect was close to zero. However, these giant missiles had an irreplaceable advantage in bombing planets. Besides the main ship, the Cross-Crusher starship was the only battleship that could carry star-destroying missiles. It played an irreplaceable role. Jiang Fei opened the cabin door and entered the battleship. After arriving at the bridge, Jiang Fei took over the Cross-Crusher starship. Jiang Fei activated the starship's central control computer. However, it was impossible for a starship of this level to have an intelligent system like Larksea's. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to complete the specific operation. Fortunately, it was not the first time Jiang Fei had experienced a space battle. As the general of the Milky Way Empire, Jiang Fei knew every type of warship under his command like the back of his hand. He immediately controlled the fire control system of the Cross-Crusher starship to lock onto the planet in the distance. As Jiang Fei pressed the vermilion button, the missile cabin of the Cross-Crusher starship opened up. One by one, giant missiles revealed their ferocious faces. Key, key, key. With soft sounds, the Cross-Crusher starship fired at full power. One by one, heavy missiles were fired. Jiang Fei said as he looked at the missile rain in the distance. This time, the planet far away from Jiang Fei did not maintain a distance from the missiles. As the missiles got closer and closer to the planet, Jiang Fei became a little nervous. Boom, boom! One after another, the star-destroying missiles exploded on the surface of the planet. Even though Jiang Fei was so far away, he could still see mushroom clouds rising from the distant planet. Boom, boom! The bombardment continued. After all, this type of star destroyer was only a heavy-duty frigate. Their ability to bombard planets could not be compared to the main force. About 5 minutes later, the side of the planet that was facing Jiang Fei had been blasted into pieces. However, the cross-shaped star destroyer continued to release star destroyer. One missile after another rained down on the unknown planet. With a loud sound, the planet that could not bear the burden was finally pierced through. Several star-destroying missiles exploded near its star core, causing the entire planet to become unstable. The explosions from within the star core continued. The huge planet began to tremble and finally broke into pieces under the explosion of its own star core. The moment the planet was destroyed, the cross-shaped starship that Jiang Fei was piloting disappeared. Hee, congratulations, my successor. A figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked curiously, I know that you have many questions, but this is only an afterimage that I have left behind. Therefore, I cannot answer your questions. The afterimage said expressionlessly. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Since this was just an afterimage, he naturally did not need to waste his emotions to ask questions. The space that you have just experienced is a test of your imagination, said the afterimage. Jiang Fei nodded. The shadow was right. This space had the ability to materialize a person's thoughts. However, if one's thoughts were restricted within a certain area, it was impossible for one to pass the test. Of course, Jiang Fei was able to complete the test so easily because he was not a person from the 5 directions. This test was originally designed for people from the 5 directions. How would the people here know what it meant to destroy a starship? Even for someone with the Dragon Emperor's strength, it was almost impossible for him to destroy a planet that he would never be able to get close to. Moreover, the minds of the people of the 5 directions were restricted by the known cultivation system. It was not possible for anyone to imagine the power to crush a planet out of thin air. The supreme inherited power that you have inherited is the most magical power in the entire world. In this unique space, all power will turn into nothingness. Only an infinite mind is the foundation, the shadow continued to say. Jiang Fei frowned. Although he could not use any power in the 10th dimension due to time freeze, his mind power was still effective. However, according to the shadow, this mind power should also be ineffective. Although there were many doubts in his heart, Jiang Fei temporarily suppressed them. After all, the shadow's time was limited. The most important thing now was to hear him out. You have now passed the test of your imagination. Next, you will enter my legacy space. There, you will obtain all of my knowledge and a part of my power. After saying this, the afterimage disappeared in front of Jiang Fei's eyes. Chapter 1982, 1982. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei was stunned after hearing the plan. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt that the world was spinning. It was as if the entire space had begun to distort. Jiang Fei was shocked. He wanted to control his body, but he realized that everything was futile. It was not that there was a force pulling him, but that the entire space was distorting. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who was in this space, was naturally not spared. Jiang Fei felt his vision go black, and he fainted. After an unknown amount of time, when Jiang Fei regained consciousness again, he was already lying on a large grassland. Jiang Fei looked around and saw an old man with silver hair standing behind him. The old man turned around and asked, "Yes?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. He saw that the old man had white hair and a childlike face. He had a kind look on his face. It did not seem like he was hostile toward Jiang Fei. "Me?" The old man sighed. However, Jiang Fei noticed that the old man's body was somewhat flickering, as if it was not very stable. Jiang Fei asked with concern, "Sai, I'm Fine." The old man waved his hand, indicating that Jiang Fei did not need to worry. "Old man, you haven't told me who you are," Jiang Fei asked again. "You don't even know my name. However, you've just seen the afterimage that I left behind," the old man said with a smile. "Afterimage? What?" Jiang Fei was shocked. "Yes, this trial was indeed left behind by me. I'm also the third successor of the supreme inheritance," said the old man with a smile. Jiang Fei could clearly sense that the old man was not a real person. "I've already passed away." The old man smiled faintly, as if he did not care about this situation. Jiang Fei asked a question in his heart. "This trial is to help me choose a successor. Since you were able to come here, there is no need to ask." The old man smiled. Then, he did not wait for Jiang Fei to speak. He continued to say, "I am relieved to see you. At least the future of the dragon race has been secured. I have indeed obtained the supreme inheritance. However, I do not dare to forget to interfere with the future of the dragon race, because the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen seem to have some hostility toward me. They may not want me to do anything in the dragon race." Jiang Fei explained briefly about his experience in the dragon race. However, he did not mention that the Dragon Emperor had already died at his hands. The old man laughed. Then he suddenly asked, "Then, the Dragon Emperor must have died at your hands, right?" "Huh?" Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the old man to actually guess that the Dragon Emperor had died. "There is nothing to be surprised about. I had left a prophecy before. This prophecy not only guided you into the trial, but also gave the Dragon Emperor a chance. If he can kill you in the trial, then he will be able to obtain the supreme inheritance power and lead the future of the dragon race in your place," said the old man calmly. It was as if the death of the Dragon King was nothing to him. Now, Jiang Fei finally understood why the Dragon King wanted to kill him. He also understood why the Dragon Queen wanted him to participate in the trial by all means. "All right, now that the Dragon King is dead, you have become the only choice to lead the dragon race. Moreover, you can kill the Dragon King and pass the trial. This also proves that you have the right to do so," said the old man as he looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. "Senior, look at what you're saying. The dragon race is full of capable people." Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. "Don't be anxious." The old man smiled confidently. "What?" Jiang Fei was completely stunned by the old man's words. The dragon race had many strong people. Any adult dragon race had the power that Jiang Fei had after activating his infinite battle intent domain. As for the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder, there was no need to even mention them. That was equivalent to killing Jiang Fei 100 times in a second. However, according to the old man's words, after Jiang Fei left this space, he would have the power to make the dragon race submit to him. He would have to be at least stronger than the Great Elder, right? After all, the Great Elder was a terrifying powerhouse with over 50 million combat power. This is nothing to be surprised about. Although I have already passed away, I have left behind a part of my power and all my knowledge here. After you digest my inheritance, having that bit of power is nothing, said the old man, as if he did not care about the strength of the great elder and the others. Good Lord. Jiang Fei could not help but wonder. All right, I don't have much time left. I have used up too much of my energy to wait for you to come. The old man suddenly took a deep breath and said. Jiang Fei could vaguely feel that the old man's figure was getting dimmer and dimmer. Exclamation point. Furthermore, the remnant image you left behind previously said that in the Supreme Inheritance's space, all power will be reduced to nothingness. Only imagination is the strongest power. Jiang Fei quickly asked the question in his heart. The old man pondered for a moment. Then he said to Jiang Fei, as for the first question, actually, I have not been able to solve it completely. Now, I will first solve the second question for you. Then, I will talk to you about the first question. Jiang Fei nodded and then focused his attention on waiting for the old man to speak. In the Supreme Inheritance's space, mind power is not effective. Only your mind can remain active there. Everything else will be frozen. If your space can still have mind power, it means that there is something wrong with your space. It is not completely isolated from the outside world. Perhaps it is in an inconspicuous corner. It is still interacting with the main world. That is why mind power, the power that is closest to mind power, is effective, the old man explained. Jiang Fei secretly noted it down. In fact, he himself was not sure if such a flaw would be a good or bad thing for him. You'd better find that connection point as soon as possible and cut it off. Otherwise, at the critical moment, this point might be your most fatal weakness, said the old man. Jiang Fei nodded and continued to ask, what about the secrets of the Supreme Inheritance? Chapter 1983. Translator 549690339. The old man did not directly answer Jiang Fei's question. A little, Jiang Fei replied. He had put in a lot of hard work in this area. That's good, the old man said and switched to using the dragon language to communicate with Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei had studied the dragon language diligently for a period of time, he could completely translate the words that the old man said into his own language and understand it. The old man asked. The dragon language that he spoke was automatically translated into words that were convenient for him to understand. Space? I know that we live in a three-dimensional space. Perhaps there are creatures living in a higher dimension than us, Jiang Fei said. However, in his heart, it was no longer possible that there were creatures living in a higher dimension. That was because those guys had already invaded this universe. Jiang Fei suddenly thought of a question. The old man shook his head. Then he said to Jiang Fei, time is a special vector. There is time in one-dimensional space and time in two-dimensional space. Time exists in every dimension. Time and space are two different concepts. Jiang Fei nodded. All right, I have explained the relationship between time and space. The old man nodded and continued to ask Jiang Fei in the dragon language. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not understand what the old man meant by asking this question. The old man sighed, then he said to Jiang Fei, the so-called one-dimensional space is a straight line. If there are creatures in this straight line, then in its perspective, there's only one point at the front and one point at the back. It can only move forward or backward, and the countless straight lines form a plane, which is the so-called two-dimensional space. The creatures in this space are no longer limited to moving in a straight line. Instead, they can move up, down, left, and right freely, the old man continued to say. Jiang Fei nodded. The old man's description coincided with his knowledge in the world of technology. Although the dragon language's description of the space dimension was not quite the same as the outside world, it corresponded to the same meaning. The three-dimensional world that we live in is actually formed by countless planes. After layers of two-dimensional worlds are stacked together, the three-dimensional world that we live in is formed, said the old man as he looked at Jiang Fei. Then he continued, so it can be imagined that the four-dimensional space is actually formed by countless three-dimensional spaces stacked together. Jiang Fei asked curiously. If we want to talk about this, we have to start from our understanding of space, said the old man as he paused for a moment. Then he continued, I don't know if you have noticed, but our observation of the world is actually done by reducing the dimensions. Jiang Fei was stunned. The old man stretched out his hand, and a ray of light appeared in midair. This is a straight line. It represents a one-dimensional space. If there's a living creature living here, then in his eyes, there's only one point in front and one point behind. This represents a living creature living in a one-dimensional space. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand. The light in midair disappeared and was replaced by a wall of light. Look, this is a plane. Then the old man waved his hand. Many patterns appeared on the wall of light. There were squares and circles. If it is a living creature living on this plane, he cannot actually see these squares or circle from his perspective. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand again. The wall of light disappeared and was replaced by a solid wall. "We live in a three-dimensional world," asked the old man. Said Jiang Fei as if it was a matter of course. That's right. But this is also a plane. You can't see what's behind the plane. Because you're a person from a three-dimensional world, you can only see the plane of a two-dimensional world," said the old man. "That's not right," Jiang Fei said as he took out a ball from the spatial ring. The old man said as he took the ball from Jiang Fei's hand. Then, he waved his hand. The surrounding light instantly dimmed. At that moment, in Jiang Fei's eyes, the ball was only a faint round shadow. Look, after losing the light and dark contrast, your brain can no longer calculate. The real image in your eyes is only a circle, said the old man with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded. It turned out that the three-dimensional world in his eyes was only the result of the two-dimensional image sent back by his eyes. His brain then calculated and supplemented the results based on the light and dark contrast and the knowledge of near, large, and far. Therefore, a person in a dimensional space can only perceive the space that he is in through the reduction of dimensions. The old man finally came to a conclusion. Jiang Fei nodded. No matter how fascinating the scenery in the picture was, the creatures in the two-dimensional space could only see straight lines. The three-dimensional world was colorful and colorful. In the eyes of the people, it was just a mosaic of pictures. Although Jiang Fei was a little disappointed by the answer, it was the truth. So, you understand now, the old man smiled, and he continued. The so-called four-dimensional space is the product of countless three-dimensional space stacking up. Of course, this stacking up is not as simple as building a house with bricks. The stacking up is still a three-dimensional world. This stacking up is structured in a way that we cannot understand. The people there can see through our world, just like we can see through the essence of the two-dimensional world. The world in their eyes is made up of real three-dimensional images. Because we cannot observe the real three-dimensional world, we cannot describe their world. Jiang Fei asked. The old man shook his head and said, However, I have found something interesting. This might help you solve some of your doubts. Jiang Fei immediately asked. Chapter 1984, 1984. Translator, 549690339, the old man said. Jiang Fei was a little confused. The old man nodded, then he said to Jiang Fei, Nothing in this world is absolute. The so-called straight line does not exist. Any line, plane, and space are all curved. The only difference is that the curvature is very small, so small that ordinary people cannot feel it. Jiang Fei asked, Have you ever thought about it? The old man asked. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and then answered tentatively. Then it will eventually return to its original point and form a circle. The old man nodded, then he continued what Jiang Fei had said and said, You're right. No matter how slight the bend of this straight line is, as long as the time is long enough, it will eventually return to its original point and turn from a straight line into a circle. Jiang Fei nodded and then waited for the old man to continue. He knew that this was what the old man was really trying to say. As expected, the old man quickly continued to speak. Said the old man. He did not wait for Jiang Fei to reply. The old man said to himself, That's right. A circle represents a plane. It represents a two-dimensional space. Jiang Fei was stunned. The old man's words made his mind light up. The old man smiled and continued. Think about it again. If a piece of paper is slightly bent, as time passes, it will expand in all directions. What will you get in the end? Jiang Fei now understood what the old man meant. If a plane was bent in all directions, as time passed, it would eventually turn into a ball. The old man asked patiently. Jiang Fei answered blankly. His mind was in a mess. The old man's theory was too shocking. The old man nodded. Then he continued. One-dimensional space will eventually evolve into two-dimensional space over a long period of time. Two-dimensional space will eventually evolve into three-dimensional space as time passes. Similarly, three-dimensional world will also evolve into four-dimensional space after a long period of time. After Jiang Fei heard the old man's theory, a storm raged in his heart. Before this, although Jiang Fei had been resisting the invasion of the Gamma Space people, deep in his heart, he had always felt powerless against the god. Moreover, this feeling of powerlessness was not like the helplessness of a person facing a god in a mythical novel. After all, the supernatural awareness in a mythical novel could be cultivated by a person. However, in reality, when people from the high-dimensional space face people from the low-dimensional space, their overwhelming advantage could not be made up by cultivation. Therefore, this feeling of powerlessness was what made Jiang Fei the most disappointed. However, today, after Jiang Fei heard the old man's theory, although the theory did not help much when it came to fighting against the Gamma Space, it gave Jiang Fei a lot of confidence in his heart. After all, the four-dimensional space was also developed from the three-dimensional space. Therefore, these high-dimensional space fellows were not that impressive. Jiang Fei asked again. Our space is very special. It is formed based on the foundation of the mind and relies on powerful spiritual power. It can be considered as a space of any dimension. The old man said. However, I feel that it is no different from a three-dimensional space. Jiang Fei said with a puzzled look. The old man laughed loudly. Jiang Fei asked curiously. The old man was stunned. Then he smiled and said to Jiang Fei, when I was at my peak, the legacy space could already simulate four-dimensional space-time. Jiang Fei looked at the old man's proud face. He thought that the old man was very powerful. He did not expect that his legacy space had not even reached the fourth dimension. Oof. Brat, do you think that the training of the Supreme Legacy is that simple? The old man laughed coldly. Then he continued, when I was at my peak, I could see through the world that we live in with the power of the pseudo-four-dimensional space. The entire world operates as if it is transparent to me. I'm like a prophet in this world. There is nothing that I do not know. So powerful? Jiang Fei was also shocked. That's nothing. If I can take a step further, I might be able to enter the fourth dimension. By then, I would be able to gain a true three-dimensional perspective. The old man said with a little sigh. Enter the fourth dimension? How? Aren't we people from the three-dimensional world? Jiang Fei was puzzled. Of course, our physical bodies are unable to enter the fourth dimension. It's just like how creatures from the two-dimensional world cannot exist in the three-dimensional world. The old man said. Jiang Fei asked. The old man rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei, then he sighed. I was too impatient back then. I overestimated my understanding of space, so I gave up on my physical body early on. In the end, I realized that my understanding of space was far from passing. I was unable to enter the fourth dimension at all. Jiang Fei could understand the old man's embarrassment at that time. After destroying his physical body, he realized that he was unable to enter the fourth dimension. In the eyes of the people in the three-dimensional space, that was equivalent to suicide. So kid, don't follow my footsteps. The old man warned Jiang Fei because he was a cautionary tale. Jiang Fei nodded. He had already understood the old man's meaning. When his understanding of space reached a certain level, the supreme inheritance could almost completely simulate the fourth dimension. At that time, he would be able to abandon his physical body and use the space of the supreme inheritance to transfer his thoughts to a higher dimension. Everything would be easier once he reached the other side. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with possession. Chapter 1985. Translator 549690339. After listening to the old man's words, Jiang Fei had a new understanding of his 10th dimension. All right, kid, you have enough questions. Just as Jiang Fei was about to ask more questions, the old man suddenly interrupted him. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although the old man had said that he did not have much time, Jiang Fei did not expect him to die so quickly. All right, you don't have to be so surprised. I've been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. The old man smiled faintly, as if he did not care about the fact that he was about to die. Jiang Fei felt a lump in his throat. He did not know how to say many words. Facing a person who was about to disappear, he really did not know what to say to comfort him. All right, you don't have to say any more. The old man shouted loudly. Then, he suddenly pounced forward. When he arrived in front of Jiang Fei, the figure was no longer in human form. Huh? Jiang Fei did not expect the old man to suddenly pounce on him. He subconsciously took half a step back and saw a dragon-shaped shadow coming straight at him. At that moment, Jiang Fei's subconscious was still trying to dodge, but he realized that he could no longer move. The dragon-shaped shadow instantly entered Jiang Fei's body. Jiang Fei immediately let out a scream. This scream was not because the old man had done something bad to Jiang Fei, but because Jiang Fei felt like he was a rubber ball that had been inflated to the limit. He could explode at any time. At that moment, not only was Jiang Fei's physical body undergoing an unprecedented test, his brain and his consciousness were also experiencing an overload of knowledge. A huge amount of energy was continuously flowing through Jiang Fei's body. He would have been like an overinflated rubber ball, exploding into pieces. While his body was undergoing the test of strength, Jiang Fei's brain and nerves were also suffering from a terrifying torture. If Jiang Fei could choose to die now, he would definitely end his life without hesitation. The knowledge that came from the old man was too rich. After all, this was an old dragon that had lived for millions of years. His knowledge was as vast as the ocean. Under the infusion of such a huge amount of knowledge, Jiang Fei's will was on the verge of collapse. The intense pain of his head exploding lingered on every nerve node in Jiang Fei's body. He could not live, he could not die. Although the ancients had once said that only through suffering could one rise above others. The problem was that this kind of physical and mental torture was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's brain had been developed. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had the protection of 3 pieces of the will core. Therefore, although the intense pain was torturing him to the point that he wished he could die, Jiang Fei's will did not collapse. Because of the protection of the will core, although Jiang Fei had been injected with knowledge that far exceeded his ability to withstand the pain, at least his will had not collapsed. However, Jiang Fei's physical body was clearly unable to withstand this powerful force. Although this was only a small portion of the old man's energy, according to the old man, after this energy was injected into Jiang Fei's body, Jiang Fei would at least have the power to surpass the dragon race's Grand Elder. What level was the dragon race's Grand Elder at? That was a terrifying expert with 52 million combat power. As for Jiang Fei himself, at his strongest state, he only had 25 million combat power. With such a huge amount of power suddenly injected into his body, not to mention that Jiang Fei's body had undergone the baptism of the scorpion milk essence, and not to mention that Jiang Fei had changed his dragon race bloodline. He was not a real dragon after all, much less a giant steel scorpion. Therefore, Jiang Fei's body could not withstand such a powerful infusion of power. Suddenly, one of Jiang Fei's blood vessels exploded. For a moment, blood splattered all over Jiang Fei's arm. However, Jiang Fei did not feel it all. The sharp pain in his mind had made him unable to feel pure physical pain. More and more blood vessels exploded on Jiang Fei's body. Following that, his muscle tissue began to explode. In just a minute, Jiang Fei could be described as having no skin left. Just as Jiang Fei was about to completely explode from the immense power, a silver light flashed between his eyebrows. The entrance to the 10th dimension opened up in Jiang Fei's body. All the power that was beyond what he could withstand poured into his body. Then, he was trapped in the 10th dimension. Without the pressure from the excess power, Jiang Fei's body was no longer in danger of exploding. The wounds on his body quickly healed themselves. After all, The injuries on Jiang Fei's body were only superficial. There were no remnants of the enemy's power. Therefore, with his terrifying recovery ability, these injuries were nothing. After an unknown period of time, there was no concept of time in this space. Jiang Fei was in a semi-coma, so it was impossible for him to have any concept of time. After the knowledge was completely integrated into Jiang Fei's mind, Jiang Fei slowly regained consciousness. Who am I? Jiang Fei felt that his mind was in a mess. Too much knowledge was mixed together, so much so that he even forgot who he was. After a long time, Jiang Fei finally recovered. At this time, he finally remembered his identity and everything about himself. Holy sh**t. Jiang Fei sat on the ground as he sorted out the knowledge that the old man had passed on to him. He was secretly amazed. The knowledge of the old dragon could be described as vast as the ocean. There was nothing that Jiang Fei could not imagine. There was nothing that the old man did not know. Even Jiang Fei's developed brain was unable to sort it out in a short period of time. After a simple sorting out, Jiang Fei did not intend to digest all of the old man's knowledge immediately. This was not a small task. Jiang Fei estimated that it would take a few hundred years. After all, this was just the old man's millions of years of reserves. Jiang Fei scanned himself through the goggles. Combat power of 41 million. Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Jiang Fei's fusion was only a small part of the old man's inherited power. Even more energy had been absorbed into the 10th dimension's reserves. If he absorbed all of it, Jiang Fei would not be as strong as the Dragon Emperor from before. At this moment, Jiang Fei finally believed the old man's words. When he left this dimension, he really had the right to challenge the Dragon Clan's Grand Elder. Chapter 1986. Translator 549690339. After a while, Jiang Fei calmed himself down a little. However, at that moment, he discovered another problem. At that moment, the old man had completely disappeared. His knowledge and power had also been channeled into Jiang Fei's body. However, Jiang Fei was still trapped in this sealed space. At that moment, the place where Jiang Fei was, it looked like an endless prairie. However, Jiang Fei understood in his heart that this was the small space that the old man had created. Only when certain conditions were met would the space disappear. Only then could he return to the outside world. However, Jiang Fei had already done everything that the old man wanted him to do. He really did not know how to leave this place. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and recalled what the old man had said from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, Jiang Fei recalled that the old man had once said that when he left this space, his strength would be enough to convince the dragon race. Jiang Fei could only leave this dimension after he had absorbed all of the old man's remaining power and surpassed the Great Elder. After having this guess, Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. He really could not find any other reason. Forget it. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he was very anxious at the moment, because Hu Qingsheng, Blood Mistress, and the others were still out there. After all, they were inside the dragon race. If they were not careful, they would die without a burial place. Fortunately, Natasha was with these people. This was the only thing that Jiang Fei could rest assured about. Moreover, he was currently trapped in this space. If he did not meet the old man's requirements, he would not be able to leave. Therefore, it was useless for Jiang Fei to be anxious. He could only calm down and increase his strength. At this moment, Jiang Fei's combat strength had already reached 41 million. This was even before he activated his infinite battle intent domain. As long as he absorbed all the remaining strength, he would definitely be able to reach the old man's standard. However, as Jiang Fei had just absorbed a large amount of energy, his body had already reached its limit. It was obviously impossible for him to immediately absorb the remaining strength. Right now, Jiang Fei could only work hard to train. He had to adapt his body to the current strength level before he could once again absorb the stored energy. Since he had made his decision, there was nothing left for Jiang Fei to hesitate about. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the martial arts technique in his body, using the energy that he had just absorbed for his own use. The martial arts technique of the 5 attributes in Jiang Fei's body began to circulate, forming 5 small cycles. These 5 small cycles continued to circulate, forming another large cycle. The huge amount of spiritual energy in his body continued to circulate in his meridians. Every week that he circulated it, it would expand his meridians once. At the same time, some spiritual energy also seeped out from his meridians and began to nourish Jiang Fei's muscles and bones. There was no time in cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei opened his eyes. At this time, the energy in his body had completely turned into his own. The surging energy was circulating peacefully in Jiang Fei's meridians. There was no longer the previous frenzy and violence. All of them were operating according to the path of the martial arts technique. Jiang Fei stood up and gently moved his limbs. A crisp sound was heard. Jiang Fei's joints emitted an explosive sound. It was as if every cell in his body was filled with power. With a thought, Jiang Fei's entire body flashed out. This was not the use of space within teleportation. Instead, it was pure speed. Jiang Fei was secretly surprised that his speed was already at such a level. Although it was not as good as the Dragon Emperor from before, it was not much different. Jiang Fei threw a punch. He did not use any energy. He only used his physical strength to launch the attack. Bang! Jiang Fei's punch landed on the ground. The originally flat ground instantly sank. Following that, the ground cracked open. A huge gully that was tens of feet wide and bottomless cracked in the distance. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. At this time, his physical strength was no weaker than an ordinary blue-eyed white dragon. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. After making a decision, Jiang Fei sat down cross-legged again and opened the 10th dimension. After the 10th dimension was opened, under the guidance of Jiang Fei's spiritual power, the sealed energy was taken out and continued to pour into Jiang Fei's body. Jiang Fei could not help but moan. This was not because of pain, but an indescribable sense of comfort. He did not feel any pain. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's comfort did not last long. Because the remaining energy was still large, after a short period of comfort, Jiang Fei's body entered a state of saturation. The previous scene was repeated. Jiang Fei's blood vessels and muscles began to burst. Damn it! Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. Although this kind of physical pain was not as intense as mental torture, it was still unbearable. The intense pain continued for nearly 2 hours. Jiang Fei's body had once again reached a critical point. At this time, the 10th dimension was opened again and the remaining energy was sucked in. F***CK. Jiang Fei rolled on the ground in pain. Although the wounds on his body had quickly healed after the energy supply was cut off, the swelling pain was still there. As time passed, the pain gradually lessened. Jiang Fei once again entered a state of training. After a few days, Jiang Fei's body adapted to the new power. He once again opened the 10th dimension and began a new round of energy infusion. After 4 consecutive rounds of energy infusion, Jiang Fei finally absorbed all of the old man's remaining power. By then, the combat power value on Jiang Fei's paper had reached 61 million, second only to the previous Dragon Emperor. Moreover, this was without Jiang Fei activating Infinite Battle Intent Domain. If one considered the Infinite Battle Intent Domain, the 10th dimension, and other special methods, Jiang Fei's actual combat power was already on par with the Dragon Emperor. After all, the Dragon Emperor had lived for too long. His mastery of martial arts was far from what Jiang Fei could compare to. Therefore, although Jiang Fei had activated Infinite Battle Intent Domain and surpassed the Dragon Emperor in terms of combat power, he still had the 10th dimension, which was a magical method. However, if he really wanted to fight the Dragon Emperor, he would only have a 50-50 chance. After a short rest, Jiang Fei adjusted to his own strength. Then, he stood up and channeled his spiritual power to punch the sky. This punch could be said to have reached the pinnacle of Jiang Fei's strength. The moment Jiang Fei punched out, the entire space began to collapse. Chapter 1987, 1987. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. This dimension had shattered, which meant that he could finally return to the main world outside. Jiang Fei felt his vision go black. When his vision returned, he had already returned to the main hall of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Evil creature. Jiang Fei opened his eyes and saw the Grand Elder pouncing on Natasha. Although Jiang Fei had been in the trial space for a long time, it had taken him several months to absorb the power. However, the time flow in the trial space had clearly been accelerated. Therefore, although Jiang Fei had been in there for several months, it only seemed like a blink of an eye from the outside. Therefore, when Jiang Fei came out of the trial space, in the eyes of the outsiders, he had never left. It was just that he was slightly stunned. At the same time that the Grand Elder pounced on Natasha, the dragon warriors on both sides also attacked. Their targets were Hua Qingsheng, Blood Mistress, and Mo Lisang. Although the Grand Elder pounced on Natasha, Jiang Fei was not very worried about it, because Natasha had countless treasures on her. Just the absolute invincibility tool that a player must have could stop the Grand Elder for a very long time. If the other treasures on Natasha were included, it would not be easy for the Grand Elder to kill Natasha. What could he do? As a player, Natasha was not afraid of death at all. They could resurrect in the base in minutes. However, Hua Qingsheng and Blood Mistress were different. Their strength could not be compared to the Dragon Warriors. Moreover, they could not be resurrected after they died. His eyes instantly turned red. In his rage, Jiang Fei automatically activated his infinite battle intent domain. In an instant, on the screen of the goggles, Jiang Fei's combat power had soared to a terrifying 67 million. The terrifying pressure from Jiang Fei instantly swept across the entire Dragon Emperor Palace. This terrifying pressure caused the entire Dragon Emperor Palace to stop fighting. After all, no one knew where such a terrifying expert had come from. Who is it? The Dragon Queen's face turned pale. Before this, she had only felt this kind of terrifying pressure from the Dragon Emperor. However, the person's aura today was clearly not the Dragon Emperor. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen saw Jiang Fei's face full of anger. Her heart skipped a beat. Others might not know what was going on, but the Dragon Queen was very clear in her heart. The Dragon Emperor was finished. Because the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen had conspired to set Jiang Fei up, the Dragon Queen was very clear about the Dragon Emperor's plan. Now that Jiang Fei had come out with a face full of anger, there was no need to ask. The Dragon Emperor had already died. The Dragon Queen sighed. Just as Jiang Fei was about to kill the Dragon Warriors who dared to threaten Hua Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress, the Dragon Queen shouted, "Everyone stop!" All the Dragon Warriors were stunned. Although they could feel the powerful aura from Jiang Fei, as dragons, they were not afraid at all for the glory of the dragon race. They would not back down even if they died in battle. All the Dragon Queen's orders made them very confused. The Dragon Queen flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Fei, who was burning with anger. "Oomph." Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "Sigh." The Dragon Queen's voice was very low. Only Jiang Fei and she could hear it. However, when the Dragon Queen finished muttering this sentence, something that Jiang Fei never expected happened. The Dragon Queen actually knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Then, she shouted loudly, "Welcome, Sage Lord." "What? Sage Lord?" The Great Elder was also dumbfounded. He was also one of the people who knew about the Dragon Emperor's plan. In the end, Jiang Fei had won. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor was already dead. According to the prophecy, Jiang Fei was the person who would lead the dragon race to glory. He was also the dragon race's sage. All the dragons would submit to him. Although the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder were the Dragon Emperor's closest relatives, one wife and one second uncle, the Dragon Emperor had died at Jiang Fei's hands. They could be said to have a deep blood feud with Jiang Fei. However, the two of them had no choice but to submit to Jiang Fei. The reason why the two of them submitted was very simple. Firstly, according to the prophecy, Jiang Fei was the only person who could lead the dragon race to glory. Therefore, Jiang Fei had an irreplaceable position in the dragon race because of the prophecy. In the eyes of the ordinary dragon race, Jiang Fei could be said to be the heart of the people. Although the dragon race's bigwigs might not be convinced by Jiang Fei, the second reason was that Jiang Fei's fist was big. Just now, Jiang Fei had displayed his terrifying pressure. At this moment, Jiang Fei's combat strength was above the Dragon Emperor's. Although the two might be similar in actual combat, the strength of the pressure was only related to the energy level. Therefore, the pressure that Jiang Fei displayed was even greater than the Dragon Emperor's. With the support of the prophecy, it could be said that the name was legitimate. The people's support and the unity of the masses, coupled with the strength of the fist, those who had thoughts did not dare to resist. Therefore, even if the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen had thousands of grievances against Jiang Fei, they did not dare to flare up. Moreover, the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder were not evil people themselves. Although they had plotted against Jiang Fei previously, it was also for the future of the dragon race, including the Dragon Emperor. Although what these people did might be heinous to Jiang Fei, to the dragon race, it was reasonable for them to do so. Therefore, even if it was for the future of the dragon race, the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder would not turn against Jiang Fei at this time. Because if they did, they would be regarded as traitors of the dragon race and would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. After the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder knelt down one after another, the dragon warriors also knelt at Jiang Fei's feet. However, they had been educated since young and knew about these ancient prophecies. They also knew that the Sage Lord was the hope of the dragon race. The dragon warriors shouted in unison. At this moment, Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Although he hated the dragon race, there was a saying that one could not kill without nodding one's head. These guys had all kneeled in front of him. Jiang Fei would not be able to do it. Chapter 1988. Translator 549690339. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Hua Qingsheng, blood mistress, and the others looked at each other. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. No one knew what was going on. 2 seconds ago, these dragons were still shouting and shouting at each other. However, in the blink of an eye, these dragons had all knelt at Jiang Fei's feet and called him the sage. This scene had changed too quickly. Natasha looked at Jiang Fei in surprise. Although she did not have the goggles that Jiang Fei had, players also had their own special observation tools. At that moment, in Natasha's eyes, Jiang Fei had already jumped from a small leader-level NPC to a final boss-level NPC. Jiang Fei smiled at Natasha. The matter regarding the trial space was not something that could be explained with just a few sentences. Sage Lord, we have offended you before, the Dragon Queen said as she knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sighed. Although the Dragon Queen had indeed gone overboard, not only did she get someone to assassinate him, but she had also gotten someone to kidnap Hua Qingsheng and Blood Mistress. In the end, she had even injured Bella. According to Jiang Fei's initial thoughts, he would not be satisfied even if he skinned the Dragon Queen alive. However, now that she had led the entire dragon race to kneel in front of him, even if Jiang Fei was angry, he did not have the desire to kill anymore. There was a saying that one could only kill with one's head on the ground. Moreover, Hua Qingsheng and Blood Mistress did not receive much damage. Although Bella was injured, she had been healed now. Therefore, the anger in Jiang Fei's heart was not as great as it was in the beginning. Moreover, if Jiang Fei killed the Dragon Queen in public now, it would obviously cause the hearts of the dragon people to waver. This would be detrimental to the management of the dragon race in the future. One had to know that Jiang Fei's original purpose of coming to the dragon race was to recruit a group of powerful fighters for himself. At this time, Dreamy Z stood up. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he did not have much of a relationship with Dreamy, the two of them had been friends for a while. Moreover, Dreamy was somewhat of a benefactor to Jiang Fei. If it were not for her, Jiang Fei would not have been able to come to the Dragon Clan. He would not have had such a fortuitous encounter. At that moment, a tall and thin figure walked out. Jiang Fei quickly went forward and bowed. This person was none other than the previous culture teacher of the Dragon Breeder Hall. Yu Ting. Sigh. Yu Ting sighed. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Back then, Yu Ting had left him a note to stay away from the dragon race and the disputes. In the end, Jiang Fei could not escape the strange circle of fate. All right, Yu Ting sighed and said to Jiang Fei, since you have already come this far, and you have obtained everything that you deserve, then you will have to bear the corresponding responsibility. Jiang Fei asked. Although he did desire the power of the dragon race, he did not believe in the prophecy that Jiang Fei would lead the dragon race to glory. Jiang Fei controlled the dragon race and used them as cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. Yu Ting's words seemed to imply something. Jiang Fei was stunned. He really did not dare to not believe the words of this old dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years without changing his appearance. In fact, he could also see Yu Ting's combat power value through Jiang Fei's goggles. However, this value was so low that Jiang Fei did not believe it at all. According to the scan of the goggles, Yu Ting's combat power value was only 15 million. He was not even at the true immortal level. This was illogical. After all, the underage dragon cubs were all at the true immortal level. However, this old man only had more than 10 million combat power. Was this possible? Moreover, the goggles could not be wrong. The only explanation was that this old man was really too strong. Moreover, he had powerful concealment skills. It was enough to fool the goggle scan. Yu Ting looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. Jiang Fei asked, "Then, the future of the dragon race is in your hands." Yu Ting said. Jiang Fei asked again. Yu Ting post. He lowered his head slightly and raised his eyes to glance at Jiang Fei. However, it was this one glance that made Jiang Fei's body turn cold. If you don't believe me, please return what belongs to the dragon race. Yu Ting's tone was calm. However, Jiang Fei could vaguely feel a terrifying killing intent that suffocated him. So powerful. Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. It seemed that the Dragon Emperor was not the biggest boss of the dragon race. The dragon race's true strongest person was this primary school principal. Teacher, I believe you. Moreover, I am also a member of the dragon race. Jiang Fei had been in the universe for a long time. Jiang Fei was not bad at changing his face. In the face of Yu Ting's threat, Jiang Fei decisively chose to pretend to be a coward. However, Jiang Fei did not pretend to be a coward. Not only did he obtain great power, but he also obtained a huge amount of knowledge. Moreover, he could have such a powerful underling like the entire blue-eyed white dragon race. If he were to enter the outer universe, Jiang Fei would not be in vain even if he was the main fleet of the players. All right, I'll wait and see then. All right, if there's nothing else, study that jade ornament that I gave you, said Yu Ting with a smile. Then he shook his body and left the dragon palace to go to his dragon breeding hall to teach. The asterisk imen. This old fellow looks like he does not care about the world. However, when it really concerns the future of the dragon clan, he will show the power of a hidden boss, Jiang Fei thought to himself as he watched Yu Ting leave. However, Yu Ting's words also reminded Jiang Fei. Previously, this teacher had given Jiang Fei a jade ornament. However, Jiang Fei had not had the time to look carefully before he was assassinated by Old Seven. Therefore, he thought that Yu Ting's main purpose was to send him a note. The jade ornament did not have any special purpose. However, now, it seemed that the jade ornament might not be ordinary. After sending Yu Ting off, the Dragon Queen was still kneeling in front of Jiang Fei. All right, Jiang Fei waved his hand. Since Yu Ting had spoken today, Jiang Fei could not execute the Dragon Queen. Chapter 1989. Translator 549690339. All right, all of you, stand up, said Jiang Fei and the rest of the Dragon Race members who were still kneeling on the ground. After the Dragon Race members thanked him loudly, they stood up. Sage Lord, asked the Great Elder, said Jiang Fei. Although he was now in control of the Dragon Race, he was still not very confident about these guys. Therefore, Jiang Fei wanted to let these guys off for a while first. Yes, although the Great Elder and the Dragon Race members could not wait to leave this planet, that had trapped them for hundreds of thousands of years, he did not dare to say anything when he faced Jiang Fei. The dragon race had always been in awe of their ancestors, especially the prophecy left behind by the ancient times. In the hearts of the dragon race members, it was like an oracle. In the hearts of the ordinary dragon race members, they believed in the contents of the prophecy. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Fei's identity as the sage was revealed, the ordinary dragon race immediately acknowledged his leadership. Although the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen were not as loyal to the prophecy as the ordinary dragon race, the prophecy held a very high position in their hearts. Therefore, they could only choose to follow Jiang Fei's lead. "All right, everyone, please leave. Go back and do your jobs," Jiang Fei said. "Yes," the members of the dragon race shouted. The appearance of the sage king immediately gave them a backbone. It was as if they could immediately leave this boring planet and rule the 5 directions once again. After getting rid of these dragon race members, Jiang Fei brought Hua Qingsheng and the others to the Western Warmth Pavilion in the Dragon Palace. There were no other miscellaneous people here. Jiang Fei could finally have a few intimate words with the girls. Tears were flowing from the corners of Hua Qingsheng's eyes. During this period of time, she had been really scared. However, who had she met during this period of time? First, it was Mo Li Sang who was at his peak. Then, it was the green-eyed White Dragon clan. The strength of these people was something that Hua Qingsheng had never dared to imagine before. However, now, they had actually captured her and held her hostage. During this period of time, although Mo Li Sang and the Dragon Clan did not make things difficult for Hua Qingsheng and the Blood Mistress, they were still frightened by the terrifying pressure that swept over them all day long. All right. Jiang Fei gently stroked Hua Qingsheng's beautiful hair and comforted her. Blood Mistress asked awkwardly. Blood Mistress was a bodyguard that Jiang Fei had half threatened and half hired. However, she seemed to be a little lacking in her duties as a bodyguard. When Jiang Fei's female companion encountered danger for the first time, she was instantly killed along with her. Against Mo Li Shang, who was at his peak, Blood Mistress was no match at all. Now that Jiang Fei had returned, and he had even returned with such a domineering attitude, Blood Mistress felt that she was completely unnecessary. With Jiang Fei's strength, there was no need for her to protect him. Logically speaking, Blood Mistress, who felt that she was not strong enough, could have just left. However, the problem was that her child was still in Jiang Fei's hands. If Jiang Fei did not heal her, she would not be able to keep her child. That was why Blood Mistress had asked Jiang Fei if he would help her to save her child as promised. Of course, Jiang Fei nodded. In fact, it was not difficult for him to help Blood Mistress to save her child. All he needed was a training pod to complete it. However, Jiang Fei had been dragging things out in order to get Blood Mistress to be his free bodyguard. He no longer needed the Blood Princess to protect him. Naturally, he had no reason to drag things out any longer. The Blood Princess bowed to Jiang Fei gratefully. Natasha asked as she tilted her little head. She had asked this question before, but Jiang Fei did not say it. Now that there were no outsiders, she asked again. Jiang Fei touched Natasha's head. Although he had a good relationship with this girl, she was still a player. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to tell her everything, especially when this kind of thing concerned Jiang Fei's future. TCH. Natasha pouted her little mouth, but she did not probe further. Everyone pulled Jiang Fei and asked. Only one person did not dare to speak, and that was Mo Li Shang. Speaking of which, this woman was quite pitiful. For the sake of her own race, she first worked for the Mountain of Beasts. Although her status was high, she was just a top-tier assassin in the Mountain of Beasts. Mo Li Shang found the hidden green-eyed white dragon race and even received the approval of the Dragon Princess Mingze. She gave her the promise to transform into a dragon. This made Mo Li Shang ecstatic. To the nine-headed Python clan, transforming into a dragon was a great piece of good news. It was also an honor for the nine-headed Python clan to be recognized by the Dragon Clan once again and become a servant of the Dragon Clan. Mo Li Sang could not reject it at all. Unfortunately, the beautiful dream came too suddenly. Just as Mo Lee Sang was about to transform into a dragon and fight for the Dragon Queen to regain the glory of the nine-headed Python clan, Jiang Fei and Natasha shattered her dream. Not only had she lost the chance to transform into a dragon, but she had also almost killed the nine-headed Python race. In the end, in order to forgive her, Mo Lee Shang cut off her reverse scale and gave up the bloodline of the nine-headed Python race. She became Jiang Fei's death servant. This was the lowest level of slave contract. Initially, Mo Lee Shang thought that she and Jiang Fei would go to the dragon race together and both of them would die in battle. After all, the dragon race was so powerful that it was almost impossible for the two of them to win. In that case, she would be free. However, things did not go as planned. Not only did Jiang Fei not die, but he also inexplicably became the dragon race's sage lord. Moreover, his terrifying strength was so powerful that even Mo Lee Sang could not imagine it. Therefore, at this moment, Mo Lee Sang only dared to stay in the corner because her identity was too lowly. Moreover, the Blood Mistress and Hui Qingsheng who were present were both captured by her. It could be considered that they had a grudge against her. Then, they would very likely complain in front of Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei was angry, then for Mo Lee Sang, granting death might be the best ending. This was because the blood contract of the death attendant was very cruel. A single thought from its master could torture her to the point that she could not live or die. Most importantly, as the death attendant, Mo Lee Sang did not even have the right to commit suicide. Therefore, she could only hide in a corner. Chapter 1990. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei looked at Mo Lee Shang and could not help but sigh in his heart. This woman could be said to be both angry and pitiful. She could be said to be angry. This woman had already ended up like this for the sake of her ideals. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not bear too much hatred towards her. However, she could be said to be pitiful. This woman had hurt Jiang Fei quite badly back then. Hui Qingsheng and the Blood Princess were captured by the dragon race. Bella was even severely injured by her. Speaking of which, based on these crimes, Jiang Fei would not even be able to kill her much. However, Mo Lee Shang had ended up like this. It was probably worse than death. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know what to do with her at the moment. Actually, there were only two choices before Jiang Fei and Mo Lee Shang. As the blood contract of the death attendant could not be broken, Jiang Fei could not give her freedom. Or he could leave Mo Lee Shang and let her continue to be a death squire. Although it was said that it was better to die than to live as a death squire, it was really worse than death. After all, a single thought from her master could make her feel so much pain that she wished she could die. Moreover, she did not even have a right to commit suicide. When would such a life end? Jiang Fei sighed again. Then he decided to give the choice to Mo Lee Shang. Tell me, what do you want? Jiang Fei asked Mo Lee Sang. Mo Lee Sang was a little hesitant when she heard Jiang Fei's words. The desire to live came from instinct. No one wanted to die when they could live. However, the problem was that her current position was too awkward. As a blood servant, it was fine. She had even offended her own boss and lady boss. If Bella and Hui Qingsheng were to whisper in Jiang Fei's ear, she would be better off dead than alive. However, she would die just like that. It would be a relief for Mo Lee Sang. However, if that happened, the nine-headed python race would have no hope at all. For so many years, the nine-headed python race could be said to be supported by Mo Lee Sang alone. Although this race was also an ancient mutant, they had amazing combat strength. However, they didn't dare to leave the Black Devil Pool to fight for survival space with others due to the lack of people. And Mo Lee Shang had been working for the Thousand Beast Mountain all this while. His goal was to find a backer for the nine-headed python clan. Later on, he worked hard for the Dragon Queen for the same reason. Now that Mo Lee Shang had left the nine-headed python clan, even though Xiang Ling would marry into the Thousand Beast Mountain, could a mere girl of marriage guarantee the safety of the nine-headed python clan? Mo Lee Shang was not at ease. If Mo Lee Shang were to die now, she would be free. However, the nine-headed python clan would become a completely unloved child. It was possible that the clan would be wiped out one day. Moreover, now that Jiang Fei had descended upon the Dragon Clan and become the Dragon Clan's Sage Lord, Imo Lishang had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Even if she was Jiang Fei's blood servant, the lowest level of slave, she was still Jiang Fei's person, right? As the saying goes, even if you beat a dog, you still have to look at its master. With this relationship, the nine-headed python race would have some protection, right? Fine, isn't it just suffering? For my race, for my people. Mo Lisang gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Jiang Fei humbly. Master, Mo Lisang is willing to follow you by your side, to provide you with food and clothes with a weak strength, and to block swords and knives for you with a lowly appearance. Jiang Fei smiled sympathetically. This woman was not only willing to become someone else's blood servant for the sake of her race. She was even willing to give up the last shred of the dignity of a powerhouse. Mo Lisang saw that Jiang Fei had seen through her intentions and did not deny it. He just kneeled in front of Jiang Fei. His face was almost pressed to the ground. Little brother, don't make things difficult for her anymore. Hua Qingsheng was a little soft-hearted. Although she had once fought with many powerful beasts, she was like a very scheming, illusionary snake queen. However, that was only because she was forced by life. After being by Jiang Fei's side and having a sufficient sense of security, Hua Qingsheng gradually returned to her original nature. After all, she was just a young girl who had just matured into an illusion snake. Natasha, who was standing at the side, also softened her heart. This girl also did not call her Mo Lishang. Jiang Fei looked at Blood Mistress. At this moment, she was the only one who did not speak. Master, you could decide for yourself. I'm just an outsider. Blood Mistress was not as casual with Jiang Fei as before. Previously, she and Jiang Fei had an equal relationship. She had a favor to ask of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei also needed her protection. Moreover, due to the difference in strength, Blood Mistress still had a slight sense of superiority when facing Jiang Fei. Therefore, she did not have any scruples in speaking. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei's strength far surpassed Blood Mistress. This made Blood Mistress feel pressured when facing Jiang Fei. Moreover, she still had a favor to ask of Jiang Fei. Therefore, she would naturally be inferior to Jiang Fei. After all, Blood Mistress was different from Hua Qingsheng and the others. She was not Jiang Fei's girl. She was not that close to Jiang Fei. Therefore, when she faced a powerhouse like Jiang Fei, she would not dare to act rashly. When Jiang Fei saw that Blood Mistress refused to express her opinion, he did not force her. Since Blood Mistress was being dutiful, it was not appropriate for him to say anything. After Mo Lishang's matter was settled, Jiang Fei was ready to help Blood Mistress. Then, she left. Previously, Jiang Fei had been holding on to Blood Mistress. There was nothing he could do about it. At that time, Jiang Fei was too weak. He had problems protecting himself in the 5 directions. Naturally, he had confidence in bringing such a bodyguard with him. His strength was as strong as the Dragon Emperor. In terms of status, he was the Dragon race's Saint Lord. With such strength and status, Jiang Fei could practically do whatever he wanted in the 5 directions. It did not matter to him whether Blood Mistress stayed or not. Then, Jiang Fei turned around and said to Mo Lishang, "Since you have made your choice, then follow me." As Mo Lishang did not understand Jiang Fei's personality, he still acted cautiously. "All right, let's go back to Townstar first. Then, let Liu Bingyuan contact the 4 major families and the Moon Goddess sect." Jiang Fei said, although the 5 directions and the outside world had a 12 times time flow deficit, he did not want to stay here for long. After all, there were too many things that he had to deal with outside. Naturally, the others present did not have any objections. As for the dragon race, Jiang Fei wanted to leave them alone for a while, so he deliberately ignored them. After leaving the Western Warmth Pavilion, Jiang Fei and the others flew into the air and planned to leave the dragon race's territory. A dragon patrol general saw Jiang Fei and the others and immediately went forward to greet them. Chapter 1991. 1991. Translator 549690339. You do not need to know where I am going. I will return when the dragons are born, Jiang Fei said to the job-seeking general. The job-seeking general frowned. Now that Jiang Fei was leaving, he was definitely not qualified to stop him. However, he could not just let Jiang Fei leave. In the end, the job-seeking general had no choice but to say so. Jiang Fei said with a dark expression. That's not what I meant. The job-seeking general was so scared that he immediately knelt in front of Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei's terrifying pressure was fully unleashed, even the green-eyed white dragons would not be able to withstand it. All right, go and tell the Great Elder and the others to take good care of the dragon race while I'm away, Jiang Fei said coldly to the job-seeking general and turned around to leave. When the job-seeking general saw that Jiang Fei was determined, he did not dare to stop him anymore. After all, regardless of Jiang Fei's identity or status, he was not someone that a mere job-seeking general like him could compare to. After Jiang Fei and his men left the dragon's territory, they went straight to the planet. After flying for a while, they entered the atmosphere of the planet and soon landed on the surface of the planet. After entering the planet, Jiang Fei immediately established contact with Lu Bingyuan through the communicator. Lu Bingyuan was a little surprised. He knew that Jiang Fei had gone to the dragon's territory to save people. This was a business that was close to death. He did not expect Jiang Fei to return safely in such a short period of time. Yes, I'm back. Go and contact the 4 major clans and the Moon Goddess sect. Tell them to be ready to send their troops, Jiang Fei instructed. Yes, Lu Bingyuan nodded. After that, Jiang Fei gave Lu Bingyuan a few more instructions before hanging up the call. All right, I've settled everything that needs to be settled. Now, let's talk about your matter, Jiang Fei said to the Blood Princess with a smile. Blood Lady bowed to Jiang Fei and said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he waved his hand and cleared out an empty space around him. A cultivation pod was released. Then, Jiang Fei took out the baby blood demon bee that he had taken out from the 3rd lady of the Wang family from the 10th dimension. When Blood Lady saw her child, her eyes could not help but turn red. Although she could not wait to hold her child, she knew that her child was extremely fragile at the moment. Therefore, she did not dare to make a move in the end. Jiang Fei closed the hatch of the blood demon bee as if it was a cultivation pod. Immediately, dark green cultivation liquid was injected into the cabin. Blood Lady asked. Jiang Fei looked at the number displayed on the cultivation pod and did a little calculation. Then, he said to Blood Lady, 3 to 5 days. Logically speaking, the baby of the blood demon wasp should be parasitized for at least 10 months in the human body. It was the same as a human being pregnant for 10 months before giving birth. However, Jiang Fei's incubator was different. This thing was the pinnacle product of planet Namex biochemical technology. Its internal environment was more beneficial to the hatching of the embryo than a real human body. Therefore, the mature period of the baby of the blood demon wasp was greatly advanced. In addition, the blood demon wasp larva had been parasitized in the 3rd lady of the Wang family for 7 to 8 months. It was almost fully developed. Therefore, it could be born normally after a few more days of development in the biocabin. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. At this time, the blood demon wasp larva had fully developed in the biocabin. All right, Jiang Fei had been observing the data displayed on the cultivation pod for the past few days. Really, Blood Lady was excited. This was her first child, so she was very nervous. Jiang Fei nodded and began to operate the cultivation pod. Under Jiang Fei's control, the dark green cultivation fluid in the cultivation pod gradually receded, revealing a blood-red baby inside. Through the glass of the cultivation pod, it could be seen that this was a baby girl. Moreover, unlike a human baby, other than her blood-red body, she also had a pair of small wings on her back. Gah! Following the sound of hydraulic steam, the hatch of the incubator opened. Blood Mistress muttered to herself. For a moment, everyone held their breaths. Whether it was Jiang Fei, what Qingsheng or Natasha. They were the same as Blood Mistress. They had never seen a small life being born in front of their eyes. Therefore, everyone looked at what was happening in front of their eyes with curiosity. The blood-red baby's fingers bent slightly and then opened its eyes. Just like Blood Mistress, the baby also had a pair of blood-red eyes. When she opened her eyes, it was as if two beams of blood-red light shot out from her eyes. Jiang Fei was shocked. Blood Mistress cried out softly. Just as she was about to pick up the baby girl suddenly flapped her wings and pounced toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. The baby girl had already pounced into his arms. Then, she opened her small mouth and bit at Jiang Fei's finger. Unfortunately, although the baby girl was the baby of the ancient mutant blood demon bee, what kind of strength did Jiang Fei have? How could her little teeth break through Jiang Fei's physical defense? Fortunately, Jiang Fei did not take the initiative to defend himself. Otherwise, this little girl would have her teeth broken. The little girl mumbled and continued to bite Jiang Fei's finger. "My lord, I'm sorry. This is the habit of our blood demon bee race." The blood lady came to Jiang Fei's side with some embarrassment. Then, she bit her index finger and wanted to feed her blood to the baby. The blood demon bees had done this for generations. However, something that made Blood Mistress very embarrassed happened. The baby did not pay any attention to her. Even though the smell of blood was right next to her mouth, she still bit Jiang Fei's finger persistently. The reason why this little girl did this was very simple. At that moment, Jiang Fei's body was flowing with the blood of the green-eyed white dragon race. In addition, his strength was far greater than Blood Mistress. This was like putting a piece of cream cake and a dry cake in front of a little baby at the same time. However, it was probably not common for people to directly give up the cream cake and eat the cake. This was especially so for the little girl who was still too young and did not know how to make a choice. Of course, she would choose the delicious ones first. Chapter 1992. Translator 549690339 things in this world were not something that could be achieved just by thinking about it. For example, the little baby girl at this moment. Although she instinctively felt that Jiang Fei's blood was more delicious, the problem was that she could not eat it. How could Jiang Fei's defense be broken by her? It was fine if she did not eat it in 1 or 2 bites. However, after a long time, the little baby girl was so anxious that she cried. Although she was an ancient xenogeneic, what did she know about a newborn baby girl? She knew that she was very hungry. She knew that there was good food on the side of her mouth, but she could not eat it no matter how hard she tried. Blood Mistress was also very anxious. The beads of blood on her finger were almost dry, but the baby girl did not even look at it. Hee. Jiang Fei was also kind-hearted. He took the initiative to bite the tip of his finger and brought it to the baby girl's mouth. The baby girl did not stand on ceremony. She bit Jiang Fei's finger and started sucking. However, after just 2 mouthfuls, the baby girl let go. Although there was not much blood in the 2 small mouthfuls, there was too much energy in Jiang Fei's blood. Therefore, the little girl could not stand it after only 2 mouthfuls. The baby girl let go of her mouth and let out a muffled cry. Then, she forcefully opened Jiang Fei's arms and flapped her little wings to fly away. Jiang Fei turned around and asked Blood Mistress. It was Blood Mistress' first time giving birth. Moreover, she had never heard of such a situation where a baby did not eat its mother's blood and instead ate other people's blood. Therefore, she did not know what had happened. After the little baby girl flew out of Jiang Fei's arms, a burst of red light suddenly erupted from her body. In this red light, the little girl grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a baby girl into a 5- or 6-year-old little girl. This growth trend did not decrease at all. After a moment, she turned into a 13- or 14-year-old little girl. When the red light dissipated, the blood-red color on the little girl's body had also faded away. She had become very fair. Only a pair of blood-red eyes still revealed her identity as a blood demon bee. Looking at the beautiful little girl in front of him, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh at the magical power of the blood demon bee race. Jiang Fei was not surprised that the blood-red color on the girl's body had faded away. After all, her mother, Blood Mistress, was a typical white, rich, and beautiful woman. Her body did not have that kind of bewitching blood-red color. The little girl cried out happily and threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms, causing Blood Mistress to feel extremely awkward. Blood Mistress felt awkward, but at the same time, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. She was embarrassed because she was the girl's mother, and this girl called Jiang Fei Daddy. Did that not mean that she had an unexplainable relationship with Jiang Fei? She was disappointed because the child that she had gone through so much to give birth to was now very close to an outsider. She had even ignored her biological mother. This made Blood Mistress feel a little sad. Little girl, don't call me that. Jiang Fei also pulled the little lowly out of his arms in embarrassment. Then, he pointed at Blood Mistress and said, "She's your mother." At this moment, Blood Mistress stepped forward. She wanted to explain to her child that the blood demon bees only had a mother and not a father. "Father, who is this aunt?" However, the little lowly's words caused Blood Mistress to feel as if she was struck by lightning. "I'm really not your father," Jiang Fei said awkwardly. On one hand, he did not want to steal someone else's beloved daughter. On the other hand, he wanted to acknowledge this daughter of his. How was he going to explain it to those girls when he returned to the outer universe? After all, there was a 12-fold time flow gap between the 5 directions of the universe and the outer universe. Moreover, he had a lot of time to act alone in the 5 directions of the universe. It was not impossible. When the time came, this little girl would call Jiang Fei Daddy so affectionately. Jiang Fei would really be like yellow mud falling into his pants. If it was not SH*T, it would be SH*T. "No, you're the daddy." Jiang Fei did not expect the little lowly to be so stubborn. She was so sure of Jiang Fei that she completely ignored Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei was also dumbfounded. Looking at the little lowly who did not let go of him, he could not just fall to the ground. Blood Mistress sighed. She more or less understood why the little lowly was like this. As a blood demon bee, Blood Mistress had gone through a similar process when she was young. However, she had consumed her mother's blood back then, so she could vaguely recall the scene back then in her memory. The newly born blood demon bees were not able to directly obtain the inherited memories like some ancient mutants. They represented the blue-eyed white dragon clan. They were born with the knowledge and wisdom that they inherited from their parents. However, the blood demon wasps were different. When they were born, they were like a piece of white paper. After they were born, they would instinctively absorb the noblest bloodline in the vicinity. The brand of this bloodline would also be engraved in the heart of the blood demon wasp cub. Of course, this brand was not like the bloodline contract. It could not restrict the blood demon wasp. However, it could achieve a sense of bloodline identity deep in the heart of the small blood demon wasp. If a little blood demon wasp was born and consumed its mother's bloodline, then she would naturally feel that she was a blood demon wasp. However, the little lowly was now sucking Jiang Fei's blood. Therefore, she naturally thought of herself as Jiang Fei's daughter. Moreover, because she was young, it was impossible to reason with her. She had set her mind on Jiang Fei as her father. Sigh. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If he had known earlier, he would not have bitten his finger and let the little girl suck his blood. At that time, the little girl did not care about the blood of the blood mistress. Moreover, because she could not suck Jiang Fei's blood, she was so anxious that she cried out loudly. Therefore, Jiang Fei's heart softened for a moment. He did not expect to cause so much trouble. "Forget it, my lord." What else could Blood Mistress say at this time? The question was, would she dare to stop a powerhouse at Jiang Fei's level? Therefore, although Blood Mistress was extremely reluctant and jealous, what could she do? Her daughter did not recognize her and only recognized Jiang Fei. It was impossible for her to take her daughter away even if she wanted to. "All right," Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he turned to Hu Qingsheng and said, "You saw it. Remember to testify for me later." Jiang Fei's meaning was very clear. This girl has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent with Blood Mistress. Hu Qingsheng smiled and did not say anything. At the same time, she felt a little sorry for Blood Mistress. After all, she had worked so hard for this daughter of hers for so long that she even betrayed the Mountain of Beasts to be Jiang Fei's bodyguard. In the end, when her daughter was born, she refused to acknowledge her. Chapter 1993, 1993. Translator 549690339. After accepting a goddaughter, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. He wondered what was going on. On the other side, Blood Mistress was even more helpless than Jiang Fei. She looked at Jiang Fei and then at her own daughter. She wanted to leave just like that, but she could not bear to. However, if she stayed, she would see her daughter being so close to others every day. Her heart also felt uncomfortable. Sister Blood Mistress, please stay. Although this child is closer to Brother Jiang Fei, Brother Jiang Fei is a man after all. At this time, Hu Qingsheng gave Blood Mistress a way out. Blood Mistress nodded. Although she knew that Hu Qingsheng was deliberately giving her a way out, she understood one thing in her heart. Although she could satisfy all the material needs of her child, this kind of person was too busy. She did not have the time to care about the child's growth. As her biological mother, she could not bear to let her child do whatever he wanted. After that, Blood Lady bowed to Jiang Fei and said, "Sir, please take me in and let me take care of this child." Jiang Fei nodded. He had no grudges with Blood Mistress. Of course, there was no need to separate the mother and daughter. Moreover, Jiang Fei had too many things to do. He did not have the time to care about this child. With Blood Mistress as his biological mother, Jiang Fei could rest assured. Natasha asked. She did not care about seniority. She called Jiang Fei brother and called Jiang Fei's daughter sister at the same time. That's right, Blood Lady. Jiang Fei smiled. After all this time, this little girl still had not given him a name. Moreover, no matter what, Blood Lady was her biological mother. Jiang Fei did not want to overstep his authority. At this time, Blood Lady had more or less come to her senses. Since her daughter had already acknowledged Jiang Fei as her godfather, she might as well be closer to him. After all, she had Jiang Fei as her backing. Her daughter would not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Blood Lady was an ancient xenogeneic. To put it bluntly, she was also a member of the fierce beasts. They did not care much about names. Just like Blood Lady herself, the name sounded pretty good. However, to put it bluntly, she was a pretty little girl among the blood demon bees. Originally, the word Ji was a beautiful title for women. In the past, she was called Qin Ji Yunu. In other words, she was a beauty from Shangxi in Yangzhou. Moreover, the ferocious beast clan did not pay much attention to things like surnames. Therefore, Blood Lady did not really care about giving the child a name. Then, would the child's status in Jiang Fei's group not rise in the future? If she could use Jiang Fei's surname, it would be even more amazing. It would be like she was half a biological child. Therefore, although the ferocious beasts were not as cunning as humans, they were also very cunning. Previously, when Blood Mistress saw her daughter being so close to Jiang Fei, she was a little jealous. Now, she was planning to let her daughter have a good relationship with her godfather. Speaking of which, Blood Mistress could not be blamed for this. After all, Jiang Fei's current identity was too special. He was the dragon race's sage lord. In the outer universe, no one would feel much about it. They only thought that Jiang Fei had picked up a large group of super fighters. However, in the five directions, especially in the eyes of the ferocious beasts in the five directions, Jiang Fei's status was no different from a living god. The green-eyed white dragon race could be said to be the most powerful race in ancient times. They used the princes and princesses of various races as snacks. How powerful would their sage lord be? If his daughter could have such a godfather, who would dare to provoke her in the future? Jiang Fei smiled. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then let's call her Jiang Shui." Jiang Shui. Blood Lady did not care about her daughter's name. However, when she saw that the girl had really taken Jiang Fei's surname, her heart was satisfied. "How is it?" Jiang Fei asked a little lowly. this little girl was different from a human child. A human child would not understand anything when they were just born. However, this little girl had transformed into a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Not only could she speak, but she could also distinguish between good and bad. Therefore, it was impossible to ignore her feelings when she came up with a name. The little girl said with a sweet smile. After giving the little girl a name, Jiang Fei and the others chatted for a while. 2 days later, Lu Bingyuan sent a message back. The 3 major families and the Moon Goddess sect were ready to send their troops at any time. The Xie family was the only one that had a problem. Because of Jiang Fei's previous incident, Xie Tianxin had been criticized in the Myriad Beast Mountain. The female Beast Empress had even ordered for Xie Tianxin to be put under house arrest. She had also sent people to monitor the Xie family. Therefore, the Xie family was unable to send out their troops for the time being. Through Lu Bingyuan, Jiang Fei knew that Xie Tianxin and the Xie family were not in any big trouble. After all, they were the economic pillars of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Even the female Beast Empress would not dare to casually deal with Xie Tianxin. This made Jiang Fei feel much more at ease. If anything happened to Xie Tianxin because of him, Jiang Fei would definitely feel guilty. How about this? Let's delay it for another 2 days. Jiang Fei said to the people around him after hanging up the call. He could not just stand by and watch Xie Tianxin and the Xie family suffer because of him. Moreover, there was a time difference of 12 times between the 5 directions and the outer universe. If Jiang Fei left now, when he returned, Xie Tianxin would be under house arrest for an unknown period of time. Therefore, he had to resolve this matter before he left. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei first settled down with Blood Mistress and Jiang Shui. As Blood Mistress was a ferocious beast, Jiang Fei was afraid that it would be a little awkward for her to return to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Moreover, he would leave the mother and daughter alone. It would also promote the relationship between the 2 of them. Apart from the 2 of them, Jiang Fei also left Natasha behind. Although Blood Mistress was not bad, she was not considered to be top-notch. Jiang Fei would feel more at ease with Natasha's protection. Moreover, Natasha and Jiang Shui were of similar mental age. Jiang Fei estimated that the 2 of them would be able to play together. Leaving Jiang Shui a playmate would also be beneficial to the little girl's growth. As for Natasha, she also liked this newly born little sister very much. Therefore, she did not have any objections to staying behind. After making all the arrangements, Jiang Fei took Hua Qingsheng and Mo Lisang to the Mountain of Beasts. The entire journey was silent. The next evening, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the foot of the Myriad Beast Mountain. At this moment, the 3 of them were filled with mixed feelings. The first one was Hua Qingsheng. Although she had never been to the Myriad Beast Mountain, Jiang Fei had mentioned to her that her father was here. Now that they had arrived at the Myriad Beast Mountain, they would be able to meet again. The second one was Jiang Fei. He had been to the Myriad Beast Mountain before. At that time, Jiang Fei's strength was so strong that he did not even dare to breathe. However, it was a coincidence. After a series of mishaps, he not only managed to escape from the Myriad Beast Mountain, he had also taken away many true immortal-level beast corpses. Finally, there was Mo Lishang. She had the most complicated feelings in her heart. Previously, although she was working for the 10,000 Beast Mountain, she was also the 4th elder of the 10,000 Beast Mountain in name. Her status was high. However, this time, she had become Jiang Fei's blood servant. Her status was low. Chapter 1994. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei returned to the Myriad Beast Mountain. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he was immediately discovered by the patrolling ferocious beasts. "Who are you?" 2 figures dashed out from the dense forest. One of them appeared in human form, while the other appeared in bear form. Both of them had the strength of true immortals. Under Jiang Fei's signal, Mo Lisang stood out. The 2 people were stunned when they saw Mo Lishang. Montauk Lishang nodded faintly. "So, it's the 4th elder returning to the mountain." As the giant bear spoke, it also transformed into its human form. The two people bowed deeply to Mo Li Shang and did not stop him. Yes, Montauk Li Shang nodded. He did not make things difficult for the two people. Following that, under Mo Li Shang's lead, Jiang Fei and the rest entered the Mountain of Beasts smoothly. Mo Li Shang asked Jiang Fei, "Usually, the Elder Council will be in charge. Only important matters will be handled by the female Beast Empress." Mo Li Shang replied. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and said, "Then, let's go directly to the female Beast Empress." "Yes." Montauk Li Shang nodded. Then he said to Jiang Fei with some hesitation, "My lord, Jiang Fei smiled. "Yes." Mo Li Shang suddenly turned around and knelt down towards Jiang Fei. Then he said, "My lord, I know that my status is low, but the female Beast Queen has indeed treated me well. I hope that you will not kill Her Majesty." Jiang Fei smiled. This Mo Li Shang was indeed a person who valued friendship. Although Jiang Fei did not promise that he would not hurt the female Beast Empress, Mo Li Shang knew that it was time to stop. The blood contract on her body constantly reminded her of her identity. Jiang Fei waved his hand. After Mo Li Shang stood up, he continued to lead Jiang Fei to the Empress Palace. As the powerful elder of the Mountain of Beasts, she naturally would not encounter any obstacles when she led her people to walk in the Mountain of Beasts. After more than 20 minutes, Jiang Fei and the others had gone around half of the mountainside before they saw a large number of palaces. Although these buildings were called palaces, they could not be compared to human palaces, no matter how exquisite they were, or is it luxury. The palaces of the beast seemed so much more modest. Mo Li Shang said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, a maid came out of the Empress Palace, but said that the maid was actually also a true immortal-level fierce beast. "Well," Mo Li Shang said, "Fourth Elder, the Empress already knows why you are here. Please follow me," the maid said. "Oh," Jiang Fei smiled. He did not know what the Empress really knew or if she was just trying to be mysterious. Mo Li Shang nodded at the maid. The maid made a gesture of invitation and then turned around to lead the way for Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei and the other two followed behind the maid as they walked into the Empress Palace. On the way, Jiang Fei realized that there were not many people in the Empress Palace. Unlike the human palace, there were not many maids and eunuchs. There were only 3 to 5 maids and 5 to 6 guards. Moreover, the strength of these maids and guards was very average. They were only ordinary true immortals. This kind of defense was still a little weak. Has the Mountain of Beasts forgotten about the danger after a long time? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Not long after, Jiang Fei and the group arrived in front of Small Palace. "This is the Queen's bedroom," Mo Li Shang said beside Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. If the Queen knew why he was here, why did she not receive him in the main hall? Why did she let him and the others come to her bedroom? Was there a reason behind this? "Please wait a moment." The maid turned around and said to Jiang Fei and the others before she went in alone. Jiang Fei asked Mo Li Shang while the maid went in to report. She was here occasionally, but most of the time, she was in the main hall. Mo Li Shang answered truthfully. In fact, she could not lie even if she wanted to. Under the death servant's blood contract, she could not lie to Jiang Fei at all. "That's interesting," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. After about 10 minutes, the maid came out of the Empress's bedroom. The maid smiled at Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the maid into the Empress's bedroom. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Jiang Fei smelled a faint fragrance. He turned around and looked at Mo Li Shang. Mo Li Shang was also confused. Clearly, she had not smelled this scent in the Empress's bedroom. Jiang Fei frowned. The only thing he could be sure of was that there was no poison in the fragrance, because his goggles did not detect any gas in the air that could threaten him. After entering the palace, Jiang Fei and the rest passed through a short corridor. Then they saw a palace with a light pink curtain hanging on it. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at Mo Li Shang. Therefore, Mo Li Shang's face did not show any strange expression. A maid stood at the door of the palace and said, A female voice that sounded like a powerful elder sister came from the palace. Yes, the maid answered. Then she said to Jiang Fei and the others, "Ladies and gentlemen, please come in." Jiang Fei nodded and walked into the palace first. As soon as he entered the palace, Jiang Fei looked up and saw that the interior of the palace was very simple. There was only a small table and a few small round stools. On the table, there were only some simple tea sets and a small incense burner. The strange fragrance came from the incense burner. When he looked further in, he saw a pink translucent curtain hanging in the middle of the palace. Inside, he could vaguely see a beauty's bed. A figure was lying on the bed. The figure should be a woman with a graceful figure. Because of the curtain, the goggles could not directly scan the combat strength of the woman. However, Jiang Fei could tell that the woman's strength was extraordinary just by using his divine sense. She was at least on par with the Dragon Queen. Chapter 1995. Translator 549690339. Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Mo Li Sang, who was standing beside him, had already stepped forward and bowed. In fact, as soon as Mo Li Sang bent her back, she regretted it. Her current status was different from before. Now, she was Jiang Fei's blood servant. To put it bluntly, she was a slave. Before Jiang Fei could say anything, she had already stepped forward and bowed. Did she not take Jiang Fei, her master, seriously? However, Mo Li Sang was not to blame for this. After all, she had worked in the Mountain of Beasts for tens of thousands of years. It had become a subconscious act to bow when she saw the female Beast Empress. She subconsciously bowed to the Empress. Fortunately, Jiang Fei did not care about this. Therefore, when Mo Li Sang saw that Jiang Fei's expression was normal, she secretly sighed in relief. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Although the female Beast Empress had a high status in the Mountain of Beasts, what was Jiang Fei's current status? That was the dragon race's Saint Lord. Moreover, Jiang Fei's strength was far above the female Beast Empress. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for him to bow to the Empress. Before the female Beast Empress could speak, a silver bell-like laughter came from inside the curtain. As the female Beast Queen spoke, Jiang Fei saw the figure behind the curtain wave her hand. The pink curtain rolled to both sides, revealing the true face inside. Jiang Fei looked up and saw a beauty half lying on the beauty bed in the inner room. It was not used to beautify her beauty. It was not that she was more beautiful than the other beauties. It was that she was big, 5 meters tall. Although her body was well-proportioned and beautiful, the fact that she was so big made most men feel a deep sense of oppression. Luckily, you were lying down. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He was only a little taller than her belly button. Your Majesty, I'm very curious. Although Jiang Fei asked with a smile, he was very surprised. This was not surprising. After all, Xie Tianxin was under house arrest because of him. Therefore, Jiang Fei's purpose of coming here was not difficult to guess. The key was that the female Beast Queen had actually exposed Jiang Fei's identity. This was what Jiang Fei was most surprised about. After all, it was impossible for outsiders to know that Jiang Fei had become the dragon race's sage lord. The female Beast Empress smiled slightly and did not directly answer Jiang Fei's question. All right, if that's the case, Your Majesty. Although Jiang Fei was shorter than her, in terms of aura, he was not short at all. Sage Lord. Although the dragon race's combat strength is unparalleled in the world, it is no longer the same as it was in the past. The female Beast Empress smiled faintly. Although her tone was not harsh, the meaning of her words was very clear. In the past, the dragon race was invincible and treated all the races as snacks. However, things were different now. If Jiang Fei wanted to manage the internal affairs of the myriad Beast Mountain, she would not fall for it. Sigh. That being said, Xie Tianxin is my friend. She is implicated because of me. Jiang Fei's attitude was very firm. Now, even if he was not invincible in the 5 directions, he was almost there. If he could not protect his friend, he would be too cowardly. The female Beast Empress said as she sat up. At the same time, she looked straight at Jiang Fei with a hint of a threat in her eyes. The Xie family and the nine-headed python family were taken in by the dragon race as their retainers. Now that they have been detained by the mountain of beasts, it could be considered as a matter of our dragon race. Jiang Fei took a step forward. At the same time, his pressure gradually spread out. Jiang Fei was clearly at a disadvantage. The other party was almost taller than him. If he was a dwarf, his aura would be completely gone. Therefore, Jiang Fei took the initiative to release his aura to warn the female Beast Empress. Although this was the Myriad Beasts Mountain, one should not forget how powerful the dragon race was. The female Beast Empress's forehead was covered in sweat. The reason why she had been so domineering in front of Jiang Fei previously was to bully Jiang Fei because he was young. If she had been intimidated, everything would have been simple. Moreover, the female Orc Queen had once tried to understand Jiang Fei. She knew that he was not the kind of person who relied on his strength to oppress others. Therefore, she had come up with a label for Jiang Fei. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would not be reasonable and would only talk about his fists. However, what the female Orc Queen did not expect was that Jiang Fei was also an old fogey. He could spout nonsense as he pleased. If Mo Lishang's nine-headed python clan could be considered as the Dragon Clan's retainers, that would barely make sense, after all, before the Dragon Clan retired. Although they did not treat the nine-headed python clan as humans, they were still related in name. However, the Xie clan had nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. Before the Dragon Clan retired, the Xie clan did not exist. However, now that Jiang Fei had said that the Xie clan was the Dragon Clan's retainer, how could the female Beast Empress be reasonable? Go to the Dragon Clan? Jiang Fei was the Dragon Clan Sage Lord. Would the Dragon Clan dare to deny his words? Go to the Xie family? Now, the Xie family was being ostracized by the Mountain of Beasts. They were being monitored and controlled in all aspects. Now that the dragon race had stepped in to protect them, these guys would definitely be more than happy to do so. Why would they deny it? Therefore, the female Beast Empress felt very uncomfortable. She knew that Jiang Fei was talking nonsense, but she could not expose him. Moreover, he had found a reason. If she continued to stop him, he would really make a move. In fact, the reason why the female Beast Empress was in such a difficult position was that she could not defeat Jiang Fei. If she could, she would not let Jiang Fei run wild in the Myriad Beasts Mountain. What cannot be obtained on the battlefield? Could it be obtained on the negotiation table? Although the female Beast Empress had some understanding of Jiang Fei and wanted to use his human weakness to force him to give up his purpose of coming here, Jiang Fei would not give up so easily. However, the female Beast Empress would not easily agree to Jiang Fei's request. If she only let Xie Tianxin go, it would not be a big deal for the female Beast Empress. That would be a big deal. After all, the Xie family controlled the economic lifeline of the Thousand Beast Mountain. If they joined the Dragon Clan, the god of wealth of the Thousand Beast Mountain would be gone. When that happened, how would the Thousand Beast Mountain survive? Chapter 1996. Translator 549690339. I had an accident today, so I'll take a day off. I'll update tomorrow. I'm sorry. Chapter 1997. Translator 549690339. The female Beast Queen was in a dilemma. However, Jiang Fei did not give in. He did not care about what would happen to the Beast Mountain. Jiang Fei knew that his friend had been implicated because of him. Now, he had the ability to save her. Naturally, he could not just stand by and watch. All right, you don't have to say any more. Jiang Fei said to the female Beast Queen, Sage Lord, our Myriad Beast Mountain is not an unreasonable place. Since Xie Tianxin is your friend, we have to let her go for your sake. However, the Xie family belongs to our Myriad Beast Mountain. The female Beast Empress said. When she saw Jiang Fei's unhappy expression, she immediately added, However, Sage Lord, I can assure you that we will not harm the members of the Xie family. As long as everything is settled, the Myriad Beast Mountain will let them go. When the female Beast Empress said this, she had already made a huge concession. She had promised Jiang Fei that she could take Xie Tianxin away right now and also guarantee the Xie family's safety. The female Beast Queen obviously could not accept it. The Xie family could leave, but their huge wealth had to be left behind by the Thousand Beast Mountain. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. He completely understood what the female Beast Queen meant. Moreover, Jiang Fei also knew what the Xie family meant to the Thousand Beast Mountain. Then the Thousand Beast Mountain really would not be able to open the pot. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei finally decided to agree to this plan. Firstly, Jiang Fei did not want to use his power to bully others and do things too far. Secondly, Jiang Fei was also a little worried. Who could guarantee that the Mountain of Beasts did not have it? However, if things really got out of hand and an old pervert appeared in the Thousand Beast Mountain, even if Jiang Fei could escape, not only would he fail to complete the task, he would even implicate Hu Qingsheng and the others. All right, I, Jiang Fei, am not an unreasonable person. Since you have given me enough face, I will not take an inch and take a mile. Jiang Fei said after weighing the pros and cons. Since he had already achieved his goal, he did not have to use his fists. Only little hoodlums would fight to the death. Big hoodlums would first negotiate when they met, not to mention people of Jiang Fei's level. Once a person reached a certain level, it would not be easy to fight and kill. At this time, the female Beast Empress was slightly relieved. If they really fought, not only would the Thousand Beast Mountain be able to defeat the Dragon Race's Sage Lord, but they would also be able to defeat the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. However, at the very least, the hundreds of thousands of years of heritage passed down by their ancestors had been destroyed. Since ancient times, the imperial scholars have been boasting about the tactics of closing the door and beating the dog. They talked about having great depth, exchanging space for time, the vast ocean of people's war, and so on. All of these were just to give themselves some face. If you really had the ability, would you be able to get people to fight in your home? Therefore, as long as the battle was fought in your own home, regardless of the outcome, you would definitely be the loser. It was just a matter of whether you lost more or less. At this moment, the female Beast Empress had the same concerns. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to fight with Jiang Fei in the Mountain of Beasts. After the battle, the Myriad Beast Mountain would have to change its name to the Myriad Beast Basin. Jiang Fei asked. The female Beast Empress waved her hand, and immediately a maid left. Not long after, the maid returned. The person who followed behind her was Xie Tianxin, the master of the Xie family. Grandma Xie, long time no see, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Jiang Fei, what happened to you? Xie Tianxin was shocked when she saw Jiang Fei. That's not it. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Xie Tianxin, you are free now, the female Beast Empress said. Xie Tianxin could not react in time. Grandma Xie, it's okay. I have already rescued you from the Myriad Beasts Mountain. After a few days, when the Xie family has handed over the wealth that belongs to the Myriad Beasts Mountain, they will be free, said Jiang Fei. Xie Tianxin was confused. The process is very complicated. To put it simply, you and the Xie family are now the servants of the dragon race. Jiang Fei laughed. The dragon race? Xie Tianxin widened her eyes. She could not believe everything that Jiang Fei had said. The dragon race was a powerful race in the legends. During the ancient times, the dragon race dominated the entire world of the five directions. Their remaining might still intimidated the entire ferocious beast race. After all, ferocious beasts had a much longer lifespan than humans. Therefore, they could still clearly remember how powerful the dragon race was. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said that the Xie family had obtained such an honor, Xie Tianxin could not believe that it was true. Xie Tianxin turned around and looked at Mo Li Sang. Black Widow was the leader of the nine-headed python race. Before this, they were the servants of the dragon race. They would definitely know. Yes, the Sage King's words are gold. What could Mo Li Sang say at this time? As Jiang Fei's death servant, her tone was filled with respect when it came to Jiang Fei. Granny Xie still could not react. She was familiar with the history of the dragon race, but she had never heard of the dragon race having a sage. Sage, I've already done what I promised you," the female beast empress said to Jiang Fei. Although her tone was friendly, the meaning was clear. She wanted Jiang Fei to get lost. Jiang Fei laughed. He had achieved his goal. Naturally, he did not want to stay in the myriad beasts mountain and be an eyesore. Xie Tianxin stared at Jiang Fei with her eyes wide open. She had never thought that the sage lord that the female beast empress was afraid of and was able to make the decision to take the Xie family as the dragon family's retainer would actually be Jiang Fei. It's a long story. Jiang Fei smiled at Xie Tianxin. Xie Tianxin nodded. She also knew that this was not the time to talk. After that, Jiang Fei and the others left the emperor's palace. Mo Li Sang asked, "Notarus?" Jiang Fei said with a smile. Before he left, he had to borrow one more person. That was Hua Qingqing's father, Hua Jinghua. Chapter 1998. Translator 549690339. After arriving at Mo Li Shang's cave, as she was still the fourth elder of the Myriad Beast Mountain, she quickly sent someone to bring Hua Jinghua here. "Greetings, fourth elder," Hua Jinghua said very respectfully. After all, he was a ferocious beast that had just advanced to true immortal level. Therefore, he did not have much status in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Moreover, he was in front of someone like Mo Li Sang. Mo Li Sang did not respond. Instead, he looked at Jiang Fei. Senior, we meet again," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Hua Jinghua was slightly surprised. In his impression, Jiang Fei was only an expert in the tribulation stage. If his daughter had not chosen him, he would not have had much interaction with him. However, it had only been a few days he had actually come to the Myriad Beast Mountain. "Yes, senior," Jiang Fei smiled. Although Hua Jinghua's strength was nothing in front of him, he was still Hua Qingqing's father. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to give her some face. "Kid, the Myriad Beast Mountain is not a fun place." Speaking of which, Hua Jinghua really treated Jiang Fei as his son-in-law. Therefore, even in front of Mo Li Sang, he still spoke out for Jiang Fei's safety. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He was no longer the same as before. However, Hua Jinghua did not know that Jiang Fei was very touched that he could say such words. Jiang Fei said as he flashed away and gave way to Hua Qingcheng, who was behind him. "Qingcheng." Hua Jinghua was stunned. The longing for his daughter in his heart could not be described with words. Before he left, he only dared to look at Hua Qingcheng in secret. However, how much could that reduce the longing for his daughter? "You are..." Hua Qingcheng was confused. Speaking of which, when Hua Jinghua left, she was still too young, so she did not remember her father at all. "Qingcheng, he is your father," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Father?" Hua Qingcheng was stunned at first. Then she said decisively, "I don't have a father." Hua Jinghua was in tears. He knew that his daughter was blaming him from the bottom of her heart. After all, he did not fulfill his father's blame. Back then, in order to avoid his enemies, he left Hua Qingcheng when she was young. Hua Qingcheng must have suffered a lot without the protection of her parents. Hua Qingcheng turned her head and refused to look at Hua Jinghua anymore. Hua Jinghua sighed and looked at Jiang Fei for help. Jiang Fei was also in a difficult position. After all, he had no experience in persuading her. "Master, this is not a place to chat." At this time, Mo Li Sang broke the awkward situation. Jiang Fei nodded. The purpose of his visit this time was to reunite Hua Qingcheng and her father. Then, he would bring Hua Jinghua along and leave. Now that he had received her, it was time for him to leave. As for the matter of Hua Qingcheng and her father meeting each other, there would be plenty of time for that. Moreover, Hua Qingcheng had been used to being an orphan since she was young. Now that she was doing well and a father had suddenly appeared, no one would be able to easily accept this fact. How about this? Let's leave the world of the five directions first. Jiang Fei made his decision. Liu Bingyuan had already contacted the three major families and the Moon Goddess sect. They were ready to send out their troops at any time. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to make good use of the time to make preparations. Montak Li Sang nodded. On one hand, she could not go against Jiang Fei's wishes. On the other hand, she was also curious about the outside world. After Mo, Li Sing nodded. Hua Qingqing naturally did not have any objections to Jiang Fei's suggestion. On the other hand, Hua Jinghua naturally wanted to go with her daughter. As for where to go, he did not care at all. The only thing that he could not accept was that the fourth elder of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, Mo Li Sing, actually called Jiang Fei Master. Jiang Fei did not have the time to explain too much. He directly opened the 9 revolving astrolabe in Mo Li Shang's cave abode. Let's go, Jiang Fei said to the few people around him. Okay. Hua Qingqing nodded. After Jiang Fei entered the teleportation portal, the 9 rotating astrolabe would return to his hands. Therefore, he had to be the last to leave. The only person who knew Bella and the others who had been Skoda Star was Hua Qingqing. After Hua Qingqing entered the portal, Hua Jinghua followed closely behind. He was afraid that something would happen to his precious daughter. He followed Mo Li Shang into the portal. Finally, Jiang Fei stepped through the portal and returned to Skoda Star. As a silver light flashed, the portal turned into a stream of light and returned to Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei smiled and said, very soon, a large group of girls surrounded Jiang Fei. Actually, Bella and the others had only been back for a few days. Therefore, the girls had been waiting for Jiang Fei's return recently. But I won't be staying for long. Jiang Fei smiled. Because of the time difference, he did not dare to stay in Skoda for long. Otherwise, the 3 big families and the Moon Goddess sect will be anxious. Asked Bella. At this time, Jiang Fei had already rescued Hua Qingqing. He had nothing to worry about in the 5 directions. The dragon race was hostile to Jiang Fei. So, how could she let Jiang Fei go back without worry? Hee, I got some thugs from there, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Bella asked. Jiang Fei said proudly. Hua Qingqing chimed in. Nina and the others were all confused. Jiang Fei said proudly. What? Bella and the other girls were still fine. However, Hua Jinghua was scared half to death. He was a proper native of the 5 corners of the world. He was also a member of the ferocious beast race. Therefore, he had an instinctive respect for the dragon race. He actually heard that someone had subdued the dragon race. Moreover, this person was Jiang Fei, whom he had met not long ago. In an instant, Hua Jinghua felt that his outlook on life and the world had collapsed. Hua Jinghua muttered to himself. Then, what Jiang Fei said was very likely true. Chapter 1999. Translator 549690339. Regardless of whether Hua Jinghua could accept this reality or not, Jiang Fei did not have time to accompany him. After that, Jiang Fei handed Hua Jinghua over to Ariel to settle down. Then, he told Bella and the others to get ready to receive him. After all, a large number of experts from the 5 world were about to land on Skoda Star. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei was no longer the same as before. Previously, he had also contacted these 5 directions forces, hoping that they would be able to send troops to the outer universe. However, at that time, Jiang Fei did not have absolute control over these people. At that time, Jiang Fei was just an ordinary true immortal level powerhouse. Although Jiang Fei's combat power was slightly higher due to the 10th dimension, when faced with the 4 great families and organizations like the Moon Goddess sect, Jiang Fei still had a certain amount of authority. However, it would be nonsense to say that he had absolute control over the situation. However, now, Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage. He had a terrifying combat power of 61 million. When faced with the human forces in the 5 directions, he already had absolute authority. His will was enough to control the actions of the forces in the outer universe. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei once again returned to the 5 directions through the 9 rotating star plate. This time, he did not bring anyone with him. He only returned to the 5 directions by himself. With a flash of silver light, Jiang Fei landed in a desert. There was no need to ask him to know that he had landed on planet Taibai. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. The yellow sand that filled the sky was blown up by the strong wind. It hit his face like a small knife. To be honest, the environment of the other planets, including planet Jinxing, was better than this. Forget it. Jiang Fei sighed and shot out the Chungying sword from between his brows. Jiang Fei flew into the sky on his flying sword and quickly passed through the layer of yellow sand. Although the strong wind in the sky was still as strong as before, it was at least much more comfortable than washing his face in the yellow sand. As he flew along, Jiang Fei did not encounter any obstacles. Soon, he arrived at the teleportation portal of Planet Tai Bai. "Sir," the guard of the teleportation portal asked respectfully. These people had been guarding the teleportation portal all year round. It could be said that they had seen all kinds of people. They were very observant. One look at Jiang Fei, and they knew that this master was very ordinary. Therefore, they were all smiling. Jiang Fei said, as he threw a middle-grade spirit stone over. After the guard took the spirit stone, he immediately began to control the teleportation circle. Once everything was ready, he said to Jiang Fei, "My lord, please enter the teleportation circle." Jiang Fei nodded and then stepped into the teleportation circle. With a silver flash, Jiang Fei left Planet Tai Bai and arrived at Planet Suppression. After arriving at the town star, the first thing Jiang Fei did was to contact Lu Bingyuan. "Bingyuan, inform the 3 major families and the Moon Goddess sect that I have returned. Ask them to gather the good people. I will start the teleportation once I arrive." Lu Bingyuan nodded and immediately went to inform the people from these forces. After that, Jiang Fei went to look for Blood Lady and the others without stopping. After all, he could not leave Blood Lady and his goddaughter here alone. A day later, Jiang Fei rushed to the side of Blood Mistress and the others. This time, Natasha was doing her job well. She had always been by the side of Blood Mistress and the others. She did not let anything happen to them. When they met, Natasha took credit from Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei patted Natasha's head lovingly. "Handsome, it's good that you're back. I have something to do, and I need to leave for a few days." Natasha suddenly asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was stunned. It might take a long time," Natasha said. "I see. Since you have something to do, Natasha, go do your thing. Don't worry about me," Jiang Fei said with a smile. In fact, he was also worried about how to communicate with Natasha. Right now, he was about to bring his men to fight against the players in the main universe. It was indeed inconvenient to bring Natasha along. After all, she was also a player. "Okay." Natasha smiled sweetly and turned into a light spot and disappeared. Jiang Fei knew that Natasha had logged off. Blood Lady asked after Natasha left. She had spent a few days with Jiang Shui while Jiang Fei was away. The relationship between the two of them had obviously improved a lot. Jiang Fei smiled and said, his only task now was to rush to the agreed location and open the door for the members of the 3 major families and the Moon Goddess sect. After that, he could go home. Jiang Fei did not have the time to return to the 5 Directions world. Jiang Shui seemed to be unable to change her words. Calling her father was more intimate than calling her father. "Our home is very far away," Jiang Fei said dotingly. He really liked this daughter of his. Jiang Shui asked. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, Jiang Fei took Blood Mistress and Jiang Shui and set off. Their destination was the sacred Wuji mountain in the center of the town star. This was also the place where Jiang Fei and the 3 big families had agreed to gather. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to travel. After all, the 3 big families and the Moon Goddess sect needed a large army. It would take a lot of time. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others would not delay their journey. On the way, Jiang Fei and the other 2 had a lot of fun. It felt like a family of 3 going on a trip. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not lack spirit stones. Jiang Fei waved his hand and bought whatever Jiang Shui wanted. The little girl was very happy. However, there was always an end to the happy journey. One day, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the foot of the sacred Wuji mountain. Lu Bingyuan had been waiting for them for a long time. Jiang Fei smiled. "I have just arrived too," Lu Bingyuan replied. Actually, he had been here for almost half a month. However, when faced with a leader, he had to say that. "Thank you for your hard work," Jiang Fei asked. "They have arrived one after another," Lu Bingyuan said. Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that he had arrived just in time. Lu Bingyuan asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. He asked Blood Mistress to take care of Jiang Shui, while he and Lu Bingyuan went to meet the people from the three families and the Moon Goddess sect. Chapter 2000. Translator 549690339. Following Lu Bingyuan, Jiang Fei quickly met the people from the three major families and the Moon Goddess sect. This time, the three major families had sent 2 elders to lead the team. The Moon Goddess sect had invested a lot in sending 5 deacons. Jiang Fei smiled as he walked into the living room. At this time, these people were already waiting for him. Greetings, Mr. These people bowed to Jiang Fei one after another. When they came out from their families, the elders had already instructed them not to be arrogant when they saw Jiang Fei. One of the people from the Moon Goddess sect walked out. It was Moon Spirit G. That's right. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. At that moment, he had already retracted his aura freely. In the eyes of these people, they could not tell that he was any different from before. Senair, you should also try to get close to him. At this time, an elder of the Wang family nudged a girl beside him. The girl nodded. Then, she bowed to Jiang Fei and said, Mr. Jiang, we parted in a hurry the last time. I have not had the chance to thank you for saving my life. Third lady, you don't have to worry about it. Jiang Fei smiled. This person was the third lady of the Wang family. She could be considered half of Jiang Shui's mother. After all, Jiang Shui was taken out of the belly of the third lady of the Wang family. Mr. Jiang, this is a small gift that my grandfather asked me to bring to you. The Xiao family was not willing to be outdone. Xiao Yuhan carried a small box and walked in front of Jiang Fei. Although the magical equipment in the box was not rare, it was a gift from the Xiao family. Mr. Jiang, let's cut to the chase. One of the members of the Yuan family walked out and asked. His tone did not show much respect for Jiang Fei. Among the 3 big families, the Wang family was the first to show their loyalty to Jiang Fei. The head of the Wang family could also be considered to have a discerning eye. He could tell that Jiang Fei was extraordinary at a glance. Therefore, he took the initiative to express that the Wang family's forces in the outer universe would listen to Jiang Fei's orders. The Xiao family followed closely behind. They also had the same conditions and obligations as the Wang family. Therefore, they could be considered to have chosen to be Jiang Fei's deployment. Only the Yuan family was the first family that Jiang Fei had contacted. However, they still felt that they were superior to others. They felt that Jiang Fei had just happened to possess the 9 rotating star wheel. They did not care too much about Jiang Fei himself. The main reason was that the other big families had sent troops. If they did not send their disciples to train, they were afraid that the other big families would gain the upper hand. Therefore, after meeting Jiang Fei this time, the members of the Wang family and the Xiao family had received orders. They had to follow Jiang Fei's orders. In the outer universe, they treated themselves as Jiang Fei's subordinates. This time, the Xiao and Wang families had sent out their direct descendants. Whether it was the third daughter of the Wang family or Xiao Yuhan, they were both talented people. The 2 families had chosen them to go out and train. They wanted them to be more capable by Jiang Fei's side. However, the Yuan family and Jiang Fei did not have many interactions. They did not understand Jiang Fei at all. Therefore, they naturally did not take Jiang Fei seriously. Of course, we can leave any time. However, I have a few things to say, Jiang Fei said slowly. The master of the Yuan family said impatiently. If it were not for the other families around him, he would have already thrown his face at Jiang Fei. After we leave the portal, it is my territory. If you are willing to stay at my place, I will welcome you with both hands. However, let me be clear. If you're staying at my place, you will have to listen to my instructions. Jiang Fei said. He had already changed into a serious expression. Haha, as a guest, you will naturally have to follow the master's arrangements. This is nothing, Mr. Jiang. An elder of the Wang family laughed. They had already received the order from the master. Therefore, they naturally cooperated with Jiang Fei. The elder of the Xiao family also nodded. Although people call us a cult, we know the rules. Mr. Jiang, don't worry, said Yueling Ji with a smile. When the elder of the Yuan family saw that the other three forces had expressed their stance one after another, he was very displeased. He did not understand that these people were usually arrogant people. Why did they give such a young brat so much face today? Zhang Fei looked directly into the elder's eyes and asked, We will leave after we pass through the portal. The elder of the Yuan family said coldly. From his point of view, the other three families were the same. Although they were all amiable towards Jiang Fei, these people were all bossy people. How could they stay in Jiang Fei's territory and listen to his orders? Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out the 9-turn astrolabe. Bing Yuan, go and call Blood Lady and the others. Jiang Fei said to Liu Bingyuan, who was beside him. Liu Bingyuan replied and turned around to leave. Jiang Fei came to the outside of the hall and waved his hand. The 9-turn astrolabe instantly turned into a teleportation portal that led to the outer universe. Yulingji looked at the elders of the three families and asked. The elder of the Wang family said first. The others looked at each other and did not have any objections. After all, no one had seen the outside world. If someone volunteered, they would naturally be more than happy. Wang family disciples, listen up. The elder of the Wang family waved his hand. The Wang family disciples who had long been prepared immediately lined up and entered the portal. Finally, the third lady of the Wang family and the two elders also entered. The people of the Xiao family followed closely behind and entered the portal as well. This time, before the people of the Yuan family could speak, Yu Lingji took the initiative to speak. Then, the people of the Moon Goddess sect also entered the portal. In the end, only the people of the Yuan family were left. Zhang Fei smiled and said. The elder of the Yuan family sneered. In his eyes, Zhang Fei's smile was simply the pride of a villain who had achieved success. Zhang Fei shrugged. Since the people of the Yuan family were so tactless, there was no need to say who would be the first batch of cannon fodder. After these people entered the portal, Liu Bingyuan brought Blood Mistress and Jiang Shui to Zhang Fei's side. Bingyuan, you have to stay here. You have to be responsible for communicating with the four major families and the Moon Goddess sect, Zhang Fei said to Liu Bingyuan. He could not leave no one in the Five Directions world. Sir, don't worry. I will do everything. Liu Bingyuan nodded. He was very satisfied with his current status. If it was in the past, he would not have had the opportunity to talk to the higher-ups of the four great families and the Moon Goddess sect on an equal footing. That was simply wishful thinking. Chapter 2001. Translator 549690339. After Liu Bingyuan was done with his orders, Zhang Fei brought Blood Mistress and Jiang Shui into the teleportation portal. With a flash of white light, the teleportation portal turned into a ray of light and returned to Jiang Fei's hand. When Jiang Fei returned to Skoda's star, the experts from the Five Directions had already gathered in the small square. Jiang Fei and these people came out on foot. Is this the outside world? Wow, what building is that? Why is it so tall? What kind of magical artifact is that? It actually flies around in the sky. After these experts from the Five Directions entered Skoda's star, it was as if Grandma Lu had entered a grand garden. They felt that everything was new and curious. Kulme. Everyone, stand according to your respective forces, Jiang Fei shouted. Then, he asked the leaders of the major forces to organize their own forces. At this moment, Bella and the others rushed over. After all, hundreds of people had suddenly appeared in the hinterland of Skoda's star. It was impossible for them to be ignorant. Yes, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Ariel asked curiously. Oh, this is Blood Girl's daughter. Zhang Fei smiled as he looked at Hua Qingsheng, who had just entered. She had to bear witness to this matter. Otherwise, Bella, who was a little jealous, might go crazy. Hua Qingsheng laughed from aside. When Bella saw Jiang Shui, she was immediately conquered by this cute little girl. Moreover, Bella also knew that Jiang Fei had taken the baby blood demon bee from the third lady of the Wang family. Therefore, when Hua Qingsheng told Jiang Fei about it, she understood. The The little girl's mouth was really sweet. When Jiang Fei introduced her, she immediately coaxed Bella with a smile. Bella's entire body went limp when the little girl called her mommy. She immediately transferred a ball of life energy from her body into the little Loli's body as a greeting gift. A ball of green light entered Jiang Shui's body, allowing the little girl's body to be fully nourished. This was the purest life energy. It was definitely the best tonic for her, who was still in her puberty. "Hello, Ariel's mom." The little girl had tasted the sweetness. Her mouth was wide open. She had not missed out on any of the girls who had rushed over to welcome Jiang Fei. The girls were all beaming with joy. Although Jiang Fei had admitted his relationship with them, it had not been confirmed yet. Now that they had such a goddaughter, they could be considered to have confirmed their status. When the girls were happy, Jiang Shui naturally received a lot of benefits. Blood Mistress, who was standing by the side, was both happy and sad. Of course, Blood Mistress was happy for her daughter. However, this girl called everyone mommy, but not her. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, Blood Mistress could more or less understand Jiang Shui's thoughts. In Jiang Shui's heart, Jiang Fei was undoubtedly her biological father. That was because when she was born, she drank Jiang Fei's blood. In the Blood Demon Bee's knowledge, Jiang Fei was her biological father. Because of Jiang Fei, the girls around him naturally became Jiang Shui's mothers. Only Blood Mistress was her biological mother. She was just an aunt who treated her very well. Unlike Bella and the others, Blood Mistress was not Jiang Fei's woman. Therefore, Jiang Shui naturally would not call her mother. On the other hand, as Jiang Fei and the others had just reunited, they had a heated conversation. They had forgotten about the people from the Five Directions. The Shao and Wang families gave Jiang Fei a lot of face. They restrained their subordinates and waited quietly at the side. It was unknown what Moon Spirit Ji of the Heart Moon sect was thinking. Her subordinates, who were extremely evil, were also obedient. They all stood by the side. No one made a sound. Only the Yuan family's side curled their lips. In their eyes, among the girls around Jiang Fei, only Bella and Hua Mulan had some skills. The others were all trash. Because they were all engineers and so on, they were even less of a concern to the Yuan family members. TSK, I thought that there was something amazing beyond the Five Directions. So, it turns out that it's all a bunch of trash. That's right. Fifth Elder, let's hurry up and set off. There are a lot of territories and resources waiting for us outside. Why should we set off? I think this place is pretty good. Fifth Elder, why don't we just take over this place? The Yuan family members became more and more unreasonable as they spoke. In the end, the Fifth Elder, who was the leader of the group, was a little tempted. If it were not for the fact that he was afraid of conflict with the other two major families and the Heart Moon sect, he would have really planned to chase Jiang Fei away, take over this place for himself. However, due to his fear of the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect, the Fifth Elder decided not to act immediately. This hesitation also allowed him and the members of the Yuan family to live for a few more days. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would be able to make them understand why the flowers were so red. "Hey!" The impatient Fifth Elder shouted at Jiang Fei. "What?" Jiang Fei glared at the Fifth Elder. If it were not for the fact that he was afraid of scaring the other three forces into not playing with him, Jiang Fei would have long taken care of these annoying people. "We still have important matters to attend to. We won't be staying here with you. Hurry up and send us away," said the Fifth Elder of the Yuan family in a commanding tone. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he turned around and asked Aurelia, who had just arrived, "Is everything ready?" Aurelia replied. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the members of the Yuan family, "Everyone, please follow me." The Fifth Elder of the Yuan family nodded. They felt that the world outside the Five Directions was too weak. With them, they were invincible. They felt that they should leave as soon as possible. On the other hand, Jiang Fei asked Bella and the others to take care of the remaining three forces while he and Aurelia led the members of the Yuan family to the airport. There was already a transport ship ready. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.